Uprising. Welcome. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Get a load of this trailer for this new show on Netflix called The Order.
Magic swirls all around us. Do not be so. Everyone knows the Order is fake news.
Ready to make the call?
Yes.
I expecting great things from you.
Welcome to the Order. I'm going to teach you how to use magic properly.
This is the most powerful incantation ever created.
What does it do?
Anything is possible.
If you don't do something, people are going to die.
They will build a world like you've never seen.
All magic has a cost. If you don't pay the price, things could go wrong.
Would you say that that's a life imitating art or art imitating life? Or would you just say, why don't they just label some of these shows as nonfiction? Obviously, they're cool that has these secret societies. They're throughout the country. Okay? These big Ivy League schools are the main ones that do their recruiting there. But how about the guy asks about the secret order and says, oh, well, that's fake news, right? I mean, these people are so unbelievable. And then you go through the comment section on this trailer, and you just read some of the stuff people write. And they're so oblivious to the fact that they're being indoctrinated and desensitized to these things, these truths of the world. Because you can go on videos that show the footage from inside Skull and Bones that was taken of one of the rituals that was performed there.
So we only got to see the outdoor part.
Right.
We only got to, and listen to the outdoor part. God only knows what went on indoors.
And what did you hear? What was it? You managed to get this unique.
Oh, it was just, it was gross. I mean, they were pretending to murder people.
What was the tone of it though? Was it jokey or was it funny?
No, it wasn't jokey at all. It was sick. That's the only thing to describe it. It was sick.
What you're hearing is the first recording ever made of the Skull and Bones initiation ceremony, which has never been broadcast before. 15 new members of the club are being introduced into the macabre rituals of Skull and Bones by the senior students who are about to graduate.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Get a load of this trailer.
There's the chant too, difficult to hear first of all, but including the devil equals death.
Where, people are demonically possessed and screaming and just doing all sorts of things that would not be considered normal, like fake mock death rituals, the same ones that they do in every Freemason lodge in America. You get these guys putting on their underwear and being blindfolded while someone holds a sword to their throat and they take a vow of an oath of secrecy that they can't reveal any of the secrets. Well, I wonder what do you think the secrets are that they're trying to protect? Huh? You think it's the secret recipe for, fellow brothers in the order that have a really, really good pot roast recipe or chicken marsala? Is that what the oath's for? What do you think the secrecy is and why they wouldn't want people to know? Okay? People keep secrets from each other for a reason, because they don't want them to know. Why? Because it usually means something powerful or strong, or it could usually ruin someone. Now, you think it would ruin these secret orders if people found out that they were worshiping Lucifer, that they were involved in human sacrifice rituals, that they were involved in trafficking, that all of these people have manipulated our society into thinking that this is a free republic where these people aren't the ones who are the controllers, who are getting handed jobs left and right, and we're supposed to believe that they're being elected into all these positions of Congress, and all these CEOs of big corporations are just smarter than we are because they go to Yale and they get a degree, and thus they're there and we're not, right? It's a joke. It's an illusion. So look at this show, right? We see the same stuff we always see. How many of these do we need to see where they're doing these rituals, whether they're mock or not, where they're talking about what? Magic? I mean, this is only the millionth time I've covered it, right? From Sabrina to, the remakes of all of these shows, Charmed. I mean, the list is just on and on and on. And it never stops. It never stops. They just keep coming out with this stuff because they're desensitizing people. The people who watch this trailer are more enamored with the acting of the actors. You have people in the comment section talking about how they're going to enjoy it because they are big fans of werewolves. I mean, you can't make up the stupidity of the world with a fan of a werewolf. I mean, huh? Is somebody kidding me? A fan of werewolves and werewolf. I mean, oh my gosh. Meanwhile, right in front of our faces, right? You see them planting more trigger words, rubbing it in with fake news, so the guy knows that there's a secret order, just like we all know of Skull and Bones, right? Just like we see on the TV when they talk about it with Bush and Kerry, and they go, "Oh, the secret Skull and Bones order," and everyone's just like, "I've never heard of it." Just like with Bohemian Grove, right? Bill Clinton and these guys, they're like, "Oh, isn't that the place up in the woods where grown men walk around naked, peeing in the bushes?" And everybody laughs at it, right? The deflection. Because they're so stupid. They don't realize that these people do not have their best interest at hand. These people are enslaving them. And they're constantly showing us this stuff right in front of our faces. And the reaction from the public is, "Oh, who cares? It's going to be good entertainment. It's Netflix. You know, it's what's the most important part of my week is turning on Netflix and watching The Order." Right? And of course, talking about magic, right? These masks that we see at all these rituals, from the Rothschild Gala to the satanic rituals that they constantly are showing us, whether they're mock commercials like the Taco Bell Illuminati, whatever it was called commercial, right? But they're constantly showing us these rituals, these eyes wide shut like rituals, where everybody's masked, wearing cloaks, where they're doing human sacrifice, right? You see the guy holding the knife up above someone's chest, right? And talking about the power of magic and good magic and how dangerous magic can be. But remember, magic's not real, folks. They're only showing to us in every movie, right? Somebody's just like, "Oh, yeah, you know, magic, this thing where we can levitate and we can summon demons. And, oh, it's just so fascinating that we need to talk about it in every movie over and over. Like, nobody can come up with a new original idea. Harry Potter, Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, the Genie, the Magic Rose, the Magic Apple, the Magic Mirror, right? Over and over and over. So these sorts of shows are put there to desensitize people, period. I have a video on the Order of Skull and Bones. It's one of my better videos. They actually banned it originally on my old channel. I got it back. It's a very good video. I recommend everybody check it out. I've even talked about some books about secret orders. I forget off the top of my head the name. The Secret Establishment, I believe, is called The Order of Skull and Bones 322. There's books out there if you want to read for yourself, and you can see all the connections. And I'm going to do more videos on it. You see all the connections between these families who go to these Ivy League schools, who are part of these same secret societies, and then how they become and they get handed these major industries, right? From the DuPonts with the chemicals to the railroads, transportation, to the food industry, to the agriculture. I mean, you name it. And it just happens to be all these people that just happen to go become a part of all these secret orders, right? But it's because they're so much more smarter. They're so much smarter, more talented than the rest of us. Boy, but that whole secret oath and secret order stuff, nah, that doesn't mean anything. That just means they don't want you to find, the secret that they're keeping from one another is who farted and who left the floater in the middle toilet of the ritual house, or who's got the best breakfast recipe for Rice Krispie treats, right? Because people's brains don't get past that part. But then they see, oh, the girl going fake news. Oh, the secret order is fake news, right? As they continue to work that word in as a trigger word, along with conspiracy theory and all these other things, so that when people see it, they automatically dismiss it. They're being played like puppets on strings. It's amazing, folks. So Netflix coming out with The Order, obviously playing off of these secret societies. We have The Lodge on TV now, which is glorifying Freemason lodges and all these lodges that are in towns, making it seem like it's just it's not a big thing. It's just a bunch of guys getting drunk and they help each other out. And, it's a good time for everybody. Sometimes they dress up in costumes and, but it's nothing you would think it would be. No one's worshiping Lucifer. These rituals don't really happen, even though they're constantly showing it to us over and over, even though there's constantly documentation of people who come forward and admit to being satanically abused ritually, right? And then the cases just all get thrown out the window. They all get dismissed. Couldn't be because the judges and all these people are part of the same secret orders. And the secret is that they keep these things secret and they protect one another and they look out for one another. Absolutely ridiculous. Netflix, The Order. Check the trailer out for yourself and read some of the comments below, and you'll see how stupid our current society is. The dumbest generation ever, and it's only going to get worse. Thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I wanted to do a video just to kind of simplify and show people how this is not a coincidence that all of these celebrities are all linked to Freemasonry, how they subliminally always throw in Freemasonry symbols in movies, in music videos, and how, if I put all this in perspective in one video, how it should be able to get people to start thinking and realizing that these secret societies all work together. These celebrities who are part of these elite bloodlines all are part of these fraternal organizations. Okay? So for people out there to think, well, they can make it in Hollywood and they can make it as a famous musician based on talent, they're living in a naive world, because that is not true. It is not possible to make it in these fields unless you are one of them. Now, I know a lot of people feel that Freemasonry is a bottom-dwelling, fraternal order. It's at the bottom of the pyramid. It's the bottom of the food chain. It's what most people will tell you. Well, there's truth in that, and there's also life in that, because while Freemasonry might not be the Jesuit order, and it might not be, as powerful as the Jesuits or as powerful as Zionists, all of these people who are in those fraternal orders went through Freemasonry, and whether they went to the down the road of the Scottish Rite or a different path and became 33rd degree Masons, and then moved up in the pyramid into different fraternal organizations. All of these people go through the basic Freemasonry, the basic fraternal orders that they have to go through. Okay, and I want to show you, because it is important. It's very important, and I worry about people who follow the truther community who think that you only should talk about the one thing and not talk about the other, because there's a lot of clogs in the wheel. Okay, and I've heard channels recently talking about how they, Freemasonry isn't really bad, and it's only been infiltrated recently, and they have, certain people have family members who are in it, and it's not what everybody thinks. At least it wasn't then. It's always been corrupt since it's been here in America. Okay, period. It's not just now all of a sudden it's a corrupt organization. Okay, so people who are dismissing it, you really have to check their credentials, and it really makes you wonder if the person's grandfather was a Freemason or 33, or whatever, or in some other fraternal organization, if they're a part of it as well, and they're giving out disinformation, because that's what they do. They will plant Freemasons in this, community to give out disinformation, to make it seem like Freemasonry isn't bad, and only focus on this or focus on that, when there's a lot of things that we all should focus on exposing. Because if people really see this stuff, they start to go, wow, is it a coincidence that all of these people happen to be Freemasons, that all of these people, in Hollywood are all connected to each other? Now, you could see, let's start here by showing some of the basic symbols, okay? You don't need to see the guy in the cloak, or whatever you call it, in the garb that they wear, or, like Shaquille O'Neal, who's wearing it openly on TNT television while he's covering NBA basketball, showing off his ring, because clearly he doesn't care at all, so he shows it off. But you also will see subliminal messaging, images such as the hidden hand, right? You'll see Kanye West doing the hidden hand. I've covered this in a separate video. And again, I want this stuff to all be in one video so people could see this and go, oh, this is pretty interesting. What is this fraternal organization, and why is there one in every town in America? Because guess what? Look it up. Look up where you live. There's definitely one in your town. And if it's not in your town, it's on the border of your town, because you might be in a really, really small town. But the town next to it will have one, and people who from your town will be members in that town. Okay? That's why on the highway you'll see signs when you get off at an exit. You'll see this Freemasonic logo, because they let them know, okay, here's where the lodge is here for all the Freemasons who come through. I mean, this is how it works. It is a network. Okay, we've all been duped into thinking, it's sitting right there for everyone to see, but we've all been duped because we just think that all this stuff is just natural, like it's a fraternity in college. Okay, so you'll see Tom Hanks, another Freemason, doing the sign of fidelity, the hand over the chest. You'll see a lot of, these people on magazine covers doing these poses. This is what they do. It's almost like if you're somebody who isn't awake yet or you're just beginning to wake up, it's like gang, right? Everybody's aware that gangs throw up gang symbols. Okay, well, they do the same thing here. And they're not throwing up, gang symbols to a motorcycle club or whatever they're a part of. Okay, they're throwing it up to the Brotherhood. They're letting other members and other people in the Brotherhood know that they're a part of the same fraternal organization. So you can see Tom Hanks doing it. You can see Kanye West doing the hidden hand. You can see a variation of it from Robert De Niro. Okay, in this, this photo that was taken for The Godfather, with the pinky out. A lot of people, Johnny Depp, I suppose, doing this. They'll do it on magazine covers. These are deliberately done poses. This isn't like, getting out of the shower and somebody just flashing a picture of you or getting off of a bus. Okay, they're strategically doing this. That's what they do. That's how they communicate with one another. Okay, you'll see some of these images, from films. Christopher Walken wearing the Freemasonic ring on his hand. Okay, you see some of these other characters in movies. I believe this one guy was the guy from They Live wearing the Masonic ring as well. Obviously, I covered Ashton Kutcher recently, and you all saw him wearing the hat. Okay, now Walt Disney, a member of, we have the Freemasonic 33 Club at Disney. Also, remember the D-Malays. For those of you who aren't aware, the D-Malay is a fraternal organization for children. Is a part of Freemasonry. They recruit these kids and then they prepare them to become Freemasons when they're age appropriate. They do the same thing. They recruit females. They begin indoctrinating them with a worship of Lucifer because all of these Freemasons worship Lucifer. Here's the quote, okay? This is from 33rd degree Mason Albert Pike. That which we must say to the crowd is, we worship a God, but it is the God that one adores without superstition. To you, sovereign grand inspectors general, we say this, that you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, Jesus, spread false and harmful statements about him? Yes, Lucifer is God. That is a quote from Albert Pike. And there's other quotes in the teachings that Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give the spirit of darkness, Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors, intolerable blinds, feeble, sensual, or selfish souls, doubt it not. And that's from Morals and Dogma. This is what they are taught. Okay, so now you know. And listen, I know a lot of you already know this stuff, but I want to put this together for people to make this an easy transition to wake up. Realize that there's a Freemason lodge in your town. Realize that the teachings that they teach inside there are not of the Bible, even though they'll claim that, they'll put the Bible on their altar and they'll say that they're Christian. Okay, we know that these people are liars. They worship Lucifer and they indoctrinate people with this Luciferian doctrine. Period. Now, here's the connection. You start seeing all of these celebrities, right? Here you have Brad Paisley, openly 32nd degree Freemason, right? Even a video where he's boasting about it, talking about how we need to have tolerance and we need to have universal love. These are all the things that I've been warning everybody about, right? Universal love. What does that lead to? Universal love and tolerance leads to the acceptance of Satanism and the occult. And that's why in this society we live in, people are accepting of it. And the only thing they're not tolerant of is Christianity. Okay, so you can see him here with his stupid little hat on. And these people are just, they claim to be a part of a brotherhood, but they're just nothing but losers. You see Bill Clinton here. Bill Clinton. Now, some people say, well, where's the connection with Clinton and Freemasonry? Clinton fully connected to the Order of the D-Malay in Arkansas. You can see him here at one of the orders, hanging around kids, which is something that we all know he loves to do. You can see Richard Dreyfuss here. Richard Dreyfuss is a famous, proud Freemason. Okay, Cosmo Kramer. I forgot the guy's name off the top of my head, from Seinfeld. Okay, you see him on the cover of the Scottish Rite, so you've probably already seen this and are aware of it. You'll see Brad Pitt, right, on his ring, wearing another, another Masonic symbol on his ring. You can see Simon Cowell here on his jet ski. I mean, you can't make it up. Proudly with the Masonic emblem on his jet ski. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, it's rampant. And all of these people are a part of this stuff. And now, another thing that you should keep in mind is that Ivy League universities, okay? We're talking Stanford, Yale. They have their own secret societies. Everybody's aware of Skull and Bones and the Bush's connections in Skull and Bones. All of these Ivy Leagues have their own fraternal organizations that are connected to Freemasonry. And that's one of the reasons that most of these famous musicians and actors all, quote unquote, attend these schools like Dartmouth, like Stanford, like Yale. It's not because they're smarter than you and me. Okay, remember, for people who think that, somebody's so smart for going to Yale or these schools, it's all fake. All the stuff that people are learning is nothing but lies. So in reality, they're really the dumbest people on earth are the ones that are going to these schools and thinking that they're smart because they're just smarter than everybody else at believing lies, passing tests, and being rewarded for it because they're believing the lie more than anybody else. It's laughable. It's laughable. So you can see, and that's something you remember, that these Ivy League schools, they recruit people and they indoctrinate them. You'll see movies where they'll be talking about, oh, let's recruit them for fraternities. Then they'll make it just seem like, oh, yeah, the fraternity, the guys, getting drunk and doing keg stands and picking up chicks. Okay, that's not really what's going on. Yes, that does go on college campuses, of course, but they actually are really recruiting people at schools like Yale because there are people who aren't born into it that get into it, that they want involved in it, that they see something in. Okay? Harry Truman, another 33rd degree Freemason. Okay, and I've recently heard another a Truth channel talking about how they don't make men like Harry Truman anymore. Yeah, they sure don't. They make them just as bad, or if not worse. Truman responsible for Operation Paperclip, bringing in all these doctors who are running these MK Ultra experiments. Just another rotten human being who's probably just burning in hell right now as we speak. Unless he repented, of course, and found Jesus Christ. Okay, so you'll see all of these people connected to one another, and it's important to realize that they're not hiding this stuff. It's just a matter of your mind and your perception of seeing these things, right? Seeing these signs and these symbols. They're always in front of us. We just have been trained not to think this way, not to look for these types of things. Okay? You don't have to just look for a pendant with the Masonic symbol or the pyramid or any of those things. Remember that they do these hidden hand signs, whether it's the 666 like we always see on the magazine covers, or these Masonic hand signs, right? Like I showed you before with Tom Hanks or with Kanye West. These are deliberately done. These poses are deliberately done. He didn't just shove his hand in his, Kanye wasn't going, oh, my hand's a little cold, let me shove it in my pocket here. This is how they're trained to communicate. We're trained not to see this stuff, and that's why they do it in plain sight. The problem is that when you tell people about it, they go, oh, you're a crazy person. So let's summarize this video. We have Freemason lodges in every town in America. Freemasonry, obviously, like I said, it doesn't, it's not the Jesuits here. We're not at the top of the pyramid. We're at the bottom of the pyramid, but that's where the recruiting is done. Okay, the recruiting is done there. The recruiting is done at Ivy League schools. And then you have all of these celebrities who are connected to Freemasonry doing these poses on magazine covers, right? And these people are all going up the ladder. You have Brad Paisley, right? 32nd degree Mason. Now this guy's suddenly a big star. Not a coincidence. Preaching love, preaching tolerance. That's what you're going to hear Freemasons do. That is the Luciferian doctrine. Tolerance. Accept everything. Let a 5-year-old tell you its gender. Accept homosexuality. Accept. That's what they want because tolerance is Lucifer. Being tolerant of all of this stuff. Remember, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. That is what they believe. Do what thou wilt means tolerance. So you can see all these guys, but again, it must just be some huge coincidence, right? From Hanks to Richard Dreyfuss to Shaq. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You don't have to look too far. You can see these people doing these poses. Just go to the grocery store. Look at a magazine cover. They'll be doing it right on the cover of the magazine. Right? And it's not because the guy who took the photograph was like, it would be really cool if you put your hand over your chest like this. And won't that be cool? Like this one, Tom Hanks doing the hidden hand under his arm. I mean, blatantly right in front of our faces. So be aware of these things. Be aware that it's not as hidden as you would think. It's just the fact that they've trained our mind not to look for these things. I thank you for listening to today's show. I hope this video was helpful in some way. God bless all of you and your families. Yeah, they sure don't. They make them just as bad, or if not worse. first human responsible for Operation Paperclip. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. This isn't the first time that I've talked about Macaulay Culkin. And no, I'm not making accusations against him or any of these celebrities, but I'm showing you the very odd repetition. Obviously, all the connections to Satanism. Macaulay Culkin, somebody who, sells t-shirts on his website, who has shirts with the upside down pentagram. What a coincidence, right? Obviously has very bizarre, abnormal behavior. Somebody who, has his own podcast, Pushing Bunny Ears, which is another Illuminati symbol referencing MK Ultra mind control programming. But Macaulay Culkin did a show, or a Twitter show, I guess, during the Oscars. And I actually saw this after the fact, after I had already recorded my Oscars video, where I talked about how everybody who's on stage, people look and they're like, oh, what a performance. This person did the best this year in the acting category or the directing category. And I said, that's what people think when they see it. When I see it, I wonder what ritual sacrifices these people made when they win these awards. Like, who did they sacrifice this year? What type of disgusting, disturbing, satanic rituals were they involved in? Because usually that's really how all this stuff goes, right? Who did they perform for privately? What did they do behind closed doors? So I found it interesting. Somebody messaged me and said, go look at his Twitter feed in regard to one of the actors, the guy who won for Bohemian Rhapsody, the movie about the band Queen. And get a load of the tweet from Macaulay Culkin. Rami Malek, I believe I'm saying his name correctly. If I'm not, well, then he can be disrespected. Rami Malek eats babies. There, I said it. Mac tweets the Oscars. Right? If you're familiar with my channel and you've watched my channel, how many times have I talked about these celebrities constantly referencing eating babies? Why is this some type of a joke in Hollywood?
I eat children. How old are you? 12. Okay. Only to 10.
That's good.
Yes. Children and pineapple.
The Rock talked about doing it. Other celebrities have talked about doing it as comedy, and then they hit the laugh box and the audience laughs and think that it's funny. Do you know how sick and depraved you have to be to think that that's funny? In addition to that, he has other bizarre tweets during the show, such as, if Bohemian Rhapsody wins Best Picture, it won't be the first time an alleged sex offender directed a Best Picture. Now, we all know Roman Polanski. I mean, you pretty much have to bet that all of these directors to win, just like all these actors, are, involved in being sex offenders. I mean, you'd have to assume that based on all of this stuff that we see and how these people are all connected and related to each other. They all have the same signs and symbols that they use in their Twitter posts, Instagram accounts, there's clothing that they wear, constantly showing us Satanism, occult worship. And then they're always cracking jokes about pedophilia and about eating babies. This stuff is not just a random coincidence. This stuff is sick. But unfortunately, we live in a world where people can tweet stuff like that, and it's not a big deal. And when people like me talk about certain topics, it's a huge deal. And it shouldn't be allowed to be said. I mean, this is a guy who clearly was in Hollywood, pimped into Hollywood at a young age, okay? And I know people want to feel sympathy for these people, but you got to remember, yeah, they deserve sympathy, but a lot of these children who get abused at a young age end up becoming handlers. That's how this vicious cycle works and continues on. Yes, it's through trauma-based mind control. And yes, it's originally out of their hands, but at some point in time, they can stop this by not becoming abusers. Now, I'm not claiming that this person is. I'm not saying Macaulay Culkin is, right? But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure these things out if you look and you see all the repetition that they all use. Okay? Then we have Macaulay Culkin inside doing his bath ritual. Right? Remember, I talked about the baptism, the satanic baptism, why we always see it in these music videos. Here he is just laying in a bathtub in a suit, because that's normal, right? Things I'm doing instead of hosting the Oscars, bathing, right? Why is it all the same stuff? Why is it always referencing these things, right? Bathing, pentagrams, Baphomet worship. The guy's got bunny ears. That's his main gimmick now. Referencing sex offenders like it's a joke. Referencing eating children like it's a joke. Because the regular person out there hears that and they can't fathom that people would eat babies. Like, oh, yeah, they're not literally eating babies. Nobody would do something like that. Even though you have, celebrities like Kim Kardashian talking about having vampire facials, how covering your face in blood is the fountain of youth. And they show it in all these shows like American Horror Story, eating their placenta, cannibalism, right? But no, it's not real because those shows are fiction. Meanwhile, everybody puts on the 9 o'clock news and believes what they see on there. And there couldn't be anything other than fiction on the news. From Trump all the way down, left and right, fiction. These people get away with this stuff in front of our face. They use sarcasm, they use art, they use the terms humor, and that's how they get away with it. Remember, the Bible talks about how all of this stuff will be revealed to us. Well, it is being revealed. The problem is that they're cheating at the game because they're using tactics like sarcasm and humor to deflect off of the severity, but they're playing by the rules, technically. Right? Because you don't think do you think that God would allow this stuff to happen without them revealing these things, without prophecy being fulfilled? No, he wouldn't. And they're playing by the rules by revealing themselves, but they're playing between the lines with these things. There's nothing funny about jokes about eating babies. And I think it's pretty ridiculous, to be honest with you. It just shows, my mindset is right on the page of understanding these people. And I'm not patting myself on the rear end here because I never do that. But the video I recorded, which is you'll probably see before you see this one, okay, because I do my videos a day in advance before they go up. I can't do them in real time anymore. I can't get past YouTube's algorithms unless I give it 24 hours for them to manually review it, or the videos will get blocked. And I talked in that video about how every person on that stage was involved in some type of satanic sacrifice ritual and something involving children, and that's why they're getting their reward. And lo and behold, Macaulay Culkin's sitting there, this guy who has been in the, so many people have called this guy out for so many different things. And yes, the voodoo donuts, I get all that stuff, but I'm not making accusations against any of these places. I don't know what's going on. I can only tell you that all of these places that have been pointed out do use satanic occult symbols. And I don't believe in coincidences, but at the same time, you can't make accusations and claims against somebody without evidence. Okay? And you can't just use symbols to call somebody a sex offender. You just can't. That's not how it works. Can you be suspicious? Yeah. Should you be? Absolutely. Right? And same thing goes with Pizzagate. Regular heterosexual men aren't posting photos of children taped to tables or, holding pizza slices over their crotch, or sexual innuendos where there's pictures of little kids staring at grown men's rear ends and thongs, things like that. Right? There's nothing funny about it, but these people are so demented and sick, they get away with it because we live in such a society that is so open and accepting of everything. I mean, look how the tolerance movement has flown through the roof. Tolerance, tolerance, tolerance. Everybody's accepting of everything. Except what? Free speech for people like me and people like you who listen to this channel. Because it's offensive, the fact that we, would say that an event might not necessarily have gone down the way that the government says. Meanwhile, these are the same people who hear things about, 9/11 or JFK's assassination, and there's millions of books out there on JFK's assassination, and everybody has a theory other than the original explanation of what happened, right? And nobody's suspicious that the government never released the information on it, right? And they continue to delay releasing the information on it. Nobody's like, well, that's weird, something shady must have happened. Yet when these other events happen involving schools and things like that, if we point anything out or question anything, and just say, look, this doesn't make sense. Look, this person's connected to Freemasonry or the D. Malays look, these kids are all in these student film movies. Oh, they're here. They're actors. Oh, this or that. Right? It's hate speech. How dare you say something like that? But they want to take away the free speech of people like me and you because we're too close to the truth and we're too close to waking people up. So I wanted to do this rant because as soon as somebody, and I want to thank the person, I don't have their name open right now because I'm recording this, but you know who you are. Somebody wrote to check out Macaulay Culkin's Twitter feed. I appreciate it. I always appreciate when you guys send me stuff. Okay? I'm beyond grateful. I look at the emails. I read the stuff. I can't get back to everybody. You know, a lot of time goes into this, but I greatly appreciate it. And you can go through this guy's stuff. He's taking a bath. You know, he's doing the bath baptism. You know, to talking about eating babies, to talking about how it's not the first time. And don't say, oh, well, he's just referencing Roman Polanski. He's probably referencing every single person ever that's won an Oscar. And he's probably wondering why he hasn't got one yet. But I don't know if you're going to get an Oscar for The Good Son or for The Whiz Kid. I don't know what else he was in other than Home Alone. Which, I mean, we all grew up watching Home Alone. That's another story for another day. Okay, the guy's selling shirts, merchandise with the pentagram on it. These people are all networked and connected to each other. That's how they get put in these positions. All right? And listen, I don't want to hear anyone say, you know, oh, you talk about some of these celebrities because you're jealous or you want to be famous and things like that. I actually don't want to be famous. So I don't show my face. I don't want to be popular. But meanwhile, my channel gets more views than most of these people get on their Twitter accounts, on their Instagram feeds. These people are pushed in the mainstream. Some of my videos get more views than TV shows. So no, I'm not saying it for attention. I'm saying it to show you the repetition. And that these people think that they're clever by pointing all this stuff out and talking about these things, like The Rock talking about eating babies like it's a joke. And we allow them to get away with this stuff. We allow them to. Why? I don't know anymore why. Because we live in a weak, watered down society where there are no men. Everyone's spineless. Or where women want to be men and men want to be women. Macaulay Culkin, folks. I mean, right in your faces. Talking about this stuff like it's a joke. Yeah, well, we all know the truth about all of these people and their involvement in this stuff. And God sees everything. And I wouldn't want to be in their shoes on Judgment Day. Thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I know what you're thinking. Avril Lavigne? Who? Exactly. Well, Avril Lavigne was a musician, I guess in like the late 90s, early 2000s, who has resurfaced. And the only reason I'm covering this is because I saw in the trending section one of the songs that she's resurfaced with. And it's entitled, I Fell in Love with the Devil, right? Must be a coincidence, of course. And I wanted to show you guys what I saw because I quickly, which, listen, I don't look into every one of these people, but whenever something pops up, I'll look into a few of their music videos, a few of their photo shoots, you know, that they do in like GQ or any of these magazines for the same signs and symbols so I can show you the repetition. And they're all there. So if you're familiar with the channel, you're going to have a good laugh because it's ridiculous. And if you're not, I recommend you watch the videos I do exposing other musicians so you can see how they all use the same signs, the same symbols. These people are all members of secret societies. They all worship the devil. They all use the same signs and symbols, have the same tattoos, have the same photos and album covers, and they're always referencing Lucifer. And this is a perfect example of how stupid our society has gotten. People actually think that this song, I Fell in Love with the Devil, is about her falling in love with the wrong guy. She fell in love with the wrong guy. And she's referring to him as the devil. And now she needs to break out from it, right? Give me a break. They're always telling us and revealing themselves to us, but we always give them the benefit of the doubt. And we think that they're speaking about bad relationships and selling their souls. They don't mean it literally. Right. Take a look at the chorus for the song I Fell in Love with the Devil. Then I'm going to show you the hilarious tattoos and symbols from Avril Lavigne. And again, always remember this. When somebody goes away for like 15, 20 years now, I'm not saying she hasn't made music in the last decade or so. I'm not fully sure, but I know that her name hasn't really been out there. Usually they have to make a big sacrifice to get pushed back into the mainstream. A big one. And by sacrifice, I don't mean they're sacrificing their time at home with their family to go to the gym. I mean ritual sacrifice. So the lyrics for the song, I fell in love with the devil, and now I'm in trouble. I fell in love with the devil, I'm underneath his spell. Right? She goes on to say, I fell in love with the devil, please save me from this hell. Angels and devils always fight over me. Take me to heaven, wake me up from this dream. Even in sunlight, cloud shadow over me. It's now or never, wake me up from this dream. Now, this in no way, shape, or form, again, when I hear people talk about these musicians trying to break free from their programming and stuff, it's laughable. These people are completely under mind control. They do what they're told. They're puppets. Okay? This song is about the deal she made with the devil. That's why she's rich. That's why she's famous. People don't want to believe that stuff because, well, their feeble minds can't grasp it. But this is all biblical. We know that there are evil, wicked people walking amongst us, and these are them, these celebrities. So take a look at some of these tattoos on Avril Lavigne. She happens right on her wrist to have the pentagram, right? Or is that a star for extraordinary work in school? Is that what someone says? That is a pentagram right on her wrist, deliberately there. Okay? You also see that she has a star tattoo on her, right? All these celebrities, Rihanna, they all have these star tattoos. Some of them have them behind their ear. Some of them have them on their wrist. A small little star. You can see it's a Baphomet pentagram upside down normally. Right? But people go, oh, they just love stars. Why would you get a tattoo of a star on your body? Why do all these celebrities have the same one? What are they, all Dallas Cowboy fans? I mean, give me a break. Then you'll see my favorite one personally that she has, a lightning bolt. Right? Because, of course, I guess she just submitted her application as well to be on Celebrity Storm Watchers, the newest show, featuring every musician ever. From David Bowie's Corpse to Lady Barfbag, Gaga, AC/DC will be there. Freddie Mercury. I mean, we don't even know if where he's buried, so he might be there too. Marilyn Manson with the lightning bolt. You can see Ariana Grande do it, right? Constantly showing us the symbols. Represents Lucifer's fall. He fell as lightning from the sky. This is scripture. This is biblical. The lightning bolt that these people are always using, these musicians, is not because they're all huge fans of lightning and rain and thunder. It's because they worship Lucifer, and it's a symbol that they use. So she has that tattooed right on her wrist. You also see she has a bunch of satanic sigils tattooed on her, right? Including the pyramid. What a surprise that she'd have that. She has the skull and bones tattooed on her. The old 322, right? But that must be coincidence too. I mean, she's covered in this garbage. Covered in it. Yeah, people will say, well, Avril, she doesn't know what she's doing. Here's a picture of Avril dressed up as the devil with devil horns on. I'm sure that's a coincidence as well. One of the, I mean, look, you get your basic all-seeing eye symbols. She's holding the feather over the eye. This is what you'll always see on album cover, or excuse me, magazine covers. All these celebrities from Bono, you name the person. They all just decide when they go in for the photo shoot, right? They're like, what can we do that's really original and cool? Let's put a hand over our eye, right? Everybody's seen the collage of all the photos. These are important pictures because these show you the repetition. And they show you that this stuff is not being done by coincidence. It's being done deliberately, right? So she has an all-seeing eye symbol. It's a little bit different than some of the other ones because she's actually holding a few fingers over her eye, which we've seen with Johnny Depp and all these other ones. It's another way for them to do it. She has the FU tattooed on her finger. How classy. You'll see her doing this too. all the time, sticking out her tongue. She's not looking to get her temperature taken. Okay, you'll see Miley Cyrus do it, Rihanna do it. This is the serpent's tongue, right? You'll see these people on the red carpet and they'll just go and stick their tongue out, like the guy from Kiss. Okay, it's not because they want to show you the color of their tongue or they're saying ah at the doctor's office so you can put a flashlight in their throat and see if they have tonsillitis or not. Okay, this is the serpent's tongue. She does it over and over and over. This is just more Luciferian worship. And then you get to some of the, the ones personally, I mean, her first song, one of her big songs, she's got the Baphomet pentagrams on her shirt. You can see 2 upside down pentagrams there, the other pentagram as well in the middle, wearing the black and white sleeve, right? So you get your Freemasonic symbolism. This is like her first big popular song that she did. She's also wearing black and white in a lot of her photo shoots, which isn't a surprise. It's one of the most common things, if not the most common thing you see. You'll see her photographed wearing a shirt that even has the Illuminati pyramid on it, but I'm sure we're supposed to believe that that's a coincidence. And then, of course, what a surprise, like all these musicians, we have a video where Avril is in a bathtub. She just decided in the middle of the video, I mean, the whole video is pretty much her talking or singing, I should say, if you want to call it singing. More like making people's, ears bleed, but you could see Avril in a bathtub. Okay, this represents the satanic baptism. This is not an original thing. If you look at the videos I've done on the bathtub, it represents the satanic baptism. Okay, all of these Satanists have to go through a rebaptism. They have to deny Christ and be baptized in Satanism. And they show you the bathtub with these celebrities going and dunking underwater all the time. Sometimes it'll be blood, other times it'll be water. Okay? I personally believe the fact that they don't always show blood, they'll only do that with people like Eminem, is because it might become too obvious if all of these females are taking blood baths. People will be a little grossed out, right? We've seen it with Maroon 5, Lil Wayne, Eminem, like I said, Machine Gun Kelly. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's pretty endless. So none of these celebrities are just going, oh, wouldn't it be really creative and artistic if I, took a bath in the middle of my video? Like, that's never been done before. Yeah, no. Shakira, Britney Spears, Rihanna, Beyonce, Katy Perry, all of them, Taylor Swift, and the diamonds, right? These are all symbols to MK Ultra with the diamonds in the bathtub, to this being the satanic baptism, okay? But I don't want to hear people who say, well, she's saved, she came back, and she's a better person. And this is a witch at its finest. This is all the symbols there, all over her body, the markings. This is what witches do. This is what Satanists do, right? This is why they've normalized tattoos, so they can get away with this stuff, because people think it has some personal meaning to them. Oh, and you're not supposed to understand, oh, I got this tattoo because it represents the date my dad died, or something like that. They can get away with whatever they want and say whatever they want because they've convinced the sheep out there to go get tattooed and marked up in this bloodletting ritual where, God forbids any markings of the flesh. But everybody just thinks it's okay and it's normal. And you got her with the lightning bolt right on her. I mean, the lightning bolt, the pentagram on her, the skull and bones tattoo, the pyramid tattoo. Okay, this is all deliberate. These are all the same signs and symbols that we see. And of course, she's back on the scene now with her newest song, I Fell in Love with the Devil. Give me an absolute break. They aren't hiding it, folks. The repetition is there. As long as I see these people and they're trending and they're getting pushed, or even if they're not, it's important to know this because this is how you can wake up your friends and your family members. Put a list together of some of the videos I've done on some of their favorite musicians and show them. And say, why are they all doing the same thing? What's with all the lightning bolts, right? I mean, geez, we all like a nice thunderstorm once in a while in the summer, but I don't know if I'm going to get a tattoo of a lightning bolt of a storm on it. I like the snow. I'm not going to get a snow tattoo on my butt, okay? Gee whiz. I thank you for listening to today's show. Signs and symbols are everywhere, folks. All it takes is just using your mind, thinking, and seeing it put together like this in a video, and seeing the repetition done will help break your mind free from the spell that they have put everyone under. I thank you again for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I know a lot of you always, ask me why I don't cover things from the past, like events that occurred in the past and things like that. I kind of try to stay with stuff that's being done now so you can see it for yourself instead of going back. Because, you can go through bands and all these people from history, but I wanted to cover Queen for two reasons. One, somebody actually sent me something, a message and told me to go take a look at it. I thought it was pretty funny. And then I just did a little bit of a deep dive on Queen, the band Queen. And obviously because the movie Queen is nominated, or what's it called, Bohemian Rhapsody about Queen, and Freddie Mercury is nominated for an Academy Award. And you've seen all this worship of the band this year and people covering their music and paying tribute to the band. And I wanted to show you the connections again, the same stuff, the same symbols, occult symbolism, seeing eye, the lightning, Freemasonry, it's all there. And it just goes to show you, I've talked about the Beatles before. If you haven't seen that video, it's one of my older videos. People get super offended by this stuff because they take these people to heart. There's a lot of, kids who are teens who listen to the child, they get upset in the beginning about talking about Ariana Grande and all these people. Then there's older people who, they look at them and they go, oh, they worship these people. My day, these people we listen to, but it's no different. We've all been put under it. Listen, I grew up, listening to Journey and bands like that. I mean, it's all the same crap. You can find all the same symbolism in all their music. None of these people at one time, it wasn't, oh, they were so much cleaner. And, maybe they were less corrupt in their lyrics and in their performances than they are now. But obviously over time, these performances pretty much turn into pornographies, right? When we see like Cardi B and these people on stage. So I want to talk about Freddie Mercury, Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, the movie. And one of the reasons one of the things I want to tell you before we get into all the symbolism, which is pretty funny stuff because it's so ridiculous, is you have to remember about all of these people, they love more than anything to be idolized. There's a reason that they make these movies and then all the celebrities come out and idolize these people. It's part of the fraternity. It's part of the brotherhood. It's like you see these people who have paintings done of themselves. Like who would get a painting done of themselves? Like if you're up one day and just walk around like, I'd like a painting of me on the wall. This is part of their legacy, right? This is why they love to have sculptures and statues made of themselves. This is why the Egyptians did this stuff. And people think that they're gods on earth and they should be immortalized through paintings and sculptures and all that crap. This is what Masons have been doing and continue to do. And movies and stuff like that are just another way of them trying to immortalize them and then bring them on to newer generations to pass the poison along. Okay? One of the other things you'll see is the poster for Bohemian Rhapsody. You'll see that it's Freddie Mercury, with one eye, right? They deliberately cut half of his face off for the one eye symbolism. This is a common thing they always do with movie posters. Nobody ever notices the repetition with it. They did it with Star Wars, I remember recently. Somebody pointed it out and sent it to me. I did a video on it a couple years ago. All the characters with just one eye symbolism. They do it all the time. And of course, Freddie Mercury has the, he has a memorial for him, right, in the ground. And of course, it's a pentagram because, represents stars, right? Wink, wink. A pentagram inside of a pentagram, inside of a ritual circle, right? So that must be a huge coincidence as well, right? I think not. So a minute into this movie, not even, and I haven't seen the movie, but I just saw this clip. You could see a roadie is pushing a guitar for Freddie Mercury, and right on his fingers wearing the Freemason Masonic ring, right? You can see it right there, clear as day. These types of things are not a coincidence. Okay, all the clothes and stuff that they wear in these movies are put on these people. They deliberately, like a guy didn't just show up and they were like, "You're going to be an extra. And you're going to push this box, and we're just going to film your hands as you walk by." The common person thinks that because they don't think anything of anything, right? But of course, they're looking at this guy's hand. They probably had to model his hands to even get the role. And then they're saying, okay, well, what rings should you have on your hands to make you look like a roadie? Should you, what kind of a ring would a roadie wear? Blah blah blah. And of course, they slip in the Masonic ring right there, which is just absolutely hilarious. And I've heard people say, well, where's the proof and stuff that Freddie Mercury's in, the New World Order or any of this stuff, or the Illuminati and blah, blah, blah. And if you follow this channel, you follow the repetition, you'll see the same things over and over. And let's just start with the funniest one, because apparently Freddie Mercury also before he became big with Queen, he wanted to be an optometrist too, like Katy Perry, like everybody else out there, right? As you can see, he's wearing this ridiculous getup of eyeballs, right? So when things didn't pan out for Freddie at optometry school, he decided that he was just going to be a millionaire and be a lead singer of a band. That was his second option, right? I mean, look at the outfit on him, really. Like, you know, if somebody came up to you and they were like, all right, here's an outfit we're thinking about putting on. Like, what did you just say? There's no way I'm wearing this ridiculous getup. But people don't think like that. They just go, oh, come on, it's just a show. You know, I mean, look at it. He's got like probably his 33 eyeballs on the whole costume. If there was a full photo of both sides, you'd probably see it. But look at all the eyeballs on his outfit. Well, that must be a coincidence too, right? We're supposed to believe it's coincidence. He's also then, on top of that, he's a huge fan of lightning and thunderstorms. Isn't that crazy? He's like with some Post Malone and Lady Gaga, Marilyn Manson, David Bowie. They're all just like, I mean, it must just be a common hobby of musicians, Kiss, AC/DC, to love lightning, right? It's their favorite storm. You know, they don't like blizzards. They don't like snow, okay? They don't like rain per se. They like lightning. Now, for those of you saying, I don't get it, what does it mean? Well, it's biblical. That's what it is. And that's why they do it. Luke chapter 10, verse 18. So he said to them, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. And that's what they're referencing. That's why these people are always wearing lightning bolts. The all-seeing eye represents the all-seeing and knowledgeable eye of Lucifer. That's why you always see these eyeballs everywhere, because they're not fans of the eyeball. It's because of that. So Freddie Mercury, of course. Then you have, Freddie Mercury, who I guess he was notoriously known for wearing a serpent ring. So I guess he also happens to like snakes, right? Obviously the serpent. We all know what serpent represents. You can see the serpent ring that was being sold that's, surrounding Freddie Mercury, has his name on it. You can see him wearing the checkered Masonic clothing as well, which, shouldn't shock anybody, right? That he's got the Masonic black and white clothes, but people still think it's just a huge coincidence, right? Just like how the ring was in the movie, it was just a huge coincidence. And one of the most famous things depicted by Queen is I believe it's the album cover for Bohemian Rhapsody, but it's that picture where it's the four of them and he has his arms crossed and an X over his chest. I've talked many times, the X represents the Antichrist, the transformation. Okay? That's why these people always use this X symbol, right? You see it in ancient Egypt. You see these celebrities doing it. You see it in music videos. You see athletes doing it. Okay? It's the transformation and the acceptance of Antichrist. That's what it represents. And it's used in Freemasonry. It's used in the music industry. It's used all over the place. And people just see it and they roll their eyes and they think, no, it's not a big deal at all, right? It's, it's just normal, right? There's a video, Queen, It's a Hard Life, where pretty much the entire video, it looks like it's filmed in a Masonic lodge. You've got the pillars, you've got the Masonic floor, and you've got a lot of looks like MK Ultra programming, like one of these Rothschild parties, Rothschild balls, and you get this guy holding up the skull, like the skull and bones. His name is Brian May. You may have heard of him recently because he's been getting a ton of publicity for the movie that came out. And he's, his involvement with the movie and stuff, and Hollywood is rubbing shoulders with him again. There's a lot of people that believe that this guy was actually Freddie Mercury's handler, which wouldn't surprise me. Obviously, I can't prove that. I can only show you the signs and the symbols that surround these people. There's obviously some creepy photos of him with, dressed as a ghoul and things like that. But there's also a picture of this guy wearing a shirt, and you can see that it's opened up and it says 666 on it. Now, I can't see what the rest of the shirt says. Somebody might argue and say, well, it definitely says 16661, or people are going to be always skeptical. But I'm just showing you. There's a shirt too. If you actually look this guy up with the 666 on it, is that a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. Never have, never will. So again, I just wanted to show everybody out there this because it doesn't matter what time period you were born in, right? It doesn't matter what music you listen to. Music is here to brainwash people, to influence people. They bring these people in for you to waste your energy, your time, and to idolize these people. Meanwhile, they're using backmasking techniques to brainwash you, and they're using idol worship to brainwash you. And that's why they try to keep the legacy of these people alive. right? Oh, let's glorify Freddie Mercury and the band Queen and have a movie about him, and let's show the Masonic ring in there, ha ha ha, right? Like it's a huge coincidence. That's Freddie Mercury, is wearing eyeballs all over his body. He's got a video where he's walking down the huge staircase, like the staircase you see in Freemasonry, as you rise into Freemasonry. I mean, it's insane how all of these people, 80s, 70s, you name the generation, that they have connections, they have ties. They were probably, just like the Beatles and Tavistock, Institute were created to brainwash the masses. So are people like this. So same with Gaga, same with Lady Vomit Bag, all of them. Well, I guess they're the same person. But you know what I'm saying. Katy Perry, the list goes on and on of all these people. This music has been used as a tool for mind control for a long period of time, not just through lyrics, through spell casting and backmasking. So this is Queen. This is the reason that you see them all over the place now. It's not because suddenly, it's just what they do. They pay homage to each other. They constantly are kissing each other's rear ends. That's why they have all these award ceremonies. And they do what they can to immortalize one another. It's part of being in the fraternity and the brotherhood. That's exactly what this is. So even if Freddie Mercury isn't here to get the notoriety, even though some people don't even think Freddie Mercury's dead because nobody knows where his body's buried. That's another story for another day. But either way, I don't care. It doesn't affect my life. But, glorifying the other members of the band. And obviously, people start looking into their music and listening to it, and and then they're getting indoctrinated with the same signs and symbols of the same stuff that people use today. Nobody does anything different. They just keep showing eyeballs over and over, pyramids and lightning bolts. Everybody's a fan of thunderstorm watchers and wants to be eye doctors. I mean, I can't imagine the optometry schools must be filling up right now with celebrities who are trying to become eye doctors. It's ridiculous. And thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I mean, as if I even need to really do a video on this, because it speaks for itself, does it not? But still, I want to show you some of the same signs and symbols that I keep showing you in the repetition with the, bloodbaths and the Freemasonry, right? Always paying homage to it. It's in everything and it's everywhere. And that is for this trailer for Hellboy. Now, I don't know what you got to be doing on a Friday night or a Tuesday night, or maybe even you're a matinee goer, to actually want to leave your home to sit and watch such garbage. Look at this big red thing, right? Obviously, I mean, we know who that's supposed to be. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, even though if you go to the wiki page, Hellboy's a fictional superhero. The character first appeared in 1993, since appeared in various miniseries, blah, blah, blah. A well-meaning half-demon whose true name is Anung Un Rama. And upon his brow is set a crown of flame. Hellboy was summoned from hell to earth as a baby on October 5th by Nazi occultists. He was discovered by the Allied forces amongst them. I mean, just, you sit there and you go, who writes this crap, right? Well, people actually want to go see this. I mean, this big red thing walking around talking. But all of the same stuff that you see of the, preparation for the Antichrist, rising from the ashes, these are all quotes that are in the trailer, that a king is to come. He's to be the new king. This guy, Hellboy, is to be the new king. He rises from the ashes. I mean, just some of the stuff is just, it's the same thing over and over, right? But Hollywood and the producers of the movie will tell you that they don't believe in the Bible, right? But all this stuff is always geared towards what? It's geared towards making and glorifying Satan to make him the hero. Because that's pretty much what this does, right? This demon we're supposed to believe is Anung Un Rama. Why not just call the thing Ra and put a picture of Aleister Crowley on his chest? I mean, unreal. So let's look at this, this some of this images from the actual trailer, okay? Because what they talk about is witchcraft and sorcery. Of course, I mean, why wouldn't they talk? Because Yeah, it's so original. We haven't heard that before. They're not trying to indoctrinate people and make the witches and the Satanists and everyone look cool and pretty amazing stuff. But it starts. They're summoning him. They're doing a satanic ritual. Okay, out in a place that's supposed to look like Stonehenge, and oh, here comes this baby, this big red baby who's chosen to come here and fulfill prophecy. And what do they show? They show this guy walking, of course, on what? The black and white Masonic checkerboard, right? Of course he's walking on it. What else would he be walking on? I mean, how about hardwood floors? Anyone still like hardwood floors? Barely see those anymore. I mean, I know they're a little bit dated, but what about a rug, right? People used to like a rug, get out of the shower, instead of, the floor being cold, you got a nice cozy rug. Yeah, sure, they attract a lot of germs. You spill something on that rug, you're screwed. But you might think maybe one of these producers or directors would be like, you know what? I'm feeling rug today. I'm feeling rug. How about just a plain beige rug? Green rug? All right. Hunter green? Sure. No. It's the same thing over and over and over. That's, of course, because Hollywood is all brought to you by Freemasonry and the buddies over at Bagelville who run and control. So they'll show you him on the black and white Masonic checkerboard. If you're not somebody who's familiar and you're new to the channel, Freemason Lodge in every town in America. These people will preach and tell you that they're nice, wonderful people. I'm not saying that there aren't people who have joined Freemasonry that aren't good people, but it's a corrupt organization. The higher you rise within Freemasonry, you learn that Lucifer is God. They use the term God because they deceive people into wanting them to think that they're actually Christian, and they're not. They're not. They do not follow Jesus Christ, okay? Which means they do not have salvation. And again, for the millionth time, anything labeled a secret society or secret group, there's nothing good going on there, right? What are they keeping secret? Why is it such a secret? Why don't you just come out and tell us if you're not doing anything bad? Oh, right. Of course, they say we need a king, and the king will rise from the ashes. I wonder who they could be referencing. I mean, maybe they're just referencing Tony Danza. I mean, what are we supposed to believe? I mean, this isn't supposed to be Satan rising from the ashes or anything like that. I mean, it's only called Hellboy, for crying out loud, right? So as they say these things about Satan rising from the ashes, what do we see? We see him making out with this woman as they're just, I mean, I don't know, maybe they called Adam Levine from Maroon 5 because it looks just like his video. They're just having blood dumped on their head as they make out, right? And this is your protagonist in the film. This is your hero, this big red goof is your hero. Blood dripping on him, making out, having the blood baptism. These are all images and imagery that they're constantly using and constantly showing you for a reason. Because once your brain becomes desensitized to these things, it becomes accepting, and these things aren't shocking anymore, right? Like if somebody was just to join something and they were like, oh, well, we do this blood bath. Oh, okay, well, they've seen it 8 trillion times in every music video and every movie. I'm sure they might be off-put at first, but they're desensitized. It's not shocking to them anymore because they've seen these things. They've seen the repetition and the symbols and the signs and these rituals ingrained in their minds. Okay? It's been ingrained in them because they see these things and their brain is in a sleeping state, alpha state. And all this stuff is just getting pumped into their brain without them stopping and thinking and saying, what are they showing me here? Your brain, it's going too fast. It's click, click, click. I said it in a previous video. These YouTube guys who are like big famous YouTubers, there's a reason that they jump cut, right? And they just talk, and then without even a space or a second, they're onto another subject, and they just keep going. And so that you can't process any of it. Just like with these trailers, it's just jump, 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 jump. You can't process it, right? With these music videos, jump, jump, jump. Quick cuts. Don't let anything in your head start to wake up to think about what you're hearing. Let it just all soak into the back of your mind, right? So we get this. We get the of course the blood baptism. We get Lucifer or whatever you want to call it, Hellboy, right? Raising hell here on earth, but he's the good guy. He's the hero. He's going to save humanity, right? I mean, I'm surprised they don't just come out and say the enemy is Jesus Christ in the trailer. Because I'm sure there'll be some undertones about, he does say something about prophecy, mocking prophecy in one of the trailers too. But I mean, they might as well just have Jesus as the enemy, right? Instead of like some, just might as well, because that's just the point we're getting to, where we see this stuff over and over. Then they bring in witches and sorcerers and all this stuff, and they're like, "Oh, so tough, the big bad Satan." You know, I mean, it's amazing. It's the same thing over and over. And like I said, who really is going to go and sit through this? I mean, what do you if you don't have anything better to do than I mean, look at the plot. Hellboy works for the BPRD, an international non-governmental agency, and for himself against dark forces, including Nazis and witches. Well, of course. So he fights against Nazis, so that makes him the good guy, right? I mean, I'm surprised he fights against witches. I guess they're gonna say that there's bad witches and good witches, right? Just like the witches who troll my channel. And they're like, there's good witches and good magic. Yeah, nah, don't think so. In a series of tales that have their roots in folklore, pulp magazines, vintage adventure, horror, and horror fiction, earlier stories, he's identified as the world's greatest paranormal investigator. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess that's what people probably will come over and defend it and say, yeah, that's exactly what he is, right? His demonic heritage, as well as extensive physical training and bodybuilding. Oh my gosh. People are sitting through this. So the Satan's a bodybuilder as well. Hellboy poses superhuman strength and exceeds the 1-ton basis. I mean, all right. There's no point in reading anymore. This is his weapon that he uses. Concept and creation originated by the drawings of Mike Mignola and a comic invention of a demon with the name Hellboy written on his belt. It says later he became interested in doing creator own comic. Sure, because I'm sure he did this. He's some type of Mason, obviously. And then he's a Satanist, and then they come to him and they're like, oh, let's do this. Let's glorify, we'll just call Hellboy Hellboy. And we won't say it's Satan. We'll have him rise from the ashes. We'll have him become the king, save humanity. Sure, we'll show him on a black and white checkerboard. That's a coincidence. Have him do a bloodbath. I mean, this is just a trailer. Who else knows what's even in the stupid movie? But this is what comic books and these things do. They glorify these characters, right? And people don't realize that, the whole superhuman thing where it's like, well, what's the power of the, Superman or I don't even know what the hell, Aquaman. I mean, stupidest stuff, right? What's its superpower, right? This is all part of the transhuman agenda. Right, and this is another way for them to continue to glorify magic in an undertone, undermining way, right? The powers that they summon and all this type of stuff, and then they're like, what do you want your superhuman power to be? I want my superhuman power to be blinking, opening my eyes, and having all Satanists on an island, caged, waiting for the trumpets to sound. That would be mine. So this is Hellboy. I mean, this is just another trailer trending on YouTube. That's getting promoted like it's a wonderful thing. Parents will take their kids to see it. Christian parents will take their kids to see it because they're oblivious, lukewarm ones, right? Oh, it's just a movie. We don't know how the brain works. We don't know, how subliminal messaging or any of that stuff works. So we're just going to go. And then on the car on the way there, we're going to put on Katy Perry and let her tell us, bon appetit, how we should eat human. I mean, it's ridiculous. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Women's empowerment, this feminist movement, is clearly now at the top of the agenda in 2018 for the New World Order. We've seen all this stuff with all of these people who are getting, accused of sexual harassment, who are resigning, who are getting fired, all these men, these white males. The stories are endless. They are carrying on and on and on. I mean, we even saw the owner of a national football team, a billionaire owner, somebody made a sexual harassment accusation against him. Instead of fighting the accusation, instead of trying to prove it never happened, which, should be easy to do in a sense, or even if you are guilty, then maybe you go to court, you pay fine. The guy decided to sell or to put up the Carolina Panthers football team for sale. Obviously, the guy is a Mason, a part of these secret societies. He's doing what he's asked. He'll still be rewarded with hundreds of billions of dollars because he's a billionaire anyway. But it's certainly funny to see how no men are pushing back against these allegations. They're just going, I don't recall, but if I did, I'm really sorry. That is because this is part of this women's empowerment movement. Now, I was going to do these as two separate videos, but I might as well combine them just to save people the trouble having to watch multiple videos. I want to start with Jay-Z. Jay-Z has this video, Family Feud, just more propaganda and crap that comes out of this guy's mouth. I can't believe anybody even listens to this guy. I mean, the stuff in the lyrics, you know, you think this guy was some type of amazing poet where people would say, wow, how inspirational. You know, the same stuff, effing this, effing that, doing cocaine, no such thing as an ugly billionaire. And people are just so dumbed down. They listen to this stuff and they're like, whoa, yeah, he's the best lyricist. I mean, just from that standpoint. But let's get into the symbolism of this video he's got, Family Feud. Because they're showing you the future, what is planned for the future. And this is going to make some people out there absolutely just shake their head. It starts off, he says, they put a quote from a guy named James Baldwin. The wretched of the earth do not decide to become extinct. They resolve, on the contrary, to multiply. Life is their weapon against life. Life is all that they have. Well, that's exactly right. How poetic. That is poetic. That is in there. Because that tells you exactly what the New World Order, these Freemasons, these Satanists are all about. They don't want to die. Life is all they have because they don't have everlasting life. They have nothing. They have eternity in hellfire. They'll be rolling around in feces down in hell. So what they do with this and have created this transhumanism and all this stuff is the belief that they've created in their minds that they are going to be infinite, that they're going to live forever, and that they need to fight against Father, right? Our Father in heaven, fight against Father Time, so to speak, and their weapon is their life. That's the life. So life is their weapon against life, right? So they take you on this quick little tale, which is like the new thing for these music videos. They're 10-minute ridiculous movies, but put with more propaganda in it. You get a brother and a sister fighting over who's going to be in charge of quote unquote the family. You can see a row of roses in the background in the fireplace, how convenient. You know, one guy murders the other, and then, of course, the woman ends up murdering the man. The woman has an outfit on with the shape, you know, you can see almost a cross in what she's wearing. But she kills this guy to be the head of the family, and then we just get a rollout of women's empowerment. We have a conversation between a Mr. President and a Mrs. President, showing you in the future that there might actually be a Mrs. President along with a Mr. President working together, or some type of bizarre thing that they have planned. This woman's got all this freakish tattoos on her face. Is clearly a demon, which is just, I mean, it's mind-blowing. But this is where it gets real funny. We get them talking about how they've been fighting to protect all of us. And we get this guy who, you know, even has a pigment eye. Does that sound familiar, right? And you can see on his back, he's got the spiral symbol, the symbol I've exposed many times. This is a witchcraft symbol. You've also seen this symbol obviously involved in pedophilia. And then right on the front, you can see the blatantly obvious 666 right on his coat. Right there, 666. And they're looking in what? They're looking in one of these crystal balls. That's how they're seeing what's going on around the world. And then they're going to stop anybody that fights against the system. Does that sound familiar? They take you on this little lesson of how they built this new world and how they went to war. Of course, they have symbolism with the horse, but instead of it being, you know, an intelligence horse, somebody, of course, is waving a white flag. But this is really where it's laughable. I wish I could play the scene, but obviously I can't for copyright reasons. But you got a table with all these women, and they tell you that a group of women from all walks of life revived the Constitution. In essence, saved the world from what was going on. They revived the Constitution. And then they're talking about all this stuff like guns. And they're saying, well, some people should be allowed to have guns. I wonder which ones would be allowed to have guns. right? And all these stupid women, because these are all these Hollywood stars who are in this video. You'll be familiar with all their faces. I don't know their names for the most part, but I've seen all these people somewhere at some point in time. They're sitting there, they're talking about the new Constitution, because these women have revived the Constitution, and I believe in the Constitution. They've already taken away free speech. Right? I can't say what I want to say. And you know that they want to take away your guns, so they're going to do this stuff. They're going to limit it. Free speech is now, okay, it exists, but there's a thing called hate speech, so you can't speak against certain things, right? Gun laws. Well, we know they're not going to be able to get everybody's guns, but they're going to say, well, certain people shouldn't be allowed to have guns. I wonder which people those will be. And these women just go on and on, rambling like morons about their new Constitution. Then we finally get to Jay-Z's song. And how fitting that it's inside of a church, looks like some type of Catholic cathedral, and Jay-Z's rapping about cocaine. And then we get to see the Wicked Witch herself, Beyonce, of course, wearing black and white clothing, because, I mean, how many times do I need to point it out? Her Masonic clothing or esoteric duality that these people are all about, they're both wearing black and white. Now you can say, well, Jay-Z's wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath and a white tie. That's not so suspicious. It's pretty obvious they're both wearing black and white, dark, all black clothing. And of course, it wouldn't be a Jay-Z or Beyonce production without the all-seeing eye symbolism, as you see this demon Beyonce holding the two fingers over her eyes doing the all-seeing eye. And they go on, pretty much just mocking Christians, standing in front of, you know, the cross and everything inside the church, which is just basic of what they do, letting you know, like, this is going to be crumbling, that they're going to destroy Christianity. Not that this church, this cathedral represents Christians, but they're using it to represent Christians in this video. That's what it's there for, right? So people can see that. They're not going to just come out and say, oh, you know, because I know people will comment, they'll go, well, that doesn't represent Christianity because there's a white Jesus and there's the picture of Jesus on the wall depicted is not the real Jesus, and you know, a church doesn't define. Yeah, we all understand that stuff, but the messaging is what matters. What they're trying to tell you, or trying to tell the common people out there through these symbols. So, just more crap, of course, from Jay-Z, which, I mean, there's a guy who openly wears a shirt with Aleister Crowley's famous "Do Without Will" mindset, or excuse me, "Do Without Will" saying on it. Aleister Crowley was teachings talking about being able to molest children, and the blood of a child is the strongest for black magic. Nobody says boo. Nobody thinks it's suspicious because nobody cares. Nobody cares this day and age. And then on top of it, with this feminist movement, which I was going to do this in a different video, but I'll just include it here so you can see the ridiculousness of it and how this is an agenda they're pushing right now. The Golden Globe Awards, which, I mean, does anybody care? I know nobody else in this channel cares. It's sad if people out there are spending their weekend playing around the Golden Globes. They really need to get a life. But the Golden Globe headlines are the anti-harassment accessory you'll see on the red carpet at the Golden Globes. And what is it? It's a pin that everybody's wearing that says "Time's Up." Time's up. Oh, what do you mean, time's up? Wonder what they're hinting at there. Of course, the pin is black and white. What other colors would it be? It says, along with seeing celebrities wearing black at Sunday's Golden Globe Awards, some men and women will be donating an accessory with a timely meaning. Time's Up, Hollywood's newly launched anti-sexual harassment and assault initiative, has unveiled a pin with a black and white logo. What a surprise, black and white. Reese Witherspoon is among those who spearheaded the project. She enlisted the help of, you know, who cares? Okay, I'm not even going to get it. Ooh, look, she hired somebody. I mean, look at it. How do you not see what they're doing here? With this sexual harassment stuff. I pointed this out many, many times. All of these men are taking the fall. That is what happens in the brotherhood. You are asked to take the fall, you take the fall. They still got their millions. They still got everything else. They don't care if they're smeared publicly because they think of us as crap. They look at us as garbage. Amongst each other, nobody's looking at Kevin Spacey any different because they all do the same stuff. They're all involved in pedophilia and all this crap. They could care less. So they don't care if they're slandered in the eyes of us. It's to get the agenda across because their ultimate goal is to build this new world order. So these celebrities are going to be wearing a pin that says "Time's Up," which, I mean, how does that make sense? Other than, you know, us knowing, well, yeah, they're telling us that time's up for us. that this New World Order is getting ushered in. But reality, time's up for them. Because the second the trumpet sounds, I mean, these people are going to be beheaded faster than you could say, oh, it's going to happen quick. This feminist movement, this the sexual harassment movement, and all these men no one's fighting back. Nobody's saying this never happened. There's no evidence. There's no proof. There's no police reports, by the way. I mean, this shows you how dumb society is, right? Like somebody could just call and say, or whatever, say, me or you, we sexually harassed. We'd be like, no, I didn't. I'm like, yeah, you did. And you say, where's the proof? You did it. Oh, okay, I did? I mean, what? What is, like, where's the police report? Where's the evidence? There isn't any. But you get a guy who owns the Carolina Panthers, who's worth $1 billion or whatever, a couple $1 billion. He's just selling his team because somebody accused him of sexual harassment. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, he's not taking a bullet for them, doing what they tell him. He's 80-something years old. He'd care less. You do what you're told. You take your orders. But this movement is about restriction. This is about limitation. It's about taking away rights, taking away free speech. It's also about giving more control to the government. Remember, I talked about 1984 and about how they had to sneak out to be around or to be with somebody they love. I mean, there's so much crap that's behind this agenda. It's unbelievable. But women's empowerment, the continual removal of rights. So you got Jay-Z pushing women's empowerment, the women reviving the Constitution, which is it's laughable, but it's also scary because if that day does happen, if women revive the Constitution, I mean, oh my gosh, I mean, and it's nothing against women at all. I mean, I know it's about this movement. It's about how ridiculous this stuff is, right? Pretty sure the Constitution, the way it's been set up, has worked out pretty well. All of a sudden, it's not working out well because they're telling you that white people and black people don't like each other, and that guys are standing on top of casinos shooting into concerts. Give me a break. Because they don't want people like me trying to protect 10-year-olds from becoming drag queens, so they don't want me to speak. I mean, these people are pathetic, but they're scared and they're backed into a corner. Like I said, all they can do with somebody like me is what? Keep deleting my YouTube channel. So the biggest mistake they made the first time is deleting my first one. They continue this route. I will go public. I'm not afraid to show my face. I made it clear why I do this the way I do it. I do 2 to 3 videos a day. I don't got time, to comb my hair, to turn the camera on, I don't know how to act into a camera, do all this stuff, to be comfortable doing that. I have a routine that I'm in. Nobody would be saying boo if I had 100 subscribers or 1,000 subscribers that I don't show my face. But clearly all these people are obsessed with me and want to see what I look like because they think I have some type of criminal record and that I've murdered people or something. Who knows what they think. But I'll come out and show myself because that'll be the worst thing the New World Order ever does. They keep deleting my channels and stuff like that. Then I'll go public. I'll show my face. I'll try to get on these shows like these other losers, like the Siemens of the world do, and do nothing and try to promote themselves. See, I'm not about promoting myself. I'm about exposing these scumbags. But if they want a war with me, they'll get one. I can and would start an uprising. I'll wake up more people than they could possibly imagine. So it'd be best to leave me be. But I ain't going nowhere until my head is cut off. Unless, of course, we see women reviving the Constitution, because then I might cut my own head off. Okay, that's a joke. But this is just more of the same, folks. So time's up. You get your black and white symbolism there. You get Jay-Z pushing all this stuff. This is the world that we live in. This is an agenda. It's clear it's an agenda. For people not to be able to see it, it baffles my mind. It baffles my mind. But yet people don't see it. They're all caught up in this stuff. Oh, these men are perverts. Oh, so all of a sudden out of nowhere, men are perverts. Meanwhile, women are walking around butt naked. Most of these women, these celebrities are sitting on magazine covers with their legs spread wearing no clothing. I mean, what do they think? What are they trying to even incite out of people then? Oh, well, that's art. That's beauty. The woman naked in her underwear. My head's going to explode from the hypocrisy and the retardation of all of it. It's ridiculous. I thank everybody for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. A subscriber sent me this a while ago. I put it on a list, which is really what I try to do, of videos and topics that I want to cover. Obviously, a lot of this stuff I try to keep are things that are going on now that you're seeing every single day. I try not to go back too far, but somebody sent me this video and I wanted to show it to everyone because I thought it was, first of all, it's sun and moon worship. So it has all the satanic undertones, but it's also just really, really creepy. And some of the other songs that these guys have was really, really creepy. Now, I'm sure nobody has ever heard of the actual band. The name's Yellow, but you've definitely heard the song before. It's called Oh Yeah. I'll play a little clip. I think the song's in like Ferris Bueller. It's in a lot of movies, right? But the lyrics of the song are pretty much just them going, oh yeah, making faces and stuff. And you'd be surprised to see how disturbing the video is. Now, before I show you some of this stuff, which is pretty creepy and pretty odd, you can make your own decision and interpret it how you want. I just thought it was odd and it was worth showing people, especially with the sun and moon worship, which is obviously stuff that I cover on this channel, all the pagan satanic cult worship. But the stuff involving children and the undertones in it, to me, are pretty disturbing. I'm not making any accusations against these people or the band, but we know how these music videos work, right? And we know a lot of the times they work in code, and we obviously know what Hollywood is run by and how many of these people are out there. So take a look at some of this just bizarre stuff in the video. The sun and moon worship, right? So you get the child holding up the sun and moon, okay? And what's creepy about it is when a lot of the times what they'll do is they'll show them and they'll say even more beautiful. And, it's kind of like got a sexual tone to it. And they'll show these children who were dressed up as sun goddesses, covered in all this gold and things like that. Right? And then the lyrics of the song are pretty simple. It's just them going, oh yeah, the moon, beautiful. The sun, even more beautiful. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then they go on and they just go, beautiful, right? And you got kids popping up, and you've got very just bizarre undertones. It's not just, of course, with the sun and moon worship, which should be enough for anyone to just go, okay, I mean, this has got to be the dumbest song, right? Like, the song is in every movie. All it is somebody saying, oh yeah, the moon, beautiful. The sun, even more beautiful. I mean, look it up for yourself. Put in, oh yeah, lyrics. The name of the band, again, is, hold on, what is their name? Yellow, right? Yellow without a W, Y-E-L-L-O. I mean, that's literally the lyrics of the song. And these guys are like, this song is in every movie. These guys are probably getting royalty checks every day, okay, for the most ridiculous thing. Which just goes to show you again, for people out there that think, you have to be this big, talented writer and artist and musician, I mean, come on. It is such a joke. All these people are all part of the same brotherhood. And that's how this works. They help each other out. They code in these videos all the time. Okay? And then they have this other video, which is just as creepy. It's called Tied Up. Okay? So Tied Up, I mean, what do you think? Tied Up. And they're singing, and they're constantly doing the same thing. They're showing a child, dressed up in gold with these gold, pagan sun worship headdresses on. So it's just a different video, but it's the same thing. And then they have like this giant demon that looks kind of like the Baphomet. I mean, you can say what you want. Maybe it's not the Baphomet. Just let's say it's a demon. It's like the long claws. They show it lurking in the shadows, and then they cut, to a picture of a horrified kid, and then it's called Tied Up, and they're showing the kid over and over. I mean, what did somebody say? Hey, you know what, guys? Hey, Yellow. We kind of did this in the last video with the kid in the headdress. Maybe we should do something different. Why is there this constant theme amongst this band? To show this type of what really is occultic symbolism, but also just focusing in on children. Again, I'm not making accusations. I'm just pointing out something that someone showed me and said, "Don't you think this is really weird?" It is. And these are things that we should look at and address. You could take it for what it's worth, but there's so much, stuff that we don't see and we miss in these videos, right? Like recently I covering Freddie Mercury. A lot of people were like, oh, wow. Because, a lot of us, I know Queen and listened to Queen when I was young. I mean, I'm not that old, when they were like big. But you don't think about like that, right? Because we just keep getting force-fed Katy Perry and all these other people. And then when you go look back and look at it, I was actually surprised how many people were amazed by it and actually were like, oh my goodness, I never saw Freddie Mercury wearing all the eyeballs and all the MK Ultra stuff that they were showing in the videos. I mean, because we don't often enough go back to these things. Somebody, I guess, who messaged me had just looked up the song because maybe they heard it in a movie, and they were highly disturbed by what they saw because they had seen, a lot of the coverage on the occult, not just from me, from others out there, and said, you got to just take a look at this. I mean, what's normal about it? Nothing's normal about it. You can't look at it and say, well, that's really, artistic, right? Then you just get people, commenting on it, and they're like creeped out, they're confused, they're like, all right, and apparently this is in like a Duff Man commercial or some beer commercial now, so it's a song that they still keep relevant. I think these are things that are fascinating to at least just look at and just say, you can't look at that and tell me like, oh, this is real artistic, right? Because if people don't have the discernment to say, okay, here's a guy saying beautiful, beautiful, and they're like staring at a little kid, and then their mouths are dropping, their jaws are dropping. I mean, it's strange, right? And we obviously know what Hollywood's run by and all these people and how creepy it is. And of course, they have one eye symbolism. They do the shadow over the eyes all the time in this video as well as their other videos, right? They're constantly showing it, one of the eyes faded out. And of course, they have this child holding up gold, because gold is apparently something that that these people just seem to love. But no, gold is used in a lot of these Egyptian type rituals. I covered it with Marina Abramovich with the gold leafing. Okay, these people, this band Yellow has a song, Gold Rush, and they feature these huge gold nuggets, which could have a different meaning than what I'm talking about as far as, I don't think he was just like, let's put a gold nugget in the video. It could have some type of occultic or, what's the proper word without getting flagged, regarding children, some type of undertone message. Because he's got the kids constantly holding up gold in all these videos, gold nuggets, right? And of course, holding up the moon and holding up the sun. So I thought it was just worth covering. I mean, it wasn't like I got to run and do this thing as soon as I saw it. I was just like, wow, that's really creepy. And I just felt like, there should be a video out there on it for people to look at and just say, all right, what is the message that's trying to be sent here? Because these videos aren't works of art. These videos are coded. They're coded with signs and symbolism, and the people, the circles they run, and they see this and they get it, but the common person doesn't. All they do, they just look at it and like, oh, that's odd. That's odd. You got to look at it from the perspective of, this is a music video with 7 million views, a song that is in almost, it is a song that is in a lot of movies and TV shows. Everybody has heard it before. You might not be able to pinpoint it other than maybe Ferris Bueller, which is the one that it pops into my head. They play it in that. But there's a lot of production that goes behind this stuff and a lot of money that goes into it. And you think that they were just like, oh yeah, we're going to grab some kids and then we'll throw a gold nugget at the kid. We'll stare at them and say beautiful. And, the whole lyrics of the song are about sun and moon worship. Nothing to do with the Baphomet, of course, And they even have, the heads in the table type of thing, which is something I talked about with Marina Abramovich. And those the dinners or whatever that they had, where they were kind of pushing cannibalism, where they would have, cakes of human beings and eat it. And like, we're supposed to think that's normal. You get, Will Ferrell there, Gwen Stefani, Madonna, all these people sitting there. And there's, people literally paid as actors to stick their head through the table to act like they're the main course. And then when the food comes out, it's actually food that resembles human bodies, right? And this is just like, oh, it's artistic. So they even have them, with their heads through the table, which reminds me of that immediately because, that kind of stuff is just like unbelievable that people aren't, the people still let them call stuff like that art and don't say anything about it being suspicious or raising a white flag. So, or a red flag, I should say. So this is Yellow, Y-E-L-L-O. You've all probably heard the song, Oh Yeah. I thought it was just something you should take a look at. You could determine yourself what you think of it, but obviously, at the very least, it's occultic and it's more of this sun worship, moon worship, right? We see the sun, the moon with the Baphomet. Obviously, when Comet Ping Pong and all that stuff happened, they have those symbols there too. It's as they say, food for thought. Not that that saying is really holds much weight, because it's just another stupid saying that they program us all with. But I thought everybody would be interested in checking it out. When I see some videos like from the past, and I show people it, they seem pretty fascinated because they're actually, the videos that I cover today, music videos of today are a lot more simple than the ones in the 80s and the 70s and stuff, because they're, you look at it and you're just like, what are they trying to show there? Whereas now, I mean, you got the black and white tile, you got the all-seeing eye, and they're always talking about what, sex, drugs, and all that type of stuff, and just pretty much polluting people's minds and dumbing them down. These ones are just really, creepy and dark. And, just like Tainted Love, when I covered Tainted Love, if you haven't seen that video, you should check it out. Right? I mean, like the guy seducing a child. I mean, it's weird stuff where, that there's a way bigger undertone. And then, of course, you find out that these people are Satanists. Right? Just like that band, has the Masonic album cover. The guys who did Tainted Love, right? It must be a coincidence. I mean, oh boy. I mean, it's everywhere. It's all connected to one another, right? All connected. I thank you for listening to today's show. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. God bless you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I've covered recently a comic book series called The Second Coming, which was just complete blasphemy. It was just complete garbage, utter garbage. And when I cover these things, my point and purpose of covering it is not to drive you guys crazy, not to make you so angry that you want to put a hole in the wall, but to show people out there who don't believe, who are atheists, who listen to this channel, or have just no belief in anything whatsoever, just the constant repetition of them picking on Christianity, mocking Jesus Christ, right? Because you don't see this with other religions, or faiths, I should say, because religion is man-created. Don't see this with other faiths, right? Only with people who have faith and believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and King, our Messiah. You don't see it with Buddha. You don't see it with Muhammad. You don't see it with any other religion. And that's just the way it is. So if you were pissed about the comic book The Second Coming, well, wait till you see this one. Jesus Freak is the name of the comic book. I kid you not. Which depicts Christ as a sword-swinging killer. A graphic novel depicting Jesus as a superhero who beheads enemies with his sword. Jesus Freak from writer Joe Casey and artist Benjamin Mara, a historical heroic fiction. Right? So not only are they misrepresenting Jesus, making him this violent, non-loving figure, but they're also saying that he's fiction, historical heroic fiction, right? It's just by putting words in articles like that, it influences people whether you believe it or not. That is how mind control works. They constantly plant seeds like that. That's why because people start interpreting it as fiction. That's why they mock him. And they have, like this guy on YouTube, the Jesus Christ channel, right? This guy who I've humiliated over and over and over, who deserves more than humiliation for mocking Christ. And the Christians come out and defend the guy, and they're like, he's just trying to get custody of his kids. Why would you go after him? He's mocking our Lord and Savior. I mean, how lukewarm do you need to be in your faith not to be pissed off at somebody who's mocking Jesus Christ? Now, it doesn't matter what your interpretation is how Jesus looked. Just understand the message behind it, okay, and how they continue to try to water down Christianity and mock our King. So it says it features Jesus, this comic book, cutting his enemies' heads off and throwing them in a blood-soaked pile on the floor. David Brody, the chief political analyst of CBN, told Fox he feared children would be adversely affected by the work during a Lent. Well, I don't know about that, but Brody said, I'm just reading from the article on Newsweek. Brody said, unfortunately, it is a situation where kids are going to read this, and that's the disturbing part. Jesus, according to the comic book, has some issues and so decides to take it out in a violent way with his sword. Jesus is a superhero, not this superhero. He's a superhero that is all powerful and who saves. The good news here is that this is fiction. Could you imagine if it was nonfiction? This guy then goes to recount the story of Easter. Blah blah blah. I'm not going to read any of this Catholicism stuff. But I want to read to you about what this comic actually is supposed to stand for. And the creators of the comic are saying our character is on a particularly existential journey. It's a search for self. He doesn't know what he is yet, but he's learning. I mean, and of course, and they have to take Jesus, right? So Jesus doesn't know who he is. He's searching for himself. I mean, it's just bullcrap is what it is, right? But they'll label it as art. It's creative. That's what they'll say. People go, oh, come on, don't be such a tight rear end. Don't be have a sense of humor. Any of these Christians who say have a sense of humor when you see somebody openly, publicly mocking Jesus Christ, they aren't real Christians. They're lukewarm because they don't care. If it doesn't bother you when you see somebody mocking Jesus Christ after what Christ did for us, for our salvation, then you're not a Christian. It's just, I mean, if you are, you're really lukewarm. You don't understand what it means to be one. I get criticized all the time because, well, I'm too over the top. Ooh, I have my mouth gets so vicious sometimes because, people can spit in my face, but I can't spit back or any of that stuff. I don't want to say that I'm right, that maybe I should turn the other cheek in a lot of it, cases, and maybe I should. I probably should, right? I'm not too narcissistic or anything like that. I don't have any of that in my body. But, I get fired up about stuff, especially when people mock Christ. I'm trying to be as calm as I can in this video. And then the guy who creates this, he goes on to compare, this comic book to other works of art and things like that. Like this is some type of work of art. Like this isn't part of an agenda. Right? They just had the Second Coming comic book, which some people are claiming has been pulled. I can't confirm that it's been pulled because they could easily just say it's been pulled, then bring it out or re-release it or do something else because there was some pushback to it. But what a coincidence, right? Like a month later, because this was last month that I covered it, the Second Coming comic book, that this would come out. He says, over the course of the story, Jesus has come to terms with forces that are greater than he is, both from within and without. Well, I hate to break the story to you, but there's nothing is greater, than our King of Kings. When asked to comment about the controversy, he said, read the book. An Image Comics spokesperson said the book speaks for itself. A similar controversy surrounded the publication of the Vertigo title Second Coming, a comic book about Jesus returning to Earth and being very disappointed with what he found. Right? So, I mean, it just shows you that one of the targets that they're taking to manipulate and correct their children is taking Jesus Christ, making him a fictional character, mocking Scripture, mocking what Jesus actually stood for, mocking the Word, not telling anyone that salvation is through Christ, and then having him cut people's heads off and decapitate them, pretty much. I mean, that's the story of the comic book, right? It amazes me. It absolutely amazes me how Christians can defend this stuff. I mean, I get so much slack from people who just constantly are like, oh, so vicious. Oh, you're so, oh my goodness, oh, we have to immediately, forgive someone like this who isn't even asking for forgiveness. They're trying to unjustly be righteous in their works, saying that, well, our comic book is not blasphemy. It's not mocking Christian. It's not mocking Jesus. Don't worry about it. And we're supposed to just go, oh, okay, he's a comic book artist. I mean, this stuff shouldn't be allowed. And then there's never a question of how come none of these people mock Buddha. What do you think Buddha would be like the easiest thing, or the Shiva, or the Kali to mock and make fun of? I mean, one of these freaks has like 25 arms. The other one's a big fat bald guy with breasts, right? But instead of mocking them, they always have to mock and attack Jesus Christ, even though the message that they try to push now is the message of Christ, but they've twisted it, right? The message of love and forgiving, loving your neighbor as yourself, forgiveness, it's the heart of the Lord is mercy. These are the things that they've incorporated in the current society, but they mock Jesus Christ. You know why? Because they've taken Christ's word as part of this deception, and they've twisted intolerance. as if to say all of the awful things that people do, we should be tolerant of and forgiving of, and everything. They try to take Jesus' words and pretty much try to say that he said, do what thou wilt, and worry about yourself, right? That's what they try to do. That's what our current culture tries to do with Jesus Christ. So, what a surprise, another comic book that's geared towards kids, geared towards the youth, that would take Jesus again and have him, with a sword in his hands, decapitating people, because that's not offensive to anyone. But by the way, if you question men who wear makeup on YouTube or anything like that, that's hate speech, right? That's hate speech. That's awful. If you question men who cross-dress, or if you question pride parades and say that it's disgusting or anything like that, that is just the worst possible speech on the planet. But for them to take your belief and what you believe in and then spit on it, well, it's okay, right? It's okay for them to do that to us as Christians, and we're not supposed to get mad about it. Remember, we're not supposed to be pissed. We're just supposed to go, oh, I forgive him, and oh, go ahead, right? Without thinking about how it influences the next generation of children who are going to go through life not knowing who Christ is, because their parents aren't going to be providing them with a Bible. They aren't going to be teaching them God's word. The school system sure as hell isn't. The TV is going to be using Jesus as a fictional character. You see all these things that they're trying to incorporate to destroy Christianity, destroy the future of our culture, destroy the future of morals and values, which is what Christ stands for, which is what the Bible stands for. And show me somebody who doesn't agree with the Ten Commandments, and I'll show you a lunatic. And what in there could you possibly disagree with? But the Satanists, of course, take that and they invert it. They try to break every one of the Ten Commandments, and then they come out with their own tenets, which is just absolutely just embarrassing is the proper word to use, embarrassing. So the comic book is called Jesus Freak. You know, there's people out there who have petitions out against it. If you're interested in doing that type of activism against it, maybe people can make a difference and stop it from happening. You know, my concern with this stuff is always that kids are going to see this stuff. And then when kids think of Jesus as a fictional character, once they think of him as a fictional character, they aren't going to think of him as the King of Kings, as Jesus, someone who died for our salvation. You know, and this is how they continue to kill off Jesus Christ, which is what they want. They want to kill off Jesus Christ's image, Jesus Christ's message, and they want to kill off Christianity because they don't want any of these people to have salvation. And the only way to salvation is through Christ. So what are they going to do? They're going to manipulate you with love and all this other stuff so people begin to worship the Antichrist upon his arrival. And maybe he's here now. That's for debate other people to have. But just absolutely disgusting. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. A friend of mine asked me if I would cover this story about Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle, apparently a rapper, I believe, who was shot down a few days ago. And as you see with a lot of these celebrities, obviously a lot of people believe that they're sacrificed. And that is the truth. That is what occurs inside of Hollywood and these secret societies. Okay, they believe fully in the importance of blood ritual, blood sacrifice, and of course, the more prominent that someone is, the more powerful the sacrifice is, as far as their fame goes. That's how sick and, just bizarre these people are. Now, there's tons of things that people have been saying about it, and you just have to remember at the end of the day, everything is opinion-based. What happens with these people, it's opinion-based because nobody can really prove it. I mean, you can't prove it as far as physically showing the evidence of the body and the person behind it and the ritual and all that stuff. But you see a lot of the symbology behind it in numerology, right? It's just another way that they obviously code. Shot on 3/31, so you get your 33 at the age of 33. Shot 6 times. But one of the things that I've seen since looking at this is the narrative that's coming out after it. It's just another one of these things that they try to relate and try to use as another way to silence people who are conspiracy theorists. Right? BuzzFeed puts out an article. Nipsey Hussle's death has become subject of a baseless conspiracy theory. hoaxes about the rapper getting tens of thousands of shares online, once again filling an information vacuum after an act of violence. Okay, this is what, whether this is the agenda behind these things or not, obviously not likely, but this is what's going to continue to happen. All of these celebrities, when these things die, or when these stories happen, when these things happen, all these celebrities are going to be used, and these sacrifices are going to be used as a way to silence truth. Because one, it riles up the people who are fans of these people, and then they can play up the emotion and say how insensitive people are to make up such baseless claims, even when we show who was the person responsible and this and that. And this is just going to continue to happen. Mainstream outlets like BuzzFeed, which, yes, BuzzFeed is the toilet paper of news information. Everybody knows that. But they're saying, Grammy-nominated rapper Nipsey Hussle's death has set off a firestorm of baseless conspiracy theories online. One hoax that quickly went viral involves tweets and YouTube videos linking his death to a quack celebrity doctor, despite there being no evidence that it's true. Details about Hussle's death are still coming to light. But after arresting Eric Holder, the primary suspect, on Tuesday, the motivation appears to be a personal matter. Okay, then they go on into detail about a conspiracy theory in regards to, which I'll read it to you, but making it almost seem like this is getting pulled out of right field, this whole blood sacrifice thing. I mean, how many of these celebrities do we see die a year? I mean, it's like more celebrities die. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? They're either murdered or they are suicided, and we're told that they commit suicide. But they say, despite the police's statements and without citing any evidence, people online linked Hussle's death to a documentary he was producing about Alfredo Bauman, known as a healer for celebrities who goes by Dr. Sebi, and who does not hold any doctor qualifications or doctoral qualifications. In the wake of Hussle's death, many people online wondered how the rapper could have been shot in his own community that he's worked to uplift, and some fell to an old conspiracy theory surrounding Bauman as an explanation for the shooting. Bauman's name trended on Twitter, and a search for his name in Google already brings up a video claiming Hussle was killed because of the documentary. So you can see the underlying theme of the messaging, right? About, looking into what happened to him. As soon as you Google it, one of the first things that comes up is a conspiracy theory about it. They're baseless. YouTube shouldn't be promoting this. Let's continue to censor it. It's almost like every story that comes out that involves someone's death, if you question the narrative or any of the stuff involved in it, they're going to come out and they're going to say YouTube needs to block these things from coming at the top of the search because it's misinformation, disinformation, and the people out there who are clueless, even though I understand the perspective, somebody just wants to find out, whatever the news narrative is, right? They're going to say, the first thing that comes up is some conspiracy theory. They're going to be able to use that, influence people to say that Google needs to filter this stuff out, get rid of it, eventually completely silence anyone from talking about it. Now, yeah, they can sit here and they can say that it's baseless, but everybody who feels that something happened to this guy is not the real story that they're giving can say the same thing as far as evidence, because nobody believes any of these narratives that the police give. We all know that the police are all acting Freemasons, that they're all on the inside, they all work hand in hand, they all are told all these roles. That's why you see them carry out all of these acts of violence and stuff against black people, the white cop thing. I mean, this is all part of divide and conquer, order and chaos, and getting full control of everything, including your mouth. Okay? So they said, despite any evidence, searches on almost any social media platform turn up the conspiracy. According to Google Trends, the search for Dr. Sebi increased immediately following Hussle's death. The search for him on Google's front page recommends a video titled Why the Illuminati Killed Nipsey Hussle, which already has over 750,000 views. The next video suggested by the recommendation engine, titled Nipsey Hussle Shot and Killed, Find Out Why, has over 2.4 million views. So this is really what they're making any of these narratives out to be, which is almost like a sign that obviously they're guilty and they're deflecting, which is the first thing you should think of whenever they're bringing this stuff up, is they easily could just go, who cares what these idiots think? Let them just be crazy lunatics in the corner of YouTube, right? And they go, well, 2.5 million people saw it. That's what they're afraid of, because they know, like dominoes falling, once one person wakes up and the next person wakes up, and it just keeps going and the dominoes keep falling, it stops their stranglehold over people's minds. Okay? So this theory is that this guy Bauman, you know, he was hired by celebrities like Michael Jackson, and he had these cures for things. He can help people be healed from cancer, asthma, heart problems, arthritis, mental health issues, and supposedly he was a big threat to the pharmaceutical industry, so they had killed this doctor. That's the conspiracy that they're claiming everybody's putting out there, right? So this doctor got killed because he was, he was pretty much, it says 1987, Bauman was charged in New York for practicing medicine without a license. A jury found him not guilty. The jury was not convinced that he was making diagnoses or prescribing medicine. After a separate civil lawsuit brought on by the Attorney General in New York, Bauman was prevented from making therapeutic claims about his products. After the trial, Bauman's profile exploded. By the 90s, he reportedly counted John Travolta and Eddie Murphy, as well as Lisa Left Eye Lopes, as his clients. Michael Jackson was reportedly spending nearly $4,000 a night praying and meditating with the guy who was supposedly helping the singer deal with painkiller addiction. Then it says Bauman and associate were arrested by Honduran authorities in 2016 at an airport after he had $37,000 cash on him, and then he died of pneumonia at age 82 while in police custody. So after his death, people felt that the people online, it says, basically claimed that Bauman was killed because his products were a threat to the pharmaceutical industry. Okay, and here's the catch, and this is how I'm trying to tie it in. They believe that this guy Nipsey Hussle, apparently he was working and spoke openly about taking Bauman's products on a popular hip-hop radio show. He said Bauman was killed because he was playing with some pharmaceutical money, and the rapper said he was making a documentary on him. Right, so this is the claim that because of this documentary, the pharmaceutical companies are responsible for this. And sure, I mean, that's one of many theories that people have about all these types of things. At the end of the day, these are all blood ritual sacrifices with more behind it than just, oh, we're trying to silence somebody from something. Okay, this is about, you know, the spiritual warfare that's going on, and that these people, these Satanists, these occultists, which goes back to, you know, Baal worship, you can read in the Bible, and if you don't believe in the Bible, you can go back and you can look at all these ancient tribes and different, you know, cultures that were doing human sacrifice and still are, and still doing cannibalism and all this other type of crap, which you think is all fantasy land, still goes on. But everybody in America thinks it's all fairy tale because they see it on the movies and they're like, what is it, like, you know, Silence of the Lambs? Yeah, just way worse because these people worship the devil. Okay? So it goes on into the article, of course, because BuzzFeed is always trying to discredit any kind of conspiracy. It goes on to just keep completely discredit anybody who has any questions about this kind of stuff and saying that it's dangerous for people to be saying these types of things without evidence, even though what's the evidence that we have? If the police give us a police report? Ooh, what evidence? Because we have to trust do we know the backstory of the police officer and what secret societies he's in and all that kind of stuff? No. You just know what they force feed you without anything. So they pretend that that's evidence, but other people can actually, you know, connect a lot of dots with numerology and you name it. And, you know, most of us just already know the fact that blood sacrifice runs rampant in Hollywood, and a lot of these people are suicided, and a lot of these people, their contracts expire that they make because they make deals. That's how it goes. So I don't have an opinion one way or the other on Nipsey Hussle. I believe that all of these celebrity deaths, usually 99.9% of the time, revolve around just that. And that's how, you know, it works when they sign these contracts and make these deals to be involved in this stuff, that they have to be willing to give their life up at one point in time. They know that this is a part of the life. You know, and even when these people are supposed to die naturally, they're still ritually sacrificed. And they believe that they're taking on another vessel and they're departing into another, you know. No, they believe in this, and they, you know, they give themselves sometimes. Not saying that that's the case here, saying with like older people, like probably George Bush Sr. and who else, you know, these other old farts who finally croak at 200 years of age. But Nipsey Hussle, obviously, you know, there's a lot of theories about him, just like there are with anyone else that goes, like Prince, you know, you name it, Robin Williams. But the thing, you know, that sticks out to me is the fact that they're actually going to start using these things as ways to continue to filter any type of thing that is a question, anything. Like, this isn't something that you would think, like, oh, they really care about. Well, they're just going to keep using this stuff to censor us. And I'm not saying don't talk about it, because pretty much they're going to leave it where we can't talk about anything anymore. Unless we're reading their narrative and agreeing with it. That's about it. I don't see how people don't, see through this stuff and sit there and go, yeah, I mean, this is all suspicious. Why are they blocking these people from speaking and having an opinion that's different than theirs? Well, guess why? Because they're guilty. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
Probably the Bury a Friend video. I don't know if any of you've seen it. It came out a couple days ago. It would be in the realm of that. Everybody thinks I sold my soul to the Illuminati. I don't really know what the Illuminati is, to be honest with you.
That's what somebody would say if they sold their soul to the Illuminati.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I've covered this demon, Billie Eilish, or let's just call her what she is, Billie Vomit, because this person has just been pushed so heavily in YouTube all over the place as this artistic musician, and all the videos are not just the sound of it, which is just purely the sound that you would hear at a highway rest stop if you walked into the men's room right next to McDonald's. That's what the music sounds like. But all she's doing is showing demonic possession, talking about devil worship, and people think that this stuff is all a joke. I mean, if you were writing a song, okay, you would be, I mean, what would, like, people were like, oh, well, I would think about, relationships and all this kind of stuff. Everything she writes and talks about is devil worship. So this new song that she has out called All the Good Girls Go to Hell literally is about Lucifer. She says things like, my Lucifer is lonely. Staying in there killing time, can't commit to anything but a crime. Peter's on vacation, an open invitation. Animals, evidence, pearly gates look more like a picket fence. Once you get inside them, got friends, but can't invite them. Hills burn in California, my turn to ignore you. Don't say I didn't warn you. All the good girls go to hell, because even God herself has enemies. And again, another one of the agendas that we're hearing nonstop is this God is a woman theme. We see it with Ariana Grande, right? A lot of these celebrities come out with the women's empowerment, feminist stuff, and they try to speak that God is a woman. Okay, I don't know, how there's people who come and they go, oh, you're just being sexist. God's not a man either. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the Bible says father. Last time I checked, a father can't be a woman unless, of course, you buy into the gender identity crisis that we have going on in our world today. But she says all good girls go to hell because even God herself has enemies. And once the water starts to rise and heaven's out of sight, she'll want the devil on her team. All right? And then you get these idiots, who sit here and defend these people. You get Billy herself or himself even going and doing interviews where they have to deflect about being involved in secret societies and the occult. And of course, they always will mention the Illuminati as a trigger word, because then people automatically roll their eye and they're like, oh, yeah, the Illuminati, like it's real, right? We've seen so many celebrities bring it up and just use it as a form of comedy for deflection. So it must be a coincidence that Billy brings that up. And then all of these songs, she's got, black goo dripping out of her eyes, black goo dripping out of her face, probably got black goo dripping out of her rear end. And Lord knows where else she's got black goo coming out. But you get this person indoctrinating the youth, right? These are the people who are gunning for the teens, the young audience out there, and indoctrinating them with this Luciferian mindset, right? This, be your own God, rebel against God. Lucifer is, like the exact quote in the song, she'll want the devil on her team. Why would you want the devil on your team? I mean, if you're a natural born loser, you would, because the devil has already lost. And it's like I always say, winners worry about winning and losers worry about winners. Well, these loser Luciferians sure worry a lot about God. They're going to somehow fight off Judgment Day, and they're going to win somehow. And then you get this other ridiculous, here's just some quotes at the bottom. My Lucifer is lonely. There's nothing left to save now. My God is going to owe me. There's nothing left to save now. So, referring to my Lucifer. But then people will come out and say that she's not a Satanist. right? And then another video comes out, which is trending like #1 on YouTube, called Bad Guy, where she's actually doing the ritual of dumping the milk into the guy's mouth. Now, some people go, oh, that's just like a sexual reference, women's empowerment thing. I mean, it's just some gross stuff, but we always see the milk used, okay? And this milk baptism, the satanic baptism in milk, and milk used in all these witchcraft rituals, from Marina Abramovich talking about, the importance of the milk in these rituals. Aleister Crowley talks about it, right? The breast milk of a woman being used. And then you see these people just taking baths in milk, and nobody thinks anything of it. They're just like, oh, that's sexy. Kim Kardashian's dumping milk in her head. Fergie's dumping milk in her face. Billie Eilish is dumping milk in some guy's mouth. Oh, and then look, we get the Satanists outside the abortion clinic, because that goes hand in hand, dumping milk on top of, each other's heads dressed as adult babies. I mean, you can't make up how obvious this stuff is, but it's amazing to me that people even call this stuff a conspiracy, and they actually can label this as art. What planet do you have to be from to label this as art? 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 Are you kidding me? You get these people that come out day in and day out, and I can't even imagine if this song was backmasked. Can you imagine some of the stuff you would hear if this song was backmasked? Some of the disgust. I mean, there's, most of these songs are, you can backmask it because they have a secret message in it that people go, well, that just sounds kind of crazy, but then realize that your brain can pick things up in reverse. And they also don't realize the law of reversals with Aleister Crowley, but I'm not listening to this thing and backmask it. Somebody else wants to put out a video on it, they can. But you get to a point where it's just day in and day out with these people. It's the same thing. Constantly talking about God, mocking Christ, constantly praising Lucifer, constantly praising the devil, using him in lyrics and songs, right? Even lyrics like Peter's on vacation, an invitation, animals and evidence, right? References sacrifice as well. The hills burn in California by turn. I mean, she's talking about end times prophecies as well, and then saying that, God has enemies, and that Lucifer is lonely, and that Lucifer needs people on his team, or you should want to be on. What is the exact quote? Let me see again. The devil she'll want to the devil on her team, right? And then people come and they go, well, this isn't satanic. This is art. I mean, I don't know. If you were sitting there writing a song and this is what comes out, and, if you're somebody who's like, oh, I want to be a musician and a singer. Okay, well, there's people who make Christian music and they write, songs about their love of Christ and prophecy and, use their passion about. So how does nobody hear and see when these artists come out and talk like this, worshiping and praising Lucifer, that they're sitting there and they're writing these things as almost like a recruitment video and a praise to Lucifer? What do you think? She's just like, oh no, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God or the devil. And she's sitting in her room and this is the lyrics that she comes up with. And people are just so naive. They don't think about anything. They just automatically think that everything is just like, yeah, no big deal. Yeah, this is what, just popped into her head. She's doing milk baptism. She's doing blood rituals and videos. She's got blood coming out her nose, smearing it all over. Like, I'm probably going to have to cover it when it comes out, because it's probably going to be absolutely filled with demonic, demonic possession, demonic images. Hey, who cares, right? Who cares? But it's not us who are influenced by these people, us who are awake. It's the teens out there who are influenced by these lowlifes. These scumbags prey off the minds of the teen. Remember when you were a teen, and maybe it was before you woke up. There was a musician that you probably like, that you still probably might defend. I have people who are fully awake, but then they defend, certain musicians because they go, yeah, but I don't know, because they liked their music when they were growing up. Or an actor, they liked one of the movies he was in, or they liked a movie, so they don't want to believe that there's, occultic symbolism and Illuminati predictive programming in the movie, right? Like you see all these Star Wars geeks. There's truthers who are awake and they're like really into Star Wars. They don't see any of the symbolism in Star Wars with the New World Order and God and the devil and all. It's amazing to me. Amazing to me. But they don't realize that when children and teens are targeted, these are the people who are influencing them. And it's not just through how they dress, how they act, which of course is a big part of it. It's through the lyrics in their music, because this is an indoctrination for them. And their brain might not be processing these lyrics as they hear them in real time, because they might not even understand what they're saying. Because remember, you'll hear a song 10 times over and you might know the lyrics, but you never sat there and thought about the lyrics. You might be able to recite a Katy Perry song because you heard it 20 times in a row on the radio one day, and everywhere you went it was blasting, but your brain might not be processing what the song is about right then and there, but your brain is storing that, and it's accessing that over time because it's being put in your head. And these lyrics, like when you hear somebody say something, a sentence, and suddenly, they have a song stuck in your head. Well, that's because those lyrics were likely in the song, and your brain is bringing that memory back. That's why sometimes you'll wake up with a song stuck in your head, because this stuff gets buried into your mind. So they're burying all of this is good, that God is bad, that Jesus is bad, right? And that's how they indoctrinate people, and that's how they bring about this, antichrist system and this worship of Lucifer. That's how they bring it out, because it's already been ingrained in their minds, just like these codes, these signs and symbols have been ingrained in their minds. It's scary to think about how much influence these people have over the youth, but they have a large influence over them. So this is Billy again, Billy Obama coming out and just, deflecting on Illuminati, having songs about Lucifer, worshiping Lucifer, that we should be on the devil's side. I mean, and then people will come and they'll be like, what an artistic song. Oh, she doesn't really mean it, right? Oh, okay, so like when other musicians write songs about like X, do they not really mean it? Oh, that's different, right? I mean, doesn't mean it. I mean, this is supposed to be like poetry with sound, right? I mean, give me a break. This stuff is just such nonsense that people just continue to be blind to it because they don't want to accept that this is really what's going on in the world, because it's scary. And they'd rather be naive. And that's why so many people can't stand my channel. Well, for many reasons, but one of which is that it's an attack on their heroes, their idols, right? And they get all butthurt about it. And then they were like, oh, you're just preaching gloom and doom. No, I'm not. I'm not saying the world's ending tomorrow. I'm not saying get your bags and go run into the woods. I'm showing you what's going on right in front of your face. It's just a matter of if you want to actually accept it and see it, or you want to be naive to it and blind to it, right? Because that's not my problem if that's how you want to live. Go ahead. But I'll be damned if kids out there are going to be influenced by these occultists and then think that these people are good people and these people are heroes and they should admire them, look up to them. They are trying to damn your soul in every way they possibly can. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Well, I didn't want to do this, but I decided to flip, is that the word? Flip through this WrestleMania. For the sake, really, of the young kids out there who are influenced by this, to show you the signs, the symbols, the repetition that's being used, as well as to show you how the WB, which is, I think, of all the stuff I've covered and cover from, certain musicians like Beyonce and everyone else, the WB might be the most occultic thing that's actually on television now. I mean, it's almost like every wrestler, if he's not wearing these symbols, whether it's lightning bolts, pentagrams, pyramids and all that other stuff, that they're really just pushing these agendas, right? They're pushing gender confusion. They're pushing the anti-bullying movement, which is about the restriction and the removal of free speech. And if you don't understand that, please try to wake up to the fact that that's all that the bullying movement is about. They don't care about people's kids. They don't care about somebody getting picked on in school, because it'd be hypocritical, right? Isn't that what a wrestler does in the ring to somebody else, is pick on them? It's like being critical or criticizing someone or making fun of someone. I mean, they're trying to take it away, to take away people's backbones, which just makes this 1984 in reality. So I took a look at this, and I wasn't surprised that the main guys who were being pushed, who were, winning championships and being put in the spotlight, all happen to be these Satanist guys that I've exposed. For starters, the one guy, Seth Rollins, who openly wears the pentagram, the satanic, same logo as the Satanists have, right? But we're supposed to believe that they don't worship Satan. He wears the Baphomet on his clothes, and they've made him into the big guy, the guy that, kids are going to look up to. You can see photos of him with young kids out there. And this is how they indoctrinate children with Satanism. They think that these guys are heroes, that they're role models. They strive to be like them. They see them on TV. They want to do it, right? And what do they see? They see them wearing these clothes, the Black Craft Colt, which I've exposed a dozen times over, which is one of the most satanic things you'll ever see. I mean, all of their clothing just mocks Jesus Christ, promotes Satanism. You know, they have the satanic sigils on their clothes openly, no big deal. And, you know, it's heartbreaking to see that these are the people that kids are looking up to, and these are the people that are influencing all these kids out there. So you see him, he starts this whole thing off, and of course, he wins, and he's known as the Beast Slayer because the guy that he's fighting is the Beast incarnate, right? And we see all of this stuff around us. We hear the referencing of the Beast and, you know, all of type of stuff, right? In music about God and the devil. Yet all these people play the part of, oh, we're not believers. Oh, we don't believe in God or the devil. Oh, we don't believe in the beast rising from the pit. Oh, we don't believe in demons, which I'll get into later because there's a character whose name is the demon, in addition to a guy who's named after Aleister Crowley. I mean, you can't make it up. They're referencing this stuff all the time. Yet they've convinced the world that these people don't exist. So you get the Beast Slayer defeating the Beast Incarnate to start off the show. And that's, I mean, what a way to start, right? The guy with the openly wearing the satanic pentagram on his shirt is the guy that they put in the biggest spot to be the face of the company, right? But it shouldn't surprise any of us. Then we get another guy, this is basic symbolism, right? We get the Viper, a guy who's, you know, known as a viper, right? So we see the serpent symbolism, which is just a common theme. We get other guys coming out wearing the pentagram, right? You think if these guys are trying to brand themselves differently from one another, right? Because isn't that what they try to say? Like, oh, well, this wrestler does this move and that guy does that move and everything's different. They're all their own brand. Why they all use like very similar symbols like the pentagram all the time? Like, is the star a real original symbol? I mean, we've only seen it with, I mean, is this guy a Dallas Cowboys fan? Is he a Dallas Stars fan? Right? I mean, you gotta ask yourself like that. If you think these people are being real creative and things, it's a joke, total joke. These people are all magicians, occultists, and they're using and showing you these signs right in front of your faces. It's just that nobody wants to believe they're real. Then, of course, here comes another one. You get the Phoenix Rising, right, which I've covered many times over. The Phoenix Rising from the pit. Obviously, we see, you know, symbolism with that outside of the World Trade Center with the Oculus, with the guy before who has the same star on his tights, along with probably 80 other guys, you know, in this show. And you get this one guy. I mean, this is flat out blatant, but I mean, this guy's got to be pretty embarrassed. He's wearing, the whole all-seeing-eyed horse inside the pyramid, right on his little cape there. I don't know if that's his Masonic apron. It kind of does look like he's wearing a Masonic apron. Probably is what it is, right? But that's a guy I don't think they're pushing too hard or giving much promotion to. Guy's kind of falling on the rough end of the stick, I guess. You'll see these two women referencing fallen angels with the black wings, and then the Maleficent, and however you pronounce that witch character, which has become so prominent that they've made young teen girls idolize with Angelina Jolie and dress up as. You see her wearing the satanic, you know, what do you call it, Maleficent headgear, this more Baphomet satanic occultic crap. Of course, and the partner has to be dressed as what? The fallen angel with the black wings, right? But that must be a coincidence too. I mean, how many, you might say to yourself, boy, how many of these guys are doing things that are referencing and praising evil and mocking God, right? Because look at all the characters. They're the ones that the kids look up to be cool. All of these people are dressing as what you would presume would be the villains, right? Which just shows you how inverted and upside down everything is. You know, you get this guy. He's another guy who's getting pushed and promoted on the show. I can't think of his name. Baron Corbin, and he's another. What's he doing? Oh, well, here he is, you know, out in public, just wearing his, you know, satanic occultic shirt. He's filled with occultic tattoos and pentagrams on his body, but that must be a coincidence. Well, that he's getting a big, you know, wrestling win and getting promoted in front of the fan. I mean, guy after guy, match after match. Then what do you get? You get an actual demon, right? This guy refers to himself as a demon. And as he's wrestling here, the announcer talk about how it's his altar, like he becomes demonically possessed, so he becomes stronger than the other guy, because the other guy was like 5 times his size, right? And this guy's just like a little guy. But when he becomes demon possessed, he could defeat anyone, and he's unstoppable, right? You see the subliminal mind control and how it works. It's really sad because this is just fully them targeting young kids, and they have no shame in doing it. No shame at all. I mean, you get Vince McMahon, or not Vince McMahon, Triple H, excuse me, who's, the son-in-law of Vince McMahon, the owner, who's, constant. I mean, this guy's like it got to be close to 60, I would think, maybe 50s, who, I mean, was around when I was a kid, wrestling. And this guy's still featuring himself in these big matches at WrestleMania to get his ego over. But of course, he comes out, and what does he do? He holds up the devil horns. Now, this is a symbol that has no association to him. Okay, in wrestling, this symbol used to be known for the New World Order, right? Which is, of course, it would be the devil horns. But he's not in that. He's not in any group that would have him holding up the devil horns. So why is he doing it? Well, he's doing it to indoctrinate. He's doing it to pay homage to his god, Lucifer, which is what these big shows are. Just like these big shows, the Oscars, the Grammys, they all pay homage to their god, Lucifer. And they do it however they can with it. It's their tights, their speeches, guys coming out dressed as demons, or even something as simple as, yes, Joan Jett. Joan Jett was pulled out of a coffin, apparently, so that she could perform a song. Of course, and you see her wearing the pentagrams as well, all over her clothes, the upside-down Baphomet pentagrams, right? But that's a coincidence. Sure it is. You can see in her logo behind her, lightning bolts, right? So she's just another one of these musicians that's a fan of lightning bolts. I mean, for people that we're supposed to think are the most creative, talented people on the planet, because that's all we hear about these musicians. Oh, they're so creative. Oh, they're so talented. Oh, chase your dream, right? All of them wearing pentagrams. All of them seem to love lightning. They just, I mean, do they all move into Seattle? Are these, is this like the movie Twister? Are they driving around chasing after tornadoes? You got Marilyn Manson, David Bowie, Lady Barfbag. They all just constantly are using this symbol because this symbol represents Lucifer, represents Lucifer's fall in Scripture. In Luke chapter 10, verse 18. So he said to them, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. This is why you always see the lightning used all the time. This is just another way that they, rub this stuff right in our faces. And then you get, which I've covered before, which I have to just show again because I'm baffled at what our society's become and how inverted. Remember, I've talked about it for a long time. Everything they do is inverted, right? The pentagram is inverted. Everything they're trying to do to the world is inverted. Everything that we once thought was good is now bad, and bad is good, right? People cheer for the villains in this wrestling, all these demon-like characters. This is the state of the world that they're creating. So they're inverting everything, and this is one of the things we see with this gender stuff that's been going on, confusing the masses with gender, right? Now, they made this main event match, they made a huge deal about it, because listen, the WWE is pushing every agenda under the sun, and that is the only reason that you see their stock at $90 a share, because wrestling has actually never been a poorer product than it is now, okay? And the company has never been worth more money than it is now, so go figure, right? I mean, the days of Steve Austin and The Rock and all that stuff, you'd think the stock would have been worth this. It was worth like 10 a share. This is how the stock market and all this stuff works. Guys like Vince McMahon, they push these gimmicks, they push these agendas, and this is how they're rewarded, right? They reward him, letting him bring back the XFL. He continues to push Satanism and characters like The Undertaker and the Demon and all this crap. Have guys like Triple H calling themselves the King of Kings when there's only one King of Kings and it's Jesus Christ. But this is what you get. You get the women in the main event because we know the feminist movement is being pushed. So obviously this is a big thing. They make a huge story about it. And you get this character that I covered before named Becky Lynch, who comes out literally referring to herself as the man. Not the woman, right? Couldn't she come out and just say, I'm the woman, right? Just like you hear guys go, I'm the man. No. And you get all these men in the crowd holding up signs that say the man at this woman. Now, could this woman be a man? Of course. I'm sure there's plenty of people who have done videos on that stuff, and maybe that's true. But it's just the inversion and the perversion of everything and how they flipped this whole world on its head. It is insanity. Now, the funniest part of all this stuff is that these three women got pushed in this big match, and they're doing all this, it's women's time, the main event, and they kicked the spotlight, and they totally botched the whole ending of the match. Like they just fell or something, and they totally messed it up, which I thought was pretty funny. Because this is the only reason that they do this stuff is to push these agendas across. So this whole event was filled with all the same types of symbols and stuff, and I just skimmed through, the entrances and stuff to see the signs and the symbols. I mean, it was like 7 hours or something long. I mean, it's pretty insane that people could sit there for that long. But it's the same stuff from the WWE. You get characters who support Satanism, who wear the shirts with the pentagrams, and all the champions, they're all the big stars, right? What a coincidence, right? Guys wearing all-seeing eyes, women calling themselves men, guys calling themselves demons, pentagrams, lightning bolts, you name it, same crap, different year. And the repetition continues on. And I'll continue trying to show people because I know a lot of people are new to this stuff, and it helps wake them up when they do start seeing things that they wouldn't notice, like patterns and symbols and signs. So I'll do the best that I can to try to help wake people up. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I've covered Jack Black before, but get a load of this. This is trending on YouTube, along with Jack Black's channel, which is just the most pointless channel you'll ever see. It's supposed to be a gaming channel. He doesn't even play games. He'll visit like an arcade, but the rest of it's really about him and his career. And this is what I've been talking about, how they're forcing these mainstream celebrities onto YouTube to get the masses away from channels like mine and other content creators out there who voice an opinion because they don't want our opinions heard, because our opinions don't agree with every celebrity's opinion, which just happens to be love, tolerance, do what I will, because they're all Satanists. Now get a load of what Jack Black is wearing in this video that is trending worldwide right now on YouTube. Oh, what a coincidence, right? Get a load of the shirt. It's the tarot card of the devil. And what do we see on his head? Right in his third eye, you see the upside down Baphomet pentagram. Right? You see him holding up the Vulcan hand sign, which I just showed everybody the meaning behind it. And it says the devil at the bottom. But no big deal, right? The satanic worship. That's okay. These people can do all this stuff and they can flaunt it here in America and be promoted here in America. And, what a surprise too that Jack Black, there's a video on here where he openly talks about his faith. My mother was born a Jew, which makes me full Jew, according to the Jews. Oh, that's got to be a surprise to no, it's not a surprise to anybody who actually has read a lot of those teachings, but I'm not allowed to speak about that here anymore, unfortunately, or you will be terminated. However, speaking and revealing things in those verses that specifically talk about things that you wouldn't believe, which you can find in the magical teachings in the Kabbalah, as well as other books, but this kind of stuff is allowed on YouTube.
Love's not a sin. Well, the Bible says it so.
Well, the Bible says a lot of things,
Jesus Christ.
Hey, how's it going? But it says the same thing about his report.
What else does the Bible say?
Stone your wife or sell your daughter into slavery.
Well, we ignore those verses.
Well then, friend, it seems to me you pick and choose. Well, please choose love instead of hate. Besides, your nation was built on separation of church and state. Oh, of course, right? Because who is the only one that they mock? Christians, right? You see how they have all the Christians dressed up in suits, all dorky-like, and being bigots and hateful, and then being dumb, only the verses that they want to believe in. They pick and choose the verses of the Bible they want to believe. So they should accept this agenda. Of course, this is out there. Of course, they're mocking Jesus openly and mocking Christians openly. And you would think with the new policies that YouTube has released, that would be considered hate speech against a religion. However, I'm not advocating anyone to flag the video because I believe in free speech. These people mock Jesus left and right and get away with it. So if they're allowed to mock Jesus left and right freely, we should be able to mock freely right back. I should be able to mock agendas I don't agree with, like 5-year-olds being dressed up as the opposite sex. I should be able to do that. But I'm not. And you know what I know is going to come next? You watch. They're going to come out and they're going to call hate speech against this channel, not for the things that you think, but because I go after the Baphomet and Satanism. They're going to say, he's attacking Satanism. That's not fair. But they can attack Christianity. They can get Hail Satan put in a Sundance Film Festival in America and in the UK. And openly, that's our rule. And everybody's like, yeah, since they're the big religion, they're the big bad bully. They're the one thing everybody can make fun of because it's only fair. They forced it on everyone. You can't say God in school. There's people who lose their jobs for having Bible verses on their desk. There's Army veterans who have been discharged for having the Bible with them. I've covered all this stuff. A park bench in Colorado that had the name Jesus on it was removed. We had headstones for veterans that had crosses on it removed. And then I sit there and go, they're big bad guys forcing it, the big bad Christians. Christianity is the oppressed religion. This is a war against Christianity. It's a war against Jesus Christ. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, their enemy, the one that they hate the most and despise, is Jesus Christ. These people are Satanists. They're showing you it. They're telling you it. I mean, Jack Black might have said, hey, he's technically something else, but do you see how you connect the dots? Like in the book of Revelation, there are those who will say that they are, but are not. There are those that will say they are Jews and are not, but are what? Of the synagogue of Satan. And that's the world we live in. Hiding, masquerading, pretending, and then always waving a flag and going, we're the oppressed people. We need to, this is how we're going to censor free speech and hate speech and all this stuff because we've got through enough. Now, Christians, on the other hand, they can flat out have Sarah Silverman eating popcorn with Jesus on a sofa. We have the Jesus YouTube channel, which they pushed over 1 million subscribers to watch some guy dressed as Jesus ride around on a skateboard. The most boring, pointless guy. I mean, the guy couldn't even be entertaining. He couldn't be more bland and boring. And he's got 1 million subs getting promoted by YouTube. Why do you think that is? Because it's such great content? No. They had PewDiePie promote him. They had Jacqueline Glenn promote him. All these big YouTubers. And then I get crap. I mean, somebody came over and commented yesterday on that old video I have up. Oh, you don't speak like a Christian. Leave him alone. That guy is more Christian than you'll ever be. He's openly mocking Christians. This lukewarm, new age love Christianity, right? And you hear that in the Jack Black video. Love over hate. Love, love, love is how they get the do without wilt. Love is the law, which means tolerance is the law. But again, I'm not here to say, these things should be taken down because of YouTube's new policies. But it's just interesting that there's this biased, protective blanket over all of the content out there that mocks Christians. And anything that goes against, aren't we supposed to have if our religious beliefs are in the Bible, and the Bible talks about Sodom and Gomorrah, why is it that we're not allowed to believe that? Because we cry about it, this soft, pansy society that we live in. But another Satanist being promoted, what a surprise, right? It's all right in front of your faces. Then I don't want to hear, he's wearing the shirt because he's performing his rock and roll with his stupid band. Who in the world would want to listen to Jack Black's band, Tenacious D? I mean, if you're somebody who still likes music and Because listen, I know people are like, oh, I'm accepted away, but everybody still, you'll hear music. You can't escape it for the most part. You go anywhere and they're playing it, putting on spells, spell casting on people. But this is like the most embarrassing music I think I've ever heard. Are people out there really going to Jack Black concerts? Is it filling Wembley Stadium? Jack Black is there? Boy, throwing up devil horns. The guy's openly admitted he's made a deal with the devil, but nobody takes it seriously. All these celebrities come out and go, oh, you sell your soul to become famous. And everybody's like, yeah, it's just a figure of speech. Oh, right. Right. So everybody who becomes famous, it just pops into their head and they're like, oh, you got to sell your soul to the devil. Huh? What? Clearly have. So YouTube, the hypocrisy continues on here. And like I said, I'm fine with it because I believe in free speech. God gave us free will. So if they're allowed to convince everybody of all these things, all these agendas, we should be allowed to push back and counter it with our opinions. They want to mock Jesus, go ahead. I wouldn't want to be you on Judgment Day, that's for sure. I wouldn't want to be you when the four horsemen come down and somebody gets a knife or a sword shoved up their rear end, although most of the people who are against Christianity would probably like that. But the time is near. I mean, this is just ridiculous crap that YouTube allows and promotes. Jack Black, wearing his little Baphomet Satan shirt, whatever it is, tarot card. He's got another shirt on where he's wearing it in a park. Another, you see the devil, the Baphomet goat. Can't make it up. It's everywhere.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore. Since there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. As you know on this channel, I always talk about the agendas that are being pushed, the repetition, things that we're seeing, right? Talking about Santa Clarita Diet, Snapchat, all of these places pushing cannibalism, vampires, this type of thing. That's because they're creating a world that is going to be living like the Satanists live, a satanic utopia, so to speak. And I want to show you some repetition and just the new marketing campaign from M&M's, which I'm sure a lot of you have noticed. I commented on my videos saying, have you seen them? Have you seen them? I've been noticing this trend for quite a while. I just never got around to doing a video on it. But I pieced together some of the clips here. Take a look for yourself. And then you tell me what agenda it looks like is being pushed.
The hazelnut spread, M&M's spoke candy. Oh my. What? You ate the new spokes candy?
Not all of them.
Look at me. I'm human. Do you want to eat me?
No.
Do you want to eat me?
No thanks.
No? Would you like to eat me?
Wonder what this queue's for.
I got the first one!
Hey, Red, I think we're in line to eat ourselves.
Check out my Halloween costume.
Oh, where are you going, Naz?
A cannibal.
Oh.
They better tell people.
Tell them what?
The ocean's dying. Plankton's dying. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Hey, oh, that's ridiculous. It's just the candy eating the candy, right? But you see, I put in that clip of Soylent Green at the end because in reality, that is what this society is going to turn into, believe it or not, unless the trumpets sound before that. That's why you see the vampire facial.
you see the benefits that they talk about from cannibalism, like Snapchat promoting, well, it could do this, it could, cure cancer. That's all they have to do, is tell people these types of things, and people will go along with it. They've already been conditioned for it from the zombies and the vampires, right? Zombies eating flesh. That's what the zombies do, right? What do you think the whole purpose of that is? And they're using M&Ms to just, in a subtle way, to go, oh, I think we're going to eat ourselves. Let's eat each other. I'm going as a cannibal, trick-or-treating, It's subtle, but it's consistent, and it's a consistent theme. The M&M commercials aren't just going one time doing that. They're doing it over and over and over again. And I know people will say, oh, it's just a marketing ploy, but it's not. It's conditioning ploy. And one of the hardest things to talk about on this channel is this aspect of the occult. Because when you're trying to wake somebody up, if the first thing you tell them is, oh, you're eating a McDonald's burger and it's really human flesh. Oh, there's these people and they eat babies and they're cannibals and they do human ritual sacrifice. They are just going to instantly malfunction and not be able to comprehend anything that you're saying. That's why my channel, I start and I like to show signs and symbols, because the repetition, like I said a million times, it shows you what they're doing, how they're programming you, because you're seeing it over and over, and your brain is now going, oh, I am seeing patterns develop here. But going up to somebody is going, oh, look, I get there's going to be people that are going to make fun of this. They're going to go, oh, they say that the M&Ms are promoting cannibalism. But cannibalism in the mainstream is like the newest, biggest thing. And I'm not just talking about the zombie craze, right? With that stupid zombie show, they promoted it into like one of the biggest shows of all the time, The Walking Dead, or Santa Clarita Diet, or all these other movies which I've covered, which I can't even think of off the top of my head. But there's a reason for it. It's not just because it's edgy writing. It's nothing new. You don't see anything produced new anymore. These marketing ploys, from movies to commercials, to music videos, to songs, it's all pushing the satanic mindset, the satanic agenda. They want a society that's going to live and accept the way that these people live in secret, because they aren't going to be living in secret anymore. That's why everything is upside down. That's why everything is inverted. You have even mainstream news, places talking about human sacrifice and how the government hierarchy was built on human sacrifice. The New York Times talking about it. And other places talking about, all of you. It's like you open up the history book, right? I remember the video I did out from CNN where they had the guy go over to another country, a different culture, where they actually, tribes eat their dead tribe members, and that's normal, right? And one of the things that people should realize as to, how insane it is, because this is what they really do, and the laws have been set up to protect them. There's actually no laws in America against cannibalism. Now, obviously, then you go, well, wait a minute, how are they getting? Then they would have to murder somebody or something like that. But there's technically no law. So it's like, if your grandfather died in your house and then you ate him, apparently it's legal. This is at least according to everything that I've read. Maybe I could be wrong on that. At least not technically. If you look up, the laws on it, it's cannibalism is the consumption of another human's body matter, whether consensual or not. In the United States, there are no laws against cannibalism per se, but most, if not all, states have enacted laws that indirectly make it impossible to legally obtain and consume the body matter. Murder, for instance, is a likely criminal charge regardless of any consent. Further, even if someone consents to being eaten and kills himself, the cannibal may still be liable for criminal or civil actions based on laws governing the abuse or desecration of a corpse, which may vary from state to state. So there's, legally, there's ways around it per se, right? And I get it. You're not going to hear stories in the news, like, oh, the guy's grandfather died and they ate him, and the grandfather left a note and said, you can eat me if you want. But even if that did happen, I'm sure legally the guy would be allowed to. But it's not about the laws, what I'm saying. What I'm telling you and showing you is about the normalizing of this, right? People eating people. Soylent Green, right? You've seen the videos I've done on Soylent Green. Plant burger, right? Yeah, Katy Perry pumping money into it. All these big billionaires are pumping money into it. The stock is through the roof on this plant type burger. So everyone's like, oh, I got to try it, because they're hearing all the buzz about it. And I don't know what's in it, but we know what they put in, fast food and all that stuff. And I know people still, they're like, oh, that's insane that you think that they put that. They think they're putting human body parts and all this stuff. And you just go, okay, well, what happens to all the Planned Parenthood? What happens to all the fetuses and everything? Right? Who's accounting for it? No one is. They'll give you some fake story. When you think about the mindset and the society and then all the things in the mainstream, you would think it's pretty repulsive that they're constantly doing these TV shows and these movies that are talking about this topic, or having it become trendy that Kim Kardashian is rubbing blood and eating her own placenta, right? And rubbing blood on her face to make herself look younger. Or an American Horror Story with Kathy Bates covering her face in blood because that's what witches did. Okay? This is what the occult does. They won't come out and admit it, so they'll listen to people like me and then they'll just go, oh, look at this guy, he's crazy. You'll see all the Satanists in the comment section. And they'll be like, oh, this guy's out of his mind. I'm a Satanist. We're not like that. Yeah, because he's probably somebody who just mailed in a certificate from the Satanic Temple, or he's a bold-faced liar, because you hear the same thing from Freemasons, right? How many Freemasons come out and they're like, we don't do that. We don't worship Lucifer. Oh, the stuff with Albert Pike, that's not true. You're going to continue to see the pushing of cannibalism in society, in the media, and through marketing. And this is the clever way that M&M is doing it. I'm not saying that there's human body parts in M&Ms, but what I'm saying is that just this mindset plants seeds in people's heads, right? Eat me. Danny DeVito running around saying, eat me, right? The M&Ms eating each other. Oh, we're waiting in line to get to eat ourselves. Or the revealing of the hazelnut or whatever that M&M was, and they eat it, and they've got, the food all over their face, the chocolate, wink, wink, right over their face. And then they're like, oh, well, we left a little bit. This is how it's done. And, there's not going to be zillions of commercials that are like this, because obviously what products are they going to use? They have to have some type of cartoon or animated product, I would assume. But you're going to continue to see it in movies and in the mainstream. And they're using horror, obviously, as the genre to get it across, because that's the way that they can desensitize people to the reality of it. And they never talk about Kuru disease or any of this stuff that happens to these cannibals, right? Stuff that people believe, Hillary Clinton, these people suffer from, which I'm not going to get into. But it's just, it's insane when you look at this stuff and you see it over and over and you say, well, what are they trying to sell me? They're trying to sell me an M&M, right? Is this the best way to sell me an M&M? Because when you're sitting in the marketing room, the whole point is, hey, we got to come up with a way to sell this product, right? We have to come up with a way to make people want to eat M&Ms. And somebody goes, well, why don't we have the M&Ms eat each other? And nobody goes, that's a little strange because it hints at cannibalism. That's what a regular person with a college degree or not would say if they were sitting in that room. They go, no, that doesn't make people want to eat it, but how about, just some setting, and I don't know, I'm not I can't write a picture for M&Ms, but a way to make it look appealing, right? That's like saying, oh, let's have a Pizza Hut commercial, and we'll have one pizza eat the other pizza. I mean, you'd be like, this is gross. It's a cheese strip. I mean, huh? How about instead, you just show a pizza coming to someone's front door, and they open it, and it's steaming, piping hot, and it looks delicious, and it's cheesy, and then you show people eat it, and right? It's got the little dip in the front. They want to be like, oh, let's have pizzas eat pizzas. Let's have Oreos eat Oreos. It's just the biggest haul. But if you know why they're doing it, if you know what their agendas are, then you see these things and you realize, wow, they really are doing this every way possible, as subtle as possible, to plant the seeds in everyone's heads. And this doesn't mean that, oh, people are going to see this and they're going to go eat each other. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the normalization and desensitizing of our society into living in a satanic world, where all the things that they do in darkness are now all normal in this society. And that's exactly what we're seeing, because the things that we used to think were normal, like pointing out men in drag, is now offensive and not normal, and bigotry. And that's just one thing. It's not normal to be Christian anymore, right? It's like, oh, it's frowned upon. Like Christians are afraid to even tell people they're Christian because then they know people are going to be like, oh, geez, you're uptight and you're this because of the way they portrayed them in the media, which is all part of mind control. That's all this is about, folks. I thank you for listening to today's show. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. God bless all of you and your families.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. This is going to be a little bit different. Somebody asked me to take a look at this video of this guy, and I actually was pretty fascinated by it, and I just wanted to address it. Because it's my channel, and I guess I can address what I want sometimes, and I thought maybe it'd be fascinating or interesting for people to hear. Now, does that mean I believe it? Obviously. Can we really rule anything out with the insanity that we see around us? Now, this is about a guy who claims to be a time traveler. And I shouldn't laugh because, I mean, like I said, everything is so inverted and flipped upside down. Nothing would shock me anymore from the day-to-day basis. Also mix in the fact that we have so much predictive programming in regards to time travel and, all this stuff like Back to the Future and movies about people who time jump and, go from different time period back in, the 100 years back, 100 years forward, right? And we always have to remember, the predictive programming, things that we hear, a lot of it is actually true, as crazy as it all sounds. Now, again, I'm not saying that this is real, but I want to play you this clip because it's kind of funny, I guess, in a sense, at least because the voice is dim and the face is blurred. I don't know if it's just me, but I always get a kick out of that stuff. But he also talks about transhumanism and man mixing with machine, but obviously it doesn't take a rocket scientist or anybody to make a video and say they're from the year 2050 and man is mixed with machine, because that's all stuff that people like me and many others have been talking about for a long time. We all know that that's coming and it's inevitable, and electronic currency and all that other stuff. But take a listen to this guy. I just want to know what people think in the comment section. I'll comment after.
My name is Adam Archon. Let me start with saying it is not only my objective to deceive anyone, I am simply going to tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. My only intent is to prove to you that time travel is not only real, but happening all around you. To tell you the truth, I myself am a time traveler. I have traveled back from early in the year 2045. First of all, time travel became possible in 1981, but was kept secret until the year 2028, when it is revealed to the public. I want to give you specific facts about the future that will prove to you time travel exists, including who the last president of the United States is. You will see that my predictions are not only true, but you can come back to this video and know that time travel really does exist. In early 2019, there will be a worldwide rise in UFO sightings. In 2020, there will be a robot released to the public that causes a lot of controversy. In August of 2028, the existence of aliens is revealed to the public. I cannot say where they're from, but it is not from space. In February of 2029, there is an implanted chip known as the One that lets people pay, expand their brain functions, and stay healthy. This will go in your right hand. In the early 2030s, all countries began converging into one. There are 7 world districts and 10 leaders that follow the commands of an artificial intelligence. The last formal president of the United States is Yolanda King. She's the best president the United States has ever seen. There is a single digital currency used by the entire world. There is no cash in the future. In 2033, an AI known as the Light was released. It is in every electronic device and anyone can talk with it and it will answer any question. This AI puts the world into a state of peace and prosperity. In 2036, there are avatars that will allow you to occupy a robotic body with your mind and travel anywhere in the world with superhuman abilities while your real body is safe. When you walk down the street, there are more robot avatars than people. Overpopulation becomes a huge problem in the late 2030s. Teleportation is released to the public in 2039. In 2045, the year I'm from, the convergence of humans and computers is taking place. I promise you that these events will happen with 100% certainty. I know many of you will not believe me, but I am simply telling you the truth. Do what you want with these facts, but time travel is real, and I am a time traveler. Thank you for listening to me.
So again, I mean, YouTube is filled with lots of insane things these days anyway. You have people on here eating Tide Tots, okay? You have people doing blindfold challenges because they see a show on Netflix where they're literally blindfolding their kids, like 3-year-old kids, and walking into walls. We have people playing Pokemon Go, claiming to be molested by the characters in the virtual reality game. I mean, the stuff just goes on and on and on. So who's anyone to say, what's right for what's wrong? Or, what's as far as something like this, could it be realistic? I mean, I'm curious to see what you guys think about it because, one of the things that I don't delve deep into, and I've discussed CERN and all the stuff that they're trying to do there, but only from my perspective. I'm not a rocket scientist, okay? I believe that most science is involved and based off of black magic. And all this stuff that they tell you is obviously a ruse and a way for you to kind of fall into believing in a science that's not really real. Now, people say I'm crazy for believing that. But like I've said before, a lot of the experiments that Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley did, out in the desert, a lot of it was to open portals, right? And we always hear stuff about black holes and, all wormholes. I think they call some of these things up in space. And, I know just as much as the next person. I mean, you could probably read dozens of books on it that still probably won't give you legit answers because it's not really something you could physically see or touch. At least, it never been offered to me to go touch the black hole, although that didn't come out right. Right. Well, you know what I mean. Anyway, long story short, interesting though the some of the stuff that the guy said about the year 2033, and obviously the clock was at 3:22 when he started talking about some of the stuff. But the man and machine, that is probably the most important thing that I would assume if the world is still around. And could you imagine? I mean, I guess it will be, right? I mean, I do find it kind of funny. People say I'm a fear porn channel and I'm gloom and doom. And I never say anything about, the world's going to end tomorrow and get your go bags and run into the woods. I just show you the signs and the symbols and how the occult has a stranglehold over society, right? So I'm not saying any of that stuff, but I guess wouldn't everybody be a little surprised if the world was still around in 2045? I mean, it's kind of scary to think. I mean, I don't think I'll be here in 2045, but if all that crap was going on in 2045, you can put me out to pasture. You know what I mean? Put me out to stud. Okay, because I certainly don't want to be involved with people who are, mixing machinery with their body, and by that time, I mean we already have people dating robots and having sex with robots. So I think like if there was an elitist actually watching the channel, or just say somebody who was like big and powerful and ever heard of my channel, which I truly doubt because they could care less. If they ever really because people go, well, aren't you going to get shot or you're going to get killed? I mean, I don't think about that stuff or care about that stuff. But I would think if I was a high-ranking Satanist, if they really want to torture me or do something to me, just leave me here on this planet. Because I don't think I could imagine anything more horrifying than the world as we know it now continuing to evolve and go the way that it's going. So I would think it'd be like, oh yeah, just let him live in it. He's going to lose his mind, probably jump off a bridge, pull his hair out or something like that. Which, anyway, we have a man who claims to be here for the year 2045, who's graced us with his presence on YouTube. I'm not laughing to make fun of the guy because I guarantee you're going to see comments below where there's going to be people that show up that actually will claim that they've time traveled and that they're here from this, the year 2075. So if you are somebody who is from the future and you are happen to stumble upon my YouTube channel as you come back in time, or maybe you'll see it in the year 2075 and comment, and then I'll see comment posted 70 years from now. Could you at least let me know that in the year 2045 or whatever year it is in the future, that we've put an end to transgender story time? All right, who am I kidding? I mean, that's the type of stuff that will be normal and going teachers will be. So anyway, long story short, just wanted to cover this. Somebody actually messaged me and asked me to look at it, and I think they were like frantically thinking it was real. And like I said, I mean, anything at this point can be. Do I believe it is? No, of course not. Because just some of the stuff he's talking about. I mean, this is stuff that we all talk about: transhumanism, electronic currency, no more cash, cashless society. These are all things that are going to occur in a new world order. But let me know what you think in the comment section below. And if you were alive in the year 2045 and you get this far into the video, tell me what you think it will be like and the most horrifying thing you think could possibly be going on. Because I'm just curious, and you guys always make me laugh in the comment section below. So if I could use a good laugh, let me know. Thank you guys for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. You got to get a load of this. I've covered the WWE before. There's always symbolism. You can see it even in the logo with the 33, with the pyramids. They have no problem showing this stuff. Vince McMahon is probably one of the most wicked people in the world. And I'm not saying from the standpoint of like, oh, he's a bad guy. I mean, I'm talking about, I can't imagine the things that this guy has done behind the scenes. There's so much stuff associated with wrestling, people falling from rafters, people killing their families, people dying mysteriously at young ages, and they always just like, oh, it's the steroid abuse and stuff like that. I have no doubt that this is all to do with ritual sacrifice. The way the WWE has gone from almost going out of business in the late 90s to being $100 a share stock when the ratings have never been lower. Wrestling's never been worse. If someone who's a fan of it, they'll even tell you it. Because all you got to do is look at the numbers and the ratings, because they don't lie. Now, you have to see what they're doing with this character, Bray Wyatt, and what they're promoting to kids. I mean, it is really disturbing. You got characters on this program like Brock Lesnar calling himself the Beast. There's another character calling himself the Almighty. We see all of this stuff, and people still don't want to believe that there's anything satanic or cultic going on, right? The Triple H character is promoting altars. Okay, he's promoting altars. He has this character now. He's coming out, and I would show you the video clips, but WWE always sends out copyrights, and then the whole video gets blocked worldwide, or they just, it's ridiculous. But they've got this guy Bray Wyatt. He's supposed to, used to be a demonic character. Now he's, he's portraying somebody who has altars. So he goes from a good guy to a bad guy, kind of like a Mr. Rogers-like theme. It's pretty awful, and they're actually straight up showing you him talking about you can be whoever you want to be when you put this mask on, is what he's saying to the kids out there, right? Remember, the audience is teens and young kids, mainly targeted towards young kids now. That's why the product is, it's not, they're subliminally like putting this evil stuff in, but people are like, oh, it's G-rated, it's PG-rated. It's not like, middle fingers and curse words and violent steel chairs. They are just MK Ultraing the crap out of their audience. So he's telling kids to let him in, right? Almost like, talking about invoking spirits, to let him in, and then promoting altars and saying, you could be whatever you want to be if you put on this mask. So when he puts on this mask, he turns into this evil guy. When he doesn't, He's a normal guy, right? So get this, he's got this theme with these puppets, all right? And one of the puppets comes out and he talks about how friends shouldn't eat one another. Like, huh? Now, if you understand the occult and you understand the stuff I talk about on here, obviously we're all familiar with how these people work. Not just talking about sacrificing one another, sacrificing friends, and how sick these people are, but talking about eating one another, right? The theme of cannibalism, which we've seen promoted from Santa Clarita Diet right on down to the vampire facial. They're normalizing all this stuff. So the little rabbit goes, friends shouldn't eat friends, right? And they're pretending almost like, everybody's the same, everyone's human. So he smashes him and kills him and then eats him and says how great it tastes, right? But wait, look what flies onto the television monitor. I didn't place this here. They actually put up a pentagram. I mean, they literally show the pentagram as like a transitional, look, there's the pentagram, and they cut to the next scene. I mean, how in your face does this stuff need to be for people to realize that they're talking about black magic, they're talking about the occult, and they're pretty much just programming people and normalizing this stuff and desensitizing them to the things that they do. So he does that, he eats the rabbit, and then it's supposed to be funny, and they show the rabbit sauce, and what does it say right on there? Bohemian flavor, right? Another reference, Bohemian Grove. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, right? Oh, you think, sorry, is he referencing Bohemian Rhapsody, or is Bohemian Rhapsody actually referencing Bohemian Grove as well? Okay, the Bohemian Club, everybody's aware, and it's about that time of year too. They're probably everybody's getting all their cloaks, cleaned off to go hang out naked in the woods up in Northern California to perform these rituals on one another and on children. And nobody seems to care at all except those of us who are screaming here on YouTube and people who are out there on the streets, taking it to the streets. But nobody seems to care, right? They're too busy. They got to play Pokemon Go on their phone, whatever the games, their technology. Loving the fact that people can alter their faces. I mean, it's unbelievable the things people care about. And if they only knew and listened to what we were trying to tell them, then maybe the world would be a different place. But we know this is prophecy. And this is all going to happen. It's written. It's all going to happen. And it is happening right in front of our faces. I mean, they even, Vince McMahon, they have no problem doing these devil references. And I'm not sure if those of you remember, but I covered, they actually have a wrestler named Aleister Black, who is based off of Aleister Crowley. That's how in-your-face obvious this is, right? Who's got all the tattoos. He does the gestures, right? He's supposed to be dark and occultic. He openly admits to being into it. Right? All the occult worship and Crowley worship. He knows that's what his character is based on. I mean, probably one of the worst characters ever. This is one of the reasons that wrestling's so bad. If you think a guy like this little twerp's going to beat somebody up in real life, because they're supposed to think that wrestling is like, it's a fight, but maybe I think it's fake, but at least you want it to be believable. Like, this guy's going to do something to somebody. And it's pretty funny because WWF or WWE was just over in Saudi Arabia for a show, and they wouldn't allow this Aleister Black guy to go because they know what his character's based off of, and they came out and they said, look at the tattoos on his body, and then everyone in America's like, oh, okay, well, they're so weird over there, they won't even let women do this and that, so nobody looks into it. But he's got all the occult symbolism on his body openly. The guy's all tatted up with it, right? And they don't want that crap over there. Here in America, though, everybody's like, this is wonderful, this is great, we've got a character base. WWE, a family-oriented show, wink, wink, has a character based off of a guy who wrote in his books about ritually sacrificing young boys, as well as talking about in sex magic, using young boys and girls in sex magic rituals. So let's base a family-friendly character in the WWE off of it, and we'll still tell everyone it's a PG show, and then we'll have John Cena come out holding up the 666 sign, and then we'll let everybody know we promote all the agendas that the New World Order is heavily pushing right now. The LGBT, the anti-bullying was a big one for the WWE, right? I mean, it's huge. They go around, right? Always talking about how they're praying with the Make-A-Wish, which is pushing philanthropy, and this creepiness that they're just always talking about. Oh, John Cena's visited 8 million children this year. I mean, it makes me just highly concerned and worried. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, now John Cena is a big, famous, rich actor like The Rock. I've covered The Rock before, right? The Rock talking about eating babies. Like, it's a joke. The Rock on Saturday Night Live doing skits that talk about child molesting robots. It's all right there, Right? They're telling you it, and that's part of this universal law. They have to tell you it. This is how their sigil magic flaming lifestyle works. They're constantly telling and showing and putting the spell on you. And companies like the WWE, what else are they pushing? Feminism, right? They have a main event at their wrestling event of women. Nobody cares. I mean, people don't watch it based on men and women, but they're just like, oh, we got the women in the main event, stink up the joint, bore everyone to death. It's like 3, 4 foot 5 girls fighting, fake fighting. I mean, it's cool to do and does. He doesn't care if the product's crap. Let him go out of business. In fact, they're going to reward him and give him this is how this whole thing works. The whole scratch my back. It starts at the bottom of Freemasonry, but at the end of the day, these people are all high-ranking cultists. A third-degree Freemason's probably not getting anywhere in life based on being a Freemason, but these people are. And these people worship Lucifer. That's why you're seeing Bray Wyatt and these guys promote it over and over and over. Oh, no big deal, folks. Parents are sitting there living with their kid. They flash the pentagram so fast, the parents don't even notice it. And then when they see it, the parents don't even know what it means. They're like, oh, yeah, I've seen that before. Does it mean anarchy? Oh, no, it means magic. It's used in Wicca. Upside down is black magic, Baphomet, whatever they want to claim it. Oh, this one's good, this one's bad, this is good magic, that's bad magic. It's all bad magic. It's all crap, pile of crap. And all they're doing is targeting you and your families and your children with characters like this. So now we have pentagrams flying on this screen. We've got, mock humans, cannibal, let's just say cannibalism, okay, because it is what it is. Oh, friends sacrificing a friend. Friends don't eat each other. All these hints at this stuff. Brock Lesnar, the beast incarnate. Right? All characters named Almighty, King of Kings, Undertaker, right? Oh, he's from the depths of hell, and Kane. I mean, it's unbelievable. And this is PG-oriented television for your kids. If this was the 80s, I'd be pretty hard-pressed to find this being allowed on television. To be honest, even though people look at it now, they're like, oh, it's soft, it's PG, it's not edgy. That's because they don't understand what they're doing and what they're trying to do with children. They want to keep targeting 8 and 10-year-olds. And no, they're not going to target them and have people go out and give the middle finger and stuff, because that's not the way they want to target them. They want to indoctrinate them with the occult, and that's what they're doing. Thank you for listening to today's show. Keep your kids away from this crap. It's absolute filth. Thank you again for listening. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. If you've been listening to my live streams lately, talking about all the censorship and stuff that's been going on around the world, obviously here on YouTube, which I know most of you are sick of hearing about, but it has to be addressed. But I want to show you some more of 1984 coming to real life, because that's what we're seeing. And just what I was talking about, where we've gotten to a point where you can't even make human contact with anyone, or it's offensive, or it's sexual harassment, or, and this is obviously part of all the stuff we're seeing with the Me Too movement. And I want to talk about this story that CNN put out there. Of course, CNN, nothing but propaganda, but other news outlets also reported on it. They're talking about Keanu Reeves, the actor. Now, again, believe it or not, there's people that actually think that someone like Keanu Reeves isn't one of them, and he's just this really talented actor. He's just getting by in Hollywood. Yes, he's throwing up devil horns. I'm not going to go through the signs and the symbols and that stuff. A lot of people actually never talk about someone like Keanu Reeves because the movie The Matrix, because it woke so many people up. But they don't realize that was predictive programming. That was to show people exactly what's going on, to fictionalize the truth, right? And that's part of how sigil magic works. I know that there was a lot of good things that came of it because it did help a lot of people along their journey down the rabbit hole. But Keanu Reeves seems to get a pass a lot. But this is something where it's like, this is Freemasonry 101 right here. There's an article about how Keanu Reeves is a hero, and all these pictures have come out because when Keanu Reeves takes a photograph with women, he keeps his hand in the air behind him. So if somebody comes up to you, naturally, like, hey, can I take a picture? Or say you're at a party, and even you're taking a picture with your aunt, your uncle, whoever. They literally are now almost saying it's offensive for a man to put his hand on the woman's shoulder or the woman's back during a photo. That, this is being praised. CNN says Keanu Reeves is officially a national treasure. It says not only is he having a moment where the world has fallen in love with him all over again, thanks to his movie and streaming roles, but now you can add a new accolade to the list. Reeves has mastered the art of posing with women without being grabby. And they show you all these pictures, like with Dolly Parton, and his hand is like, a foot behind her, or these other women. Now look, you can look at this from two different perspectives. I get it. If you're somebody who wants to watch these videos that I do, and you don't want to believe everybody's in it, you don't have to, because this also can be, you can look at this from a different perspective and say, this is how scared they've made men into even making physical contact with women, which is exactly what they want anyway. But the fact that it's being praised, that people are going, maybe the Me Too thing has gotten taken a little bit too far, where men are afraid. I was just talking about, I hear from people, I read the comment section, and people are like, women are talking about how men don't even approach them anymore. They're afraid to. That's all because of the psychological, it's not just because of the technology, and just because people don't know how to interact and communicate anymore. A lot of it is men are afraid to, because they're afraid that they're going to get called for sexual harassment or assault for even trying to kiss somebody, right? Remember the days you can go, guy could go up for a kiss on the girl, she'd be like, yeah, no, and give him the cheek. That could be construed as sexual harassment. Men don't even know where the lines are. Everything is just such a blurry line now with what we can and can't do, which is exactly what they want. I mean, YouTube's the best example of it, right? No, this is hate speech, but that's not hate speech, right? You can't attack religion, but you can mock religion. It's like, what? Huh? The article says the tweet showing Reeves posing with multiple women, including Dolly Parton, with his arm behind the women and his hand hovering over. It's funny. I mean, whoever thought that this would be something that would get praise? Like, all right, fine. Maybe it's just something. Maybe he doesn't want to touch the women, right? And it's just like no big deal. But the fact that the woman's saying he's a national treasure, and they they show these tweets that other people are saying, and they're just, oh, we're such a respectful king. Is what somebody calls him. First of all, there's only one king. His name is Jesus Christ. So let's get that straight. But he's such a respectful person, they're saying. Someone else says, I don't think embracing somebody asking to take a picture with you is disrespectful. But in theory, choosing to still respect their personal space is smart because it's thoughtful. Oh, man. Someone else says, Keanu's always been the man. He's so down to earth and respectful. Not your typical celebrity. He doesn't gloat about his fame. Love it. And it just, they talk about how Reeves is now becoming an internet sensation. People magazine interviewed him. He said he had no idea that he's now the internet's boyfriend, that he's the heartthrob of the internet. Well, this guy doesn't look like he ages. And I know a story came out a few years ago, which can't be, this happens a lot. There's a lot of these fake news sites that they jump in on a lot of stuff we talk about, and it's deliberate because then they fish for us to do videos on it so that they can strike our videos or make us look like nut jobs. They jump on the adrenochrome thing a lot. And, there's this story that, was out there from a fake news site where he was exposing the adrenochrome and all that stuff, which I mean, obviously that is true, the adrenochrome part, but I don't think that he went out and said that because his career is just taken off again. And, obviously if somebody comes out and starts talking about this stuff, they're going to bury you. They're going to slander you in the media and then put all these hate campaigns out there against you. Because that's how it works. They blackmail each other. You're part of a brotherhood. You keep the codes, you keep the secrets, and you're rewarded at the end. But think about how scary this is, right? That's what the main message of this should be. But somehow it's twisted where women are saying, Well, that's just really respectful. Almost like the next time someone takes a picture with them, this is going to be planted, the seed in the back of their head. And they're going to be like, oh, well, don't put your arm around me. You know, yeah. Instead of going, all right, how far does this need to get taken? Because in 1984, that's how far this stuff gets taken. You know, if you've never read the book or seen the movie, you know, I mean, men and women, you know, they can't interact. They can't have sexual relations. They can't be with each other. It's a crime. They get caught, and it's like, you know, they're going in the black hole. They're getting locked up. They're getting caged. They're getting tortured. I mean, they're going to take away every right. I know it sounds insane. I get it. I do. Because I know everyone sits there and they're like, yeah, okay. But they're doing it through mind control. And this is the way that they do it. They do subliminal stories like this. Because all this does is plant seeds in people's heads. It makes men even more afraid to even touch a woman's hand or hold her hand on a date. And it makes women more likely to look for a man who's going to be like this, because it would almost be like holding the door open for somebody back in the 40s when it was like, oh, how respectful. You know, now you hold the door open. People don't even say thank you. That's how rude people are. But women will look for things like this. They'll be like, oh, he didn't put his arm around me. He did the Keanu Reeves thing. He's respectful of me and feminism and the Me Too movement. When in reality, all they're trying to do is just work everybody over and over and over so that they take away their own rights, right? Common thing I always say in this channel, I talk about martial law and all this stuff, all these things where people have this mindset they're just going to wake up tomorrow and bombs are going to be falling from the sky and tanks are going to be coming up the road. And it's not going to work that way. Humanity is going to take away their own rights through this psychology that's being done to them. Look what we have now, this hate speech. This is people asking for free speech to be removed because of years of what? Bullying campaigns, anti-bullying. Oh, you're a bully if you pick on someone. Instead of people going, wait a minute. People should stand up for themselves. People should defend themselves. And creating an anti-bullying movement where the kid who's getting picked on, you know, runs to the principal, and that kind of mindset sets that person up to go into the real world and always be pushed into a corner. You know, when the person's like, I deserve a raise, they're not going to go and ask their boss for a raise. When the person's wife is cheating on them, they're not going to confront them. They don't know how to confront. They don't know how to defend themselves. That's what's so dangerous about the anti-bullying movement, right? And the hypocrisy of it is, look how it's been flipped upside down, where it's like all of us are getting bullied by this small LGBT group. They're the ones who are bullying people out of their rights. All of a sudden, as if they don't have rights, as if this was like 50 years ago, where now they have more rights than regular people. Pretty scary, right? But this is how it's going to go. It's going to be a tug of mind control back and forth with all of these things that we take for granted. And it includes that. It includes holding hands, putting your arm around somebody is now, oh, wow, we have to applaud Keanu Reeves because he didn't put his hand on someone's back when they approached him to take a photo. Otherwise, it would have been disrespectful to the female who likely asked for the picture to be taken in the first place. So that's going to plant seeds in men's head to make them even more afraid to go near a woman and be like, look, I don't need a lawsuit, right? And this is what the transhumanism, you know, where men and women are going to want to be in relationships with robots, which sounds insane, but then, oh, you're a perfect match. It's your soulmate because it has, you know, you downloaded inside of it. It's like you're dating yourself, just it's not you, and it looks like a real person, and there's no fighting, and you can turn it off when you want your own alone time. And trust me, it's going to get that nuts. Hopefully, I'm not here for it because it's hard enough to deal with what's going on in today's world. But boy, don't put your arm around a girl for a photograph, folks, and you're the hero of the internet. Let me end it with the exact quote from CNN that they started with. Don't put your arm around a woman while taking a photo, and you're officially a national treasure. Wow. I thank you for listening to the insanity that was today's show and today's world. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Well, It's the 2019 Golden Turd Awards, or I guess as they call it, the Golden Globes. But let's be realistic. These shows are nothing but a front, a place for all of these satanic, Masonic, Eastern Star witches and Satanists to sniff each other's rear ends and praise one another as the sheep at home watch and just gush over what everyone's wearing and wishing that they could be there with all of these satanic losers who will be residing in hell in due time. But what did I see when I flipped on the 2019 Golden Globes? Because usually I will cover these award shows. Recently, I'll flip in, see if I notice anything. But get a load of what I saw is pretty much within 60 seconds of tuning into this. Take a look at what they're pushing.
We thought we could advertise something new. So roll up your sleeves, Hollywood, because you're all getting blue shots.
Now that must be a huge coincidence, right? Pushing the flu shot. I mean, what did I just talk about in my last video, right? Suddenly, everybody's dying of flu shots. Dying of the flu. Everyone needs to get their flu shot, or your child could end up dead. You could end up dead, right? And remember, all of these losers in this room are the influencers. These are the talentless hacks who get pushed, who clamor for fame and clamor for attention. It's funny, guys like Jack Black start YouTube channels, right? They just start the channel and people are just like, oh, okay. And it's trending in YouTube with no views and no subscribers because they want celebrities, all of these people they are all Satanist, Freemason, bagel eaters. And they want to make sure that they're all over every source of media as the influencers. They know that YouTube has turned into a place where people are being, I shouldn't say influenced, but they're learning things from other people. They're learning about the deception that's currently going on, right? So you have people like Jack Black who has to have YouTube put him in the trending section or nobody would listen because nobody cares about these losers, right? Realistically, nobody cares. Now, the sheep out there don't realize why they care or why they look into their opinion or why they dress how they dress or why they accept the things they accept because they're under mind control. They think that it's all freedom of choice. They don't realize that, oh, these are the people who are influencing my behavior. These are the people who are influencing from the music and the mind control and the witchcraft used in music, like you just saw in that clip, shot, 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 right? I mean, really? Like, this is a song, right, that's getting played over and over. I mean, could you guys write a song like that? Could any of us? Right? I mean, it's like, oh, and somebody just wrote it and they're like, shot, shot, shot. Oh, this is a hit. This is going to make millions of dollars, right? It's there to influence people, to dumb you down. Repetition, over and over and over, right? Now the song's stuck in people's head. Now people want to do shots. The same with drugs. The same with money, right? Strive for these things. They want you to, because they want you to fail, but they also want you to give up your allegiance and your soul to Lucifer without realizing it, because most of these people don't realize what in the world they're doing. Not hard to see. I mean, go walk around a mall, like I've said a million times. It's like walking in zombie land. I mean, people are literally clueless. I'm surprised I haven't been to a mall, honestly, maybe in a decade, okay? And I'm not saying that sarcastically, like a mall. But if I went into a mall today, like, I would expect to see like 3 or 4 people walk over the ledge, just like texting, walk over the ledge, not even realize what they're doing. Because I see people around, in areas when I do go out, and that's pretty much what they're doing. They're walking into telephone poles, So anyway, back onto the topic here, right? The Golden Globes, which usually what I'll do is I'll cover this, and I'll go through all the symbols and the hand gestures and the agendas. The agendas are pretty clear, right? All the women that go up talk about change. All the men that go up talk about change. A need for change. right? Talking about the wall, talking about control of guns, right? These are common themes of the New World Order that we constantly hear, right? Pushing feminism. Oh, women have been, the host was almost pretending to get teary-eyed because, oh, she's a woman host, and this has changed for, like what? Who gives a crap? You're up there in a whore dress, right? They're like, we want to be respected. They're half naked, all these women, right? Their cleavage showing. And they're like, we want to be respected. And I fully respect women, right? This is the mind show. They want to convince women out there, empower women, that being a mom is irresponsible. Being a mother is a woman, right? That men are sexually harassing, even though women are walking around wearing no clothes, right? And men are just as bad. I mean, men are wearing women's makeup. So it's, the world has pretty much been flipped upside down, which is what Satanism is all about. But you see those agendas pushed, right? And how ironic that they're talking about the flu shot. How ironic that they're discussing this. I just covered it. And I'm not saying, oh, they saw my video. Of course not. Of course not. But what I did say in the video I did about the flu shot is that at a certain time, okay, every year they call on certain things. Now, when they plan usually these shootings, right? A lot of times you'll see January, February, you'll see the fall. You'll pretty much see one every season, right? And some people, yeah, I mean, you might see one every week at this point. They're getting so ridiculous. But with the flu, it becomes repetition, where every news station is talking about the flu over and over and over. And you even have Hollywood doing it, right? Now, they're doing this in a different way. They're not going, get your flu shot, you could die, right? They're just planting seeds in people's heads who have seen all of this stuff on TV about how people are dying from the flu, and then they're using humor and saying things like, oh, you're welcome, it's free. It cost us $50,000. Remember, if the government's giving anything away for free, that's a red flag, okay? They only give things away for free if they're going to poison and kill you with it. Think about what the government gives away for free, right? In Canada, they give away free abortion pills. America, they give away free flu shots. Soon, of course, in America, they'll give away free abortion pills. Because that's just how it works, right? Planned Parenthood and all this stuff, this is all satanic. This is all part of child sacrifice. And you can even see the celebrities, let's not even call them that. I mean, these are the Hollywood celebrities are the biggest losers on the planet. And I say that, and people will be like, oh, yeah. I get messages all the time. People are like, you're so jealous and stuff like that. I'm on my second channel here with 400,000 subscribers. I got 400,000 subscribers in a year. Pretty much. I could care less about popularity. If I wanted to be famous, I'd show my face in the channel. I'd try to go on shows like InfoWars and Fox News. I would play the left-right paradigm. No interest. Okay? People just seem to be drawn to the channel because there's people who are waking up and understand this stuff's real and are making sense of things, so they get it. But celebrities are literally the biggest losers on the planet because they're forced into the spotlight. None of these people are liked without being forced to be liked, right? The TV constantly tells you to like them, to love them. So-and-so's funny. This show's funny. This song's great. This movie is great, right? They're literally losers. And that's one of the reasons they can't stand platforms like YouTube so much. And like I said earlier, why guys like Jack Black, and they're pushing all of these celebrities, Will Smith, onto YouTube. Because these people are realizing that nobody really likes them or cares. They get made fun of left and right. Now, these people are actually getting trolled. They don't even know how to deal with getting trolled, right? I mean, all YouTubers know how to deal with getting trolled for the most part because we all get trolled. Whether you like me or you don't like me or I don't like you, it's part of being on here. But they're throwing these people over because they can't get enough of the limelight. And you get all these losers now talking about the flu shot, right? What a big coincidence. Free flu shots for all the celebrities, and they're all laughing it up in the crowd because they know exactly what it is. Remember, these people are all initiated in the same secret societies, starting with Freemasonry, okay? And not every one of them is a Freemason because some of them are born into covens or cults, which are way higher up than Freemasonry, but most people go through Freemasonry, they navigate through, they get into other cults, they network, and that's how all this stuff works. But they all know the same stuff. They're all told the same agendas. That's why Hollywood's pushing Me Too left and right, right? All of these guys who take the bullet, for the Me Too thing, guys coming out, getting attacked, and instead of wanting to go to court over any of this stuff, or just coming forward and going, okay, I quit my job, and now I won't make any money. No, you don't see any of these celebrities defending themselves and saying, "Prove that I hit on you and creeped you out in 1975." You know, Dustin Hoffman. I mean, the lawyer scam. Right? None of them want a fair trial. None of them want anything. They just lay down under the bus because you know what I mean. Like, wouldn't you defend it? Would you even remember if you hit on someone 30 years ago? I mean, think about it, right? But that's how it works. They all do what's in the betterment to reach the New World Order. That's part of the secret societies and their goals. The New World Order is the ultimate goal. Whatever has to be done. They all take an oath, a vow of silence, and they're all part of the same brotherhood, men and women. Through Eastern Star, through D. Malays, you know, they grow up through it, Rainbow Girls, Job's Daughters. And this is where we get to, right? Working together for their one cause, which, you know, is all under the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, who they worship. So there they are watching the flu shot, folks. Just like I said a couple days ago, you're going to just see it turn up now for a couple weeks, right? And crack a joke about, oh, if you're somebody's anti-vaccination, just put a cloth over your head. You know what I mean? Right? Like, that's such a subliminal mind control for people out there who are watching it, who are like, I don't know if I should get my kids vaccinated, to make them feel like losers, like I should get them vaccinated, right? Because all the celebrities do it, even though it's a comedy skit. That's how mind control works. It's a total joke, just like the Golden Globes, and just like every loser sitting in this room at the 2019 Golden Globes. Same thing. Such a puppet, nobodies who wouldn't be anything if they didn't, you know, vow their soul to Satan. Not that any of us are anything anyway. We're all God's children, right? But I'm saying it from the standpoint of the mindset of them, like they're somebodies in today's world. They're nothing but garbage and filth and trash. Don't look up to anybody on this earth, okay? Look up to God. Read the Bible. Look up to God's word, not man's word. And stop admiring these absolute losers who aren't funny, who aren't entertaining, who think they are, and people think that they're funny because they're told that they're funny. These people would literally be scrubbing our toilets with their tongues if they weren't a part of these secret societies. Okay, and that's where they should be. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore. For an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Listen, whether you're a supporter of this channel, whatever your religious beliefs might be, whether you're a troll, we all need a good laugh sometimes. And you'd be pretty stupid to be here listening if you didn't believe that our government has been using social engineering on us since the advent of the television, since the advent of media, newspapers, you name it. I always get a huge laugh out of these videos from like the 1940s and the 1950s about, you know, stop, drop, and roll. Oh, there's an atomic bomb. Get under your desk. Well, a good friend of mine sent me the video, and it is absolutely hilarious. It is about dating and how our own government was teaching people in 1949 the proper way to date. I mean, it is so funny because, listen, you might look at this and go, wow, back then they did stuff like this. They still socially engineer today. The difference is that they do it in a different way. They do it subliminally through music videos, movies, telling you how things are supposed to go, molding your brain into thinking that this is the way situations are supposed to be, this is how you're supposed to react. Social engineering, if you don't know what it is, it goes back to the Tavistock Institute. It's just a form of herding everybody into this mindset. This is probably one of, at least for me, it was one of the funniest videos I've seen. So I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let you watch it. Make sure you watch it in its entirety. It's absolutely hilarious. This is your government teaching in 1949 the proper ways to date, to pick up women, and to go through the whole process. And actually, this might serve as a good tool for men today, because most men today don't even know how to interact with women, which is pretty sad. But then again, most women are now feminists, so they won't allow men to interact because it's sexual harassment. But take a look. Let me know in the comment section what you think. I find it absolutely hilarious.
What's that? Oh, yes, the ticket he told me about. Well, let's see what he has to say. Here's the latest on my broken ankle. Doc says I'll be all right, only I have to stay off my feet for a week or so. Anyway, here's the ticket for the High Tea Carnival. It's too late to turn it in, so you have yourself a time and tell me all about it. One couple. That means a date. Not like just going around with the crowd. Just me and the girl. Well, that's all right. Only, what girl? Who?
How do you choose a date? Whose company would you enjoy? Well, one thing you can consider is looks. Woody thought of Janice and how good-looking she was. He'd really have to rate to date somebody like her. Yes, he'd enjoy that, except, well, it's too bad Janice always acts so superior and bored. She'd make a fellow feel awkward and inferior. Well, perhaps someone who doesn't feel superior. There's Betty. And yet, it just doesn't seem as if she'd be much fun. What about Anne? She knows how to have a good time, and how to make the fellow with her relax, have fun too. Yes, that's what a boy likes. He wants to know he's appreciated. Anne would be fun on a date. So Woody decided he'd ask Anne for this first date. But just how should he ask her? And what if she refused? No, it won't be easy asking for that first date.
Don't work too hard. Ed, is this private? No, stick around if you like.
Well, hello, Edward. I thought I heard you come in.
Hi, Mom. What's for supper? Oh, Mom, is it all right with you if I have a date Saturday night?
Well, of course, you generally go out on Saturdays.
Hello, may I speak to Mary, please? But, Mom, this is different. A date. I haven't asked her yet, but I'd like to take Aunt Beavis to the High Tea Carnival.
Oh, Anne's a nice girl, but a date? Well, you're rather young.
Oh, Mom, give him a break. I think he can swing it. We all have to start sometime.
Ed knows what I mean. Weekends only, and not too late.
Hey, Mary. I just go up to check on the night. I think I can get by a little earlier than usual. How 7:30? All right, Mary. Bye now. Boy, you sure make it sound easy. How do you do it? Practice, my boy. Experience. But I don't think I'll know what to say. What to talk about. Now, don't worry about that. Just be your natural, talkative old self. Come on, let's look for something. Wait a minute. Oh, Mom, is the floor dry yet?
Yes, you can come in.
Oh, Miss Davis? This is Woody. Alan Woodruff. May I speak to Anne?
How do you ask for a date? What about this?
Anne? Well, how about a date? Well,
Well, really, No thanks, Woody.
Well, suppose he did it this way.
Ann, what you doing Saturday night?
Well, I guess I'm busy.
Oh, yeah? And they can't be giving him the brush up for me?
Well, of all the nerve!
Well, is there another way?
Ann, this is Woody. Well, I have a ticket for the High Teen Carnival Saturday, and, well, would you like to go?
Why, yes, Woody. I'll have to talk to my folks about it, but I think I can go. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, shall I pick you up?
I think it'll be all right, but I'll let you know for sure. Bye. Stay with Woody. Saturday. Yeah. Hi, Ann. Hi, Judy. What are you doing? Why aren't you being Chris' little sister? I'm getting ready for my date tonight with Woody. Oh, he's nice. A date, huh? What'll you do? Go to some fancy place for dinner? No, silly. We're going to the High Teen Carnival, and then you'll bring me home. Oh, that doesn't sound like much. We'd have fun at the carnival, you and I, wouldn't we? Oh, yes. Well, Woody and I are going to have fun in just that way. I think the important thing about a date is to have a good time. And you don't need to spend a lot of money to do that. You just enjoy whatever you do, whether it's movies or parties or anything. And you leave your boyfriend enough money so he'll ask you again. My, you'll be out late. Why not particularly late? Mom and Dad and I have an agreement about what time to come in. Look, will you honey and get my stockings from the bathroom? Sure.
Mom, do we have any cleaning fluid?
There's a fire on my coat. Goodness, you know we have fun. But here, let me.
No.
That's it, son. Let your...
Dad, were you excited tonight at your first date?
I sure was.
So was I. I took my date seriously. A date was a major event. Why, the night of my first date, my date had a flat tire and he was an hour late. And he didn't even bother to call me. Well, when he finally came, I had to run upstairs and do my face and my hair all over again. Oh, I was so upset.
That fella had a lot to learn about girls. Your mother lost all interest in him after she met me.
And the moral of that story is that I should be on time tonight, right?
You bet. And the same goes for Ann.
Any girl who can't be ready on time for a date isn't good enough for my boy. Well, what are you doing? Oh, go find a mirror so you can see yourself.
Hi, Woody. Oh, hi. Good night, eh? Yeah. The flowers. Ann won't expect flowers, will she?
Huh? Oh, I hardly think so. I'm thinking of getting married because it's a special occasion. Of course, if you want to take flowers anyway, I guess there's no law against it.
But I don't have to unless it's a Ritchie affair.
That's the general idea. Flowers for a prom or a very special party. Otherwise, you don't need to. Say, I'll have to run.
Me too. See you later.
I'm going, folks.
All right, Ed. Have a nice time.
It's the time Ann had set for getting home. And now, good night. The end of a perfect evening. But how do you say good night? Perhaps...
Don't, please.
What Ann?
Or it could go this way.
Well, so long.
Just like that. After all, a girl likes to know you've had a good time. So let's try saying goodnight again. One more way.
Well, it's getting late.
Yes, it is. I'd ask you in for about 8 if it weren't so late. Let's try to get home in time for sandwiches something next time.
Say, that sounds good. I'll call you next week.
Will you? Good night, Woody.
Night, Ann.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Another day of YouTube. The channel is still alive, but on life support, I'm sure. And I wanted to cover our old pal, the guy who pretends to be Jesus on YouTube to make a career. The guy who makes thousands of dollars through Patreon, doesn't even put up content. No content. Guy barely uploads, maybe once every couple weeks. The content he uploads is absolutely unentertaining. It provides nothing to anyone. There's no entertainment value to it. Even if a guy was funny doing this kind of stuff, I say, well, at least the guy's funny. Obviously, I'm not going to find somebody who mocks Jesus funny. But that being said, with the new guidelines that YouTube is instilling on hate speech towards religion, you would think when this purge happened, this would be the first channel to go. Now, I'm not saying to go over there and flag the guy's channel, because I do believe in free speech. While I am not for the mocking of Jesus Christ, I cannot sit here and be a hypocrite and say, well, he doesn't have a right. Although his free speech isn't real speech. He's not giving an opinion on anything. He's not out there going, hi, he's just straight up, his whole channel is him pretending to be Jesus, mocking Jesus, and then doing things like this to offend Christians. And I don't see Susan Wojcicki or any of these hypocrites over there doing anything about videos like this where Jesus goes to the Pride Parade and you can see him baptizing people, getting people in the streets for the Pride Parade. Okay, and this is nothing against anybody who has those, who's homosexual. There's no hate speech intended or anything like that. Just talking about the fake G guy wearing the pride flag, so obviously mocking Christians because of what our beliefs are, which is what's supposed to be protected, right? Here on YouTube, that's what they're claiming. Well, we're going to protect, if somebody's going after you because of your religious beliefs, which is exactly what's going on, they don't seem to care. And they're obviously not going to do anything about it. Anyway, even if people did flag the video, it's unbelievable. But look at some of the stuff here that this guy's allowed to do. He's not only, dressing as Jesus, going to the parade, he's doing things like openly, it's just open mocking, right? Holy high fives, is that what he's calling it? Holy high fives, he's just giving people high fives, calling it holy high fives, right? This is just all satire, it's mockery. And the only person who's allowed to be mocked in this society is Jesus. Other than that, there's a shut door. You can't mock any other religious figures. You can't mock anybody of other sexual orientation. You can't mock anybody who has a difference of opinion than you. I'm waiting for, when is every single comedian on YouTube going to be deleted? When is all old stand-up of Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, funny comedian? When are all of those going to be taken down? Because wouldn't that be like walking in the guidelines, or what? They go, well, it's for comedy's sake, right? So should we all just say, hey, we're all doing it for comedy and entertainment sakes, wink, wink, and that's how you get around it? Or is that, again, another thing for them to judge and say, well, we don't dictate that this, or we don't find that this is comedy, we find that it's offensive. So then in this video, which I want to show you, I would show you the actual video, but this guy's low enough to strike. He did a video, he was so butthurt because I did a video attacking him, saying, oh, this is what typical, and he claims to be an atheist. Obviously, he's not a follower, and I think he was raised Mormon, which shows exactly why, listen, the Mormon, I'm not going to get into specific, that's hate speech too, so I won't even get into it. But we have people like the Vigilant Christian defending him, which is just amazing. If your name is the Vigilant Christian and you're a Christian, you're sitting there defending a guy who's dressing up as Jesus popped up. Clearly, people don't have passion for their king. And you can see in the video they have the Mickey Mouse ears with a rainbow pride. If they only knew, these people, they only knew. But what I wanted to show you here at the end, he puts a special thank you to his apostles. And he calls these people his apostles because they meet a certain tier on Patreon. So on Patreon, you can create tiers. And if if somebody donates $50 or $100 or something like that, they get extra access to you or your channel, that kind of stuff. My Patreon is just open, whatever you can do or want to do or feel led to do, and it's greatly appreciated. And I have some of the greatest Patreons, and I think I have the greatest subscribers on the planet. People who are Patreons are just a blessing, absolute blessing to the channel. And if you haven't become one, please consider it. But he's got his patrons who donate a certain amount of money. He calls them his apostles. So this isn't mockery either, right? No, but if we were talking about anything else, homosexuality, trans, Buddha, you name it, there'd be a big strike coming in. Now, I'm not wishing hate. I'm not wishing for the termination of this guy's free speech, because I believe that people can make fun of other people and they can do this. See, he's going to have to deal with Jesus at the end. Right? He's going to have some there's going to be a serious, and if you watch the guy, you can tell he is so soft. He is push him and he'll cry kind of guy. So I can't, when our Father returns and the King comes back, this guy's going to be, you think he's going to be weeping? Weeping Willow? I don't know. I don't even know if there's enough diapers for this guy to have on for what he's going to endure. But I don't, this doesn't fit the guidelines. But I don't sit here and go, well, this needs to be taken down. Because see, I feel like we then should have a right to go back and bully back or say whatever we want back because they're attacking our king. But see, this is how this new rule works. They can attack us and they can attack Jesus. And if we hurt somebody's feelings responding to it, we're the ones who are going to be struck. That's why I'm not going to say anything super offensive in here. The only thing I said is the guy's soft. It doesn't take a 5-year-old could go watch that guy, crying about certain stuff on his channel like a baby. I did a video on him. He did this whole video rebuttal trying to be funny, and it was so boring. Even if you try to rebuttal and go against me, I'm fine with it. At least be entertaining in a sense. This guy is a snooze. I'm talking the boringest of the boring. And he says, oh, this isn't Christian. His subscribers come over to my channel and comment defending him that he's an amazing person because he goes to pride parades and does this stuff. Because and the scariest part of all is the fact that there's actually Christians who listen to this guy and don't find it offensive. That is the definition of lukewarm Christians. Okay? And as the Bible says, you will be spit out on Judgment Day. Not even a question. Because there's clearly no passion or love in your heart for Christ. You know? It's like some of these Christians who are like, well, I go to church every Sunday. Do you go? It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you abide by God's law? Do you live your life trying to be Christ-like? I mean, of course, we all fall short all the time, every day. But there's a love in your heart. Like when I see stuff like this, it hurts my heart, and it pisses me off beyond belief. You know, when somebody does a mock video of me, it's rare I get pissed off. The only times I get pissed off is if somebody asks for something, you know, that they don't deserve. Like if somebody's asking, if you remember in the past, asking for my tax returns and stuff to make my YouTube revenue public and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. Everybody, make everything you make public, and why not? Why don't you just give up more of our privacy rights? Why don't you put your phone numbers and your addresses on YouTube as well? Because what's the point of privacy? Stuff like that gets me mad because people are so dumb in the things that they ask for. But, you know, making fun of me how I talk and the things that I speak of, it doesn't bother me at all. But when I see people mocking our Lord and Savior after what Jesus Christ did for us, for our salvation, and for these people's salvation, these people have the choice. They are welcome in the kingdom. If they believe, if they accept Christ. You know, Christ died for these people also, and this is what they do in return. They spit in his face. They go to pride parades and dance around. It's really, really gets under my skin. But I just wanted to show everybody this because I mentioned it in the live stream yesterday. And I see it, and I'm just like, I'm like, oh, look at all these new hate speech policies. And I don't want anyone to flag it because I don't feel it should be. This is his content. If people want to watch his content, they watch his content, right? But I should have a right to come back, and I should be allowed to call him whatever I want. And I can't because I know I'm going to get a strike. I should be able to say whatever I want about the Pride Parade, but I can't because I'm going to get a strike. But they can mock the King of Kings openly, always here on YouTube. No problem, right? But they have the word religion put in, which is supposed to, you know, lump into Christianity, right? And most Christians don't even care because they're like, oh, you know, get a sense of humor. They're promoting Jesus by doing stuff like this. Yeah, right. By twisting the word, by twisting the gospel, by making the word love, which Christ speaks of, obviously, because Christ is love, and the heart of the Lord is mercy. But then twisting it into the word tolerance, meaning we have to accept and be behind everything that's an abomination to God. It's a joke. Absolute joke. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show, everybody. Today I want to cover this new story that has somewhat gone viral, which is just amazing how they just somehow, whenever there's an actual conspiracy, you know, out there for the media to pick up on, obviously they're never going to, right? They're never going to touch into some of this real stuff that's going on, but they love the things like this. When somebody out there who has a conspiracy channel, or someone out there who speaks against the New World Order about conspiracies look insane or look crazy because there's no proof or anything to back it up except staring at a picture for hours and saying, yep, maybe, maybe not. And that's the story that apparently Taylor Swift, according to some, I don't know who came up with this story first, but they're claiming that Taylor Swift is a clone of Satanist Antoine LaVey's daughter, Xena Shrek. So the conspiracy is that she was cloned in the, a clone of Xena Shrek. Even though I look at the picture, I see no resemblance whatsoever. I mean, I really don't see a resemblance. I mean, you can look at it all day and you can decide if you want to or not. That's my opinion on the matter. So the first thing I want to say is, because people ask me, well, you don't believe they can clone? Of course I believe they can clone. Of course I do. But don't you see, when you take a conspiracy like this, just like the, talking about Katy Perry and John Benet Ramsey, things like that. You see, the media likes to pick up on that. Because what does it do? It discredits anyone out there that speaks against mainstream media, that speaks against the government, that speaks against these elitists. It talks about these plans that they have for us. We talk about the FEMA camps, talk about how they're trying to censor Christianity, talking about the gay agenda, the transgender agenda, the race war, martial law, right? All this stuff going on, biological warfare, the chemtrails, these serious things that are going on. When stories like this come out, they love picking up on it because they could just go, look how crazy these people are. They're claiming that this person is a clone of so-and-so. And then the only evidence they have is showing a photograph of the two people. That's like me saying I crap golden turds and not being able to show you any proof of it. So this story has gone somewhat viral, where they're saying, you can see a lot of people have picked up on it. You see here, internet users go into total frenzy over bizarre conspiracy theory that Taylor Swift is actually a former satanic leader. Internet commentators have latched onto a theory that links 26-year-old pop singer to a former high priestess of the Church of Satan. Xena Shrek, formerly Xena LeVay, is the daughter of the church founder, and served as spokesperson from 85 to 90. People have noticed that Taylor bears an uncanny resemblance to Xena and speculated they might actually be the same person. Others have guessed that Taylor is Xena's secret daughter or clone. So I don't know where this started from. Here you can see a photo of Xena LeVay, okay? And now all of these mainstream sites that have picked up on it, what they're saying is they're going, well, according to Xena LeVay's site, or Xena Shrek as she goes by now, she's now a practicing Buddhist and all this stuff. And but nobody really knows where she's. Well, I know where she is because I just did a video talking about the satanic ritual, the satanic invocation that went on in Alaska. Oh, you know who the leader? You know who the one who gave the invocation was? Oh, it was somebody who went by the name of Iris Fontana, who just happens to be Xena Shrek. They're the same person. You need evidence? Here's the photographs of the two side by side. They're the same exact person. So now the mystery will go on as if it's this huge thing that we know Taylor Swift is a Satanist. We know that she's involved. She's some type of a witch, and she's involved in the coven. She wouldn't be in the position she is. Her music is obviously demonic. We've seen all of her, albums and her photos, and her with the bird cages, her doing the all-seeing eye with the butterflies. We know she's under MK Ultra mind control. We know she's a slave to their system. We've seen her, her song "Coming Out of the Woods" or "Into the Woods," talking about coming out of the woods. Referencing the witches and the Satanists are coming out of the woods, coming into the mainstream because they already are. So this is the theory, which I'll read you some of the stuff that it says. They're talking about Xena Shrek. In 1985, the Satanic Panic was sweeping the nation. During the late 80s and early 90s, a large number of paranoid Americans worried that Satanists were committing ritualistic murders and abusing children. They were, and always have been, okay? This goes back to the Canaanite sacrificing children. This is still going on today. It says it's impossible that Taylor Swift is really a time-traveling high priestess of the Church of Satan because her doppelganger is still around, and she's aged since the infamous 1985 interview. I mean, look at this stuff. They're actually even saying it's the same person, even though Xena LeVay, we've just seen evidence. Xena Shrek, she also goes under the name of Iris Fontana. She was just doing an invocation in Alaska. It's the same person. Taylor Swift is not her. Now, okay, you want to say, she's a clone of her? Well, where's the evidence to prove that she's an actual clone? Other than looking at photos and going, they look very similar. See, this photo, I mean, I could see some people saying, well, there's some similarities, but you could say that about a lot of people. You could say that, this person kind of looks like this person. This person kind of looks like that person. Does it make them a clone of the person? Could it be? Could she be a daughter of her? Absolutely, she could be. Could she have been, could they have forced Xena LeVay, Xena Shrek to get pregnant? I mean, of course they can. You know how this works. Okay, this network, this is all inbred, incestual, this satanic network, where parents will prostitute their children into it and stuff like that. So that wouldn't be a surprise. But now, just the fact that they have this going on, they can link, like I've said over and over, they want to link the term conspiracy theory do anything that they can, because what does it do? It discredits people who expose stuff, who show the actual truth, right? Who should tell people out there, look, this is what's going on, and then they'll come out there and they'll say, well, what about UFOs? What about the Loch Ness Monster, right? Conspiracy theory by definition means a belief that some covert but influential organization is responsible for a circumstance or an event. Okay, so let's not link that to, is Taylor Swift, secretly the daughter of Antoine LaVey's daughter? Is Taylor Swift the clone of Zika Shrek? But this is what they want to do. So when people do stories like this, they love it. The media loves it. They'll make it go mainstream. If you report a story like this, it'll go viral. They want it to go viral so they can go look at these people, look what they're saying, and then everybody out there hears it and they roll their eyes. Just like the Joan Benet Ramsey, Katy Perry thing, right? People were going crazy about it, and everybody was making fun of anyone out there who links these Satanists together, links these occultists together, links all of this stuff together, right? Because it just sounds like an insane story because there's no evidence to prove that Katy Perry is Joan Benet Ramsey without, oh, look at the photos. Yes, I know some people have done videos on it. I was never convinced. That's my opinion. And I'm not convinced. I mean, could Taylor Swift be your daughter? Of course, anything's possible. I wouldn't put anything past these Satanists. Could she be a clone? I mean, I suppose. I don't think that they're that much alike that she would look like a clone of her. But let's make one thing straight, because the Inquisitor and these other outlets are actually reporting that they could be the same exact person. Because she was a witch, she never aged, and she's now Taylor Swift. That's one of the theories that's going around, and that is just not true, because she is out there still performing. Like Zena LaVey, Zena Shrek is still out there. She's still, she might claim that she's not a Satanist anymore. There's stories out there where she came forward. There's a lot of stories that, you can form your own opinion on, because you're entitled to do that. But there's stories where LaVey on his deathbed said, what have I done? And then she's come out and said, oh, my dad's religion was crock and stuff like that. But that's just to discredit. That's to make it look like Satanism isn't still going on, right? She claims that she's a Buddhist. She's a Tibetan Buddhist practicing it, right? Even though she was up doing an invocation in Alaska for the Satanic Temple. What a coincidence. Talk about lying. They don't think you're going to pick up on stuff like this, because she can go up there under a false name, right? She can go up there and say, I'm Iris Fontana. I'm going to sing and look like an imbecile in front of you and do an invocation, and not think that anybody's able to connect the dots between me being her. Well, it is her. They're the same person. She just performed an invocation. So don't tell me she's Buddhist. Don't tell me that she's no longer practicing satanic rituals. Don't give me this story of, oh, well, she came out into the public and said her dad's religion was a crock and all this stuff. Meanwhile, we have all these satanic temples popping up around the country, more and more people believing in it. Okay, that's her way of just trying to discredit it so she can say, listen, it's not real. There's no human sacrifice. My dad was making it up. Her father was involved in plenty of human sacrifices. I'll guarantee it. Okay, writing the Satanic Bible, running this, and then trying to form it and pretend that it's like an atheistic version of Satanism, that they're really atheists there, that they're not Satanists, that they don't follow Crowley's teachings as well. It's a diversion from Crowley's teachings. That's what it is. Okay, but these people still know what's going on. LaVey even talks about in his books, he talks about hiding it, not letting people know, deny it. All these Satanists do. That's how they get away with being in public. That's how witches and all them get away with it. They're told to deny it. Okay, this has been going on for a while, because they used to get, hung on trees and things like that. So obviously they would go, oh, well, we're not going to tell people anymore, right? They still haven't revealed it, but like Taylor Swift says in her song, and all these Satanists do, they're coming out of the woods into the public now, because they brainwashed everybody since the advent of television and music and all this stuff. They brainwashed everybody into being down with it, being, oh, it's just a witch. Let her practice her religion. You practice yours. 100 years ago, that wouldn't fly. Are you kidding me? Wouldn't even come close to flying. Wouldn't be going on. Witches wouldn't be flying. They'd be getting hit with brooms across the face by all these people who are Christians or fighting for Jesus Christ. They would be letting them do this and brainwash children into becoming witches and Satanists. But this is the world we live in now. So this is the theory. The theory is that Taylor Swift is a clone of Zena Shrek. And I'm not saying that it's not a possibility that, she's the daughter or potentially a clone. I don't see a resemblance in the photos. I mean, of course you can see a resemblance with a few features, right? I mean, look at this picture. Ruby red lipstick, blondish hair. Of course there's some things, but then I can show you another photo where they look nothing alike. Sometimes you get the face, looking the same direction as someone else. I mean, look, they're both painted up like clowns anyway. They look pretty similar with their clown paint on, but it's not really proof. But the reason that this goes mainstream, the reason that you're seeing this story pop up, is because they use this stuff to make anyone out there who is talking about cloning, okay, who's talking about transhumanism, who's talking about the New World Order, who's talking about all of this stuff going on, martial law, and you name the agenda they're pushing. Anyone who's talking about it, they use stories like this, CERN and all that too that's going on. They use this to discredit people who are exposing what they're doing because they link it into the basket of conspiracy theory. Then they go, oh, come on, you're speaking like whoa, if you start talking about CERN, you start talking about any of this stuff, somebody will go, oh, come on, next thing you're going to tell me is that Taylor Swift's a clone of Zena LeVay. That's why they do it. They use humor, they use mockery, they take outlandish stories like the Katy Perry one and Joe Benet Ramsey when there's no real evidence involved. And of course, if you believe that, you're entitled to, but I sure don't. But they take that stuff, and this is what they do with it. They use it to mock and ridicule the truth, and that way people automatically dismiss things that they hear that are outside of mainstream media, right? Their brain automatically dismiss it because they go, oh, yeah, okay. Another one of these theories, because they've already been conditioned to think, oh, theory, theory, theory. You can't think anything outside of what the media tells you, because if it is, it's, the people who are talking about 9/11 being an inside job are the same people who are talking about Antoine LaVey's daughter being Taylor Swift. And that's why people just go, yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's why it's been picked up. I just wanted to report on that. And don't forget, okay, this Zena LeVay, who, like I said, some of these stories are reporting that she's actually could even be the same person. She's still out there promoting Satanism. She uses alter names, false names, just like Iris Fontana, and I'm sure she has others. She still supposedly does, artistic, I forget what they call it, but like artistic dancing and stuff, which is ritual dancing. She's still putting spells on people. She's still a practicing witch. There's no doubt about it. So don't buy into this nonsense that she's not anymore, and that oh, she doesn't believe in her father. She's saying it was a hoax and a fraud, that the devil's not real. That's what they want you to think. It's still going on. She's still a part of it. Give me a break already. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you. May peace be with you. This is a call for an uprising. We welcome you to today's show. We ask those of you who have not subscribed to please subscribe to our YouTube channel as we continue to expose the satanic Illuminati agenda and expose these false idols who support and promote the Antichrist system. Today's show, we're going to talk about Ariana Grande. It shouldn't be much of a surprise that Ariana is a Illuminati henchman doing the dirty work, brainwashing the masses, the youth, the females who follow her into supporting the Antichrist system. You can see all the symbols that we've discussed in all of her videos, as well as some of the lyrics in her songs. We'll get into that. Of course, we have to start with Ariana is a product of the Disney system, which we've gone over. So she went through the Disney programming, got young children to follow her and become a fan of her. And then as she makes the transformation from young adolescent teen into a real adult, you see her change her clothes and her look and promote sex. And of course, I guess it's another coincidence that one of these famous musicians comes through the Disney programming, that they start young in Disney. Well, I guess they're all just really, really talented, right? Must not be a coincidence. Must not be some type of programming where they put them through that first, get the youth to follow them and worship them, right? And then they change their morals, like Miley Cyrus, like Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, right? And then they become edgier and sluttier. And then those children who were watching her at a young age start to follow the same things that Ariana's doing. It's how mind control works. All right, let's start with the basic symbols. You see Ariana here doing the 666 and the all-seeing eye. You can even see the lightning bolt on her cheek. The lightning bolt represents Lucifer. It's one of the occult symbols for the devil. You can see her with the butterfly, which we talked about, the monarch butterfly, the MK Ultra monarch butterfly programming. She's even holding her finger over her lip, which we talked about, saying shh, right? They got to keep quiet. That's the big secret. They don't want anyone to catch on to what's going on, even though it couldn't be more obvious. We get Ariana with the black and white symbolism, the duality, the yin and the yang, as above, so below. We talked about the black and white tile, which you find in the Masonic lodges. You see it in all these videos, the basic black and white. You also see the black and white hypnosis behind her as she's singing and performing, keeping you in an alpha state, throwing these Illuminati symbols down your throat. You can see Ariana in a cage. We talked about the cage. The cage represents mental and physical bondage of an Illuminati slave. And of course, what would it be without a bathtub? Because all of these celebrities like to be rebaptized. So they throw the bathtub down your throat. So you get the basic symbols that we see in all of them. You get the butterfly, the MK Ultra Monarch butterfly, the 666, the all-seeing eye, the black and white, the bathtub. You get a lightning bolt thrown in there. You get the so she does it all for us. She pretty much just is openly admitting that she's a part of it. And of course, if you need more proof, you can see that Ariana is supporting the Kabbalah, the Jewish mysticism, where she's wearing her red bracelet. That's a sign, that's a symbol of being a part of the Kabbalah, as most of these celebrities are. They practice black magic. The Kabbalah is a cover. They perform black magic rituals, all sorts of satanic rituals. Aleister Crowley was involved with it. When performing the rituals in the Kabbalah, they summon fallen angels. They allow themselves to be demonically possessed by these angels, these demons, I should say. And they summon them and channel these demons, all while tricking the public into thinking that Kabbalah is some sort of cool mysticism, interesting self-empowerment movement, when in fact it is black magic is what they are practicing. Okay, but you really want to see some crazy signs. Let's look at this music video she has called Break Free. Let's start with the lyrics. She says, "I was under your spell," so referring to more magic and spells, which we hear about in all of these songs. "I was under your spell like a deadly fear, I am, babe, on the highway to hell." So she's even admitting that she's on the highway to hell, which she certainly is, as all of these Satanists are. I guess they think that they're going to have a good time there in a party. They got another thing coming for them. But this is the big stuff right here. Let's look at this symbolism in this video for Break Free. Okay, you'll notice this symbol that's all over this video right here, as you see on the screen. Okay? Most people don't know what it is. They just see these kinds of things. They think, oh, somebody's created a cool symbol. It's actually the symbol for Lucifer. It is the seal of Satan. The seal of Satan himself. You can Google it and find the image yourself if you don't think it's real. Look at this. Just right there in plain sight, the seal of Lucifer, the seal of Satan, on these guys' jackets. I guess it's not a coincidence that aliens carrying the symbol on their coats. As you see this alien, aka aliens aren't real, they're really demons. So you have a demon wearing Lucifer's symbol. They have the humans caged, right? More of the enslavement that is to come. But again, right there in plain sight, the seal of Satan, Lucifer's symbol, in her music video. Look at it. Look at the comparison side by side. It's the same symbol, same exact symbol, right there. It's on the doorway. It's on people's coats. It's everywhere in the video. In plain sight, people don't know what these symbols are. They do, because they study this. And they worship it and believe it. While the rest of the masses are sound asleep at the wheel on their phone, or sitting in front of a television, thinking that they're learning, or thinking that they're smart because they're filled with so much pride, but are just completely clueless to what's going on around them. So again, Ariana has the seal of Satan in her video. No big deal, right there in plain sight. And then you get this villain in the video. It looks like he's supposed to be the villain, and he's in hell, and she's chained up down there. And right around his neck, what a coincidence, it's the tree of life. That symbol represents the tree of life in Kabbalah. As you can see the symbol, and here's the tree of life in Kabbalah that they study and they worship. So just a lot. Of course, she goes through the Disney programming, so it shouldn't be a surprise that she was brought up through Disney and is now flashing these symbols and brainwashing the masses, because that's exactly how this system works. Okay? Yet this is another one of these false idols, right in front of you, right in plain sight, that they push down your throat. They force feed you people like this, like Rihanna, Beyonce, Ariana Grande. I mean, we've covered a bunch on this channel already. Is it a coincidence that they all have these same symbols in all of their videos? The butterfly, the point tile, the 666, the all-seeing eye, they're just flashing these symbols. The bathtub, they're all taking baths. Everybody loves a bath in the music video. Or is the Lucifer symbol, the seal of Satan, is that not enough to convince you? Is that not enough to convince you that something's going on here? That they would put that symbol in a music video? You know why they're putting it in there? Not flashing in your face, because they know that they have dumbed down society so much that not only would they not notice it, even if a few people did, nobody would care, because they would look at me and go, he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. Even though you can look up the symbol yourself and see that's what it represents. But we're in the end times. The sheep and the masses are going to be supporting the Antichrist. As we know in the book of Revelation, we know that people are going to be supporting the Antichrist. Okay? So don't think that people are going to hear some support it, because they've been under hypnosis for so long and conditioned for, because they've made Satan a good guy. We talked about Lucifer, the TV show. He's a good guy. Right? The Omen TV show. He's a good guy. Oh, poor Lucifer. He's the protagonist. I mean, that's how ridiculous this has gotten. But the masses are going to be in full support of the Antichrist. And you can see these symbols that all of these musicians are auditioning people for his arrival, right? Because they're going to be supporting him. So if Ariana Grande is supporting the Antichrist, and Beyonce is, of course, the idiot fans, the sheep who follow them and defend them on message boards, thinking that they're friends with them, thinking that they know them personally because they're under such deep hypnosis. If Beyonce says it's cool, and Jay-Z says it's cool to worship the Antichrist, then the sheep will say it's cool too. Because that's how deep this level of worship goes with these false idols. The sheep are obsessed with them. You should see the messages that I get every day about some of these people. Machine Gun Kelly. I have people sending me death threats, telling me what Machine Gun Kelly is all about. Yeah, he's all about. He's saving lives, Machine Gun Kelly. He's even openly gone on interviews and said that he's not in the Illuminati. So how dare you say he is? Oh, I'm sorry. He said he wasn't in it. Then he must not be in it. He must not be then. You must know him personally, right? He's saving lives. I mean, this is the world that we live in, right? We don't have people defending Jesus Christ, right? But we have people defending Machine Gun Kelly and his lyrics, but nobody's defending the scriptures. Well, I'm here to defend the scriptures. I'm here to defend Jesus Christ, and I'm here to put up a fight. I'm not going nowhere. They're going to have to kill me if they want me to shut up, and they want to take me down. That's how everybody should feel. We should all be ready and willing to be martyrs for Jesus Christ. Matthew 16:25, verse that I love and I hold very near and dear to my heart. Then Jesus said to his disciples, if anyone wishes to come after me, he must deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whoever wishes to save his life will lose it. But whoever loses his life for my sake and the gospel I preach, he will save it. For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? Or what will a man give in exchange for his soul? It sums up exactly what's going on here with these people and their forfeiting of their souls. For what? For this measly treasure they've stored up here on earth. But what gets me the most upset is that these people made a decision, okay, to turn their backs on Jesus Christ and to accept Lucifer as their God. But what bothers me the most is the fact that they are using hypnosis and brainwashing the masses. And these people are making a decision. They're making the wrong choice because these sick, satanic scumbags have tricked them into worshiping false idols, have tricked them into believing that Jesus Christ is someone that he's not. It made Jesus look weak and pathetic, and Christians and Catholics and every denomination that follows Jesus Christ look like crazy people and judgmental people when we're not. They have tricked everyone into worshiping the Antichrist. And they're going to be accepting of the Antichrist when he comes. And we have to stay strong. We have to help wake up our brothers and sisters. Because crap like this can't keep going on. Scum like Ariana Grande cannot continue to influence people. They're letting them make decisions for them. Because they're so enamored and obsessed with these false gods here on earth that their blinders can't wipe away the crud from their eyes to see what's really going on. And that's our job as disciples of Christ. Anyone listening to this message, to go wake up someone you know, help one soul, like I've been saying over and over. If we can save one soul and bring it back to our Father, then we're doing our job. And that means so much to our Father. Nothing here on earth that we gain, any successes, money, a house, it means nothing to our Father. We have to bring souls back to him. So let's stay strong in our faith. Let's keep praying to the Holy Spirit. We all need to stand firm and stand strong in our belief. I know some of this stuff can be overwhelming to hear, but it's the truth. And now that you know the truth, then you know in your heart that Jesus Christ is the only truth. He's the only way, and he is the life. You must follow his scriptures and believe in him. Because the only way to heaven is through Jesus Christ. The only way to the Father is through belief in Jesus Christ. Thank you for listening to today's show. God bless you all. May peace be with you.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Another week, another music video with the same satanic symbols that we see over and over. Not a surprise that it's coming from the combination of Little Mix and Machine Gun Kelly. Now, before I get into the satanic Illuminati symbols in the video, I have to say, for those of you who wonder about what things make me laugh, watching grown men like Machine Gun Kelly really makes me laugh. I find it quite embarrassing that this is what men in this world have turned into. It's disgraceful for the most part. But Machine Gun Kelly actually has a hardcore following of cult-like fans who, I believe on the one video I did, which I talked about his bloodbath ritual, I got so many death threats from people saying that Machine Gun Kelly helped save their lives through his music. Quite the brainwashing going on with Machine Gun Kelly as he was taking the satanic bloodbath in his video, which is common theme of baptism and Satanism. Then we have Little Mix, of course, who's geared towards the younger girl audience. Like I always talk about, they start off a little bit cookie cutter, then they just turn into straight up slut material, because this is how they brainwash young girls who start watching them at 12, 13, 14 years old. And then 4 or 5 years later, the singers who used to dress a little bit more cozier, a little bit more calm down and conservative, magic. I got messages from that video from naive fools who are under a spell of thinking that these girls are heroes and they should be idolized. What's even sadder is Little Mix appears at award shows like the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards and things like that, and they receive awards for being icons and heroes to these young girls because they're targeting these young girls and nobody can see the problem. I've covered recently, they even had a shirt with the pentagram on it. I mean, the stuff is just unbelievable. It's so in our faces. So let's get to it with the combination. We get a mega satanic combination of Little Mix and this Machine Gun Kelly, who, boy, I mean, I'm just embarrassed to be a man at this point, looking at some of these people. We start with 33 symbolism, right? We'll always see that. Deliberately, we get this woman singing in front of the jukebox. You can actually see it says 33, and it also says 1/3. Freemasons, 33. Common number, common symbolism that we always see, the numerology of 33-degree Freemasons, representing what they believe is the age that Christ was murdered, as well as the 1/3 of the fallen angels. It is a significant number in the occult to be a 33rd degree Freemason. People like Aleister Crowley, who have become 33rd degree Freemasons, and probably the majority of people in Congress, Hollywood, and in corporate business are 33rd degree Freemasons. So we see that. We also, not coincidentally, see this woman, tip her hat using the 666. This is another sly way that they do the 666. Sometimes you'll see them just tip their cap. Someone will think that they're tipping their hat, but they deliberately use those 2 fingers to make sure they hold up the other 3 to make it seem and appear like it's a natural movement, but it is staged and it's deliberately done. So she's doing the 666. Then we get this one woman here. I believe this is the woman who was proudly wearing her pentagram shirt. We see her show us her back, and what do we see on her back? We see the butterfly, the tattoo of the butterfly. Some people say, well, what? What's the big deal? She just loves butterflies. She can't get enough of the caterpillar. She can't stop going outside and just watching butterflies fly around. She enjoys it so much she got it tattooed on her back. This is how they mark one another. Butterfly is representative of MK Ultra mind control programming. The majority of these musicians go through MK Ultra programming at a young age specifically. That's why we always see album covers that feature either the birdcage or the butterfly. It doesn't matter. You can name the person. Look up their name with butterfly and you'll see them. You'll see Katy Perry. You'll see Britney Spears. You'll see Christina Aguilera. You'll see Beyonce. It's all there. It's not because all of these celebrities who are famous musicians happen to love butterflies. They just all have a butterfly obsession, and the rest of the world just kind of goes, oh, okay, I guess they like butterflies. That's interesting. It's not by coincidence. It's a marking. She's letting you know. Her handler likely is letting you know that she is under MK Ultra, Monarch likely programming, potentially sex slave programming as well. And it's right there in our faces, as always. We also see her later on hold up the devil horns. No big deal as they're dancing on the bar naked. And you see how they do stuff like this? This is how they get a generation of teens to turn into young 20-something-year-olds to go out, to dress naked. They go into a bar, a cowboy boy. They're all wearing bikinis or bras inside the bar. And people go, oh, that's overreacting because they don't understand mind control. They don't understand how they persuade people to act like this, to idolize these people, and then emulate them. So young girls out there who are watching this are seeing them dance pretty much butt naked for the most part, in bikini tops and the shortest shorts imaginable, on top of a bar where people are drinking, getting drunk, and they're saying, look, this is a good time. That's why these videos always have them either getting high, having a party at their house, at a bar, okay? It's all part of the programming, and that's why generations, now who are in their teens, in their late teens and early 20s, are some of the dumbest people you'll ever meet because they've been dumbed down. They're just on their devices being programmed and brainwashed. And we have to snap the programming and the brainwashing for their sake, for the sake of their souls. So what else do we see? We see the black and white symbolism. Not as blatantly obvious, but we got the 33 symbolism, so they're pretty much, representing the same thing. But the duality, we do see her wearing this black and white thing over her clothes, as well as wearing the checkerboard shirt with the pinkish and black esoteric meanings to it. That's why red and black is used a lot. Represents blood sacrifice. You might say the shirt could potentially be more towards red than pink, or maybe it is more pink, depending on the lighting. But again, it's the duality. They're always showing it. That's why she's wearing that black and white symbolism over the pink and the black checkerboard. Not by coincidence. Then we see something here, which, before I get to Machine Gun Kelly and the good laughs that he always provides, one of her boots, this woman's boot, has something that says God is, and it might say God is the, but her shoe is bent, so it's hard to see. So if anyone out there can figure it out, you can leave it in the comments below. I'm curious to see what it might say. I tried slowing it down as much as I could to figure out what it said, but I couldn't. I don't know, what this person's name is and how I can find out what the shoe says, but I'm sure it's something along those lines. We also see on one of the belt buckles, one of these girls singing, we see the reverse 33 as well. I don't care if somebody wants to say that's a brand name. You can see it in plain sight. The 3 on one side and then the reflection of the 3 on the other side. Okay, more reflection, more as above, so below. They're always using this mentality, or good deeds outweigh your bad deeds. So it's right on her glittered up belt buckle. Then we get to Machine Gun Kelly, the man who so proudly took his blood bath ritual in one of his last videos last year. It was a cult-like following. What does he do right off the bat? Well, he does the vow of silence, the oath of silence, putting the finger over the mouth, another common symbol that we see. As Masons, they take a vow of silence, a vow to the brotherhood, to never reveal the secrets that they learn there, to never reveal any of it, the knowledge that they believe that they have hidden from us. Unfortunately for them, that knowledge ain't hidden no more. We're aware that you guys worship Lucifer. You're getting a little cocky about it, to be honest. You're putting it in our faces. So he's doing the vow of silence, the oath of silence. You'll see it all the time. I always talk about it. Rihanna has it on her finger. Shh. It's not because, like I said, she's not going, shh, be quiet to you. It's a message to her brothers and sisters in the occult to continue to keep the vow of silence. Then we get more from Machine Gun Kelly. We get the pentagram ring, the star. People out there have been brainwashed into thinking that a star is a symbol of a star in the sky. It is the 5-pointed pentagram. That's what it means. Just because the lines aren't crossing inside of the star does not mean that it's not a pentagram. And the pentagram is associated with what? with magic and black magic. And who do we see use the pentagram in other videos? Not a surprise. We see Little Mix using it all the time. In their story about a love potion and how they all do a ritual in their bedroom in a circle, summoning demons. The parents think this is okay and it's cute. You know why they think it's okay and it's cute? Because they've been brainwashed through Harry Potter, through Disney, through all of this crap, and they're thinking that magic is not real, but magic's wonderful. And if magic is real, they think it's magic like, oh, the magic of love, magical kiss, those types of things, not black magic. So they were familiar with the word, and then they think that the word is okay and that magic is okay because they don't believe that these people are performing ritual killings, pedophilia, and all that stuff inside their ritual circles, animal sacrifice, but they are. So this is Little Mix, making everybody sick as always. We see the 33 symbolism, even with the third next to it, representing the fallen angels, 33rd degree Freemasons, 666, the butterfly tattoo representing the Monarch MK Ultra programming that this woman is under, the black and white symbolism on the outfit, along with the pink/red and black checkerboard, the duality, the devil horns are thrown up. We see again the 33 reflection on the belt. We see Machine Gun Kelly letting us know about his vow of silence that he's taken to his brothers, and the star pentagram ring that he's proudly wearing as he embarrasses most of the men out there who are awake looking at this. It is laughable when I see guys like this act like this. I mean, I just can't help but laugh and wonder, what would have happened 200 years ago if men were acting like this? I mean, I think one could only imagine. So this is Little Mix. The song's called No More Sad Songs, featured together like that. You can almost guarantee you'll see the symbols. As soon as I saw it, I said, oh, well, this is going to be at least have some stuff in it, and it did. And of course, as always, with the female artists, it promotes sex, it promotes nudity, it promotes drinking, because they're gearing towards that audience. They're targeting these young teens who idolize these people, and it's an absolute shame if people only understood how mind control worked. They would understand that they're under it, and these people are doing their best to program and to just completely destroy the morals of this world, and it's working, unfortunately. I thank you for listening to today's show. I hope this video has helped you see some things. God bless all of you and your families.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is thinking happening. Because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. If you want to hear something absolutely ridiculous that shows you how channels like this and many others out there are really starting to get to the mainstream media, really starting to get to the globalists. We see the censorship now on YouTube and what they're trying to do to people out there who are trying to expose what the real fake news is. Now, schools are teaching kids how to separate fact from fiction. They're going to start teaching children about how they can detect and fight the fake news. Well, at first glance, you might say that's absolutely ridiculous. It sure is. But if you think about it, what a great place to teach kids about fake news. All they have to do is open up their history books that's provided by the school system. Open it up, start reading it. Lots of fake news in there. Open up your science book, right? That in school, they're going to teach children about how to detect fact or fiction and what fake news is, when the entire school system is based on a world of lies. Absolutely unbelievable. Get a load of this, some of this reading material and how they're teaching them how to detect fake news. It says, Jennifer Aniston did what to her hair? Screams the headline. Below the headline is a photo of the actress with a military buzz cut, along with a quote about how she'd shorn her iconic blonde locks for a role. The online article printed on handouts that Alexis Gerard has distributed to her class at Clemente Middle School in Maryland is startling. It's irresistible. It's fake. George is using the story to remind the 11 and 12-year-olds they shouldn't believe everything they read online. And like I constantly say, right, they are targeting these young children. They want the next generation of kids to be complete. They want the society to be completely godless, without Jesus Christ, without the mention of his name, Christianity destroyed. They know that people like myself are trying to target these younger children. That's why a lot of my content is geared towards waking up, young teens, 10 years old, 12 years old, 8 years old, people who are looking for some of these things like Beyonce or whatever these videos are, because I know that it'll show up there and they can say, wait a minute, let me take a look at this. Okay, that's kind of interesting. And then there's other, musicians, Drake, Katy Perry, whoever, and they start thinking and they start, processing what's going on. That's why I don't like to gear my content towards people who are already awake. I can cover that stuff easily. But my focus is on waking up the young kids out there, or at least waking up some people who might be older who are just starting to wake up and getting them to start seeing these things and thinking this way. And this is just more proof that they want and have to target these young kids. It's another thing. We have the Satanic School program, right? The After School Satan program targeting these young kids. It's not a coincidence. It's the society. It's the demographic below us. It's this young generation that's coming up. How important they are. I constantly emphasize that. That's why I try to target them and make sure that they don't fall into the brainwashing. The teacher goes on to say, "There's so much fake news out there. They really don't know what's true anymore." There is a lot of fake news out there. Just turn on your television. Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 11, Channel 10. Go into the 20s for some MSM, or go in there for some CNN, some Bloomberg TV. I mean, you name it. There's tons of fake news on television. Fox News. It's all out there. She says that's why educators like her around the world have launched programs to help students navigate this bewildering media landscape. In the Czech Republic, high schools are teaching teens to identify propaganda from Russia. In Sweden, students as young as 10 are being schooled on how to consume news. And in Pennsylvania, a state lawmaker wants mandatory media literacy classes in all public schools. What a surprise. This is how you know that they really, really are starting to get nervous, that the awakening is getting bigger. And I know a lot of people out there, and all we can ever do is speculate. When Pizzagate came out, everybody said they planted this story as the fake news story. I have felt since the beginning it's the other way around, that they never expected this to blow up the way that it blew up. And the fake news is what they had created, and maybe they had it planned to do it at some point, in case something ever did happen where people started to catch on to them. But I believe that specifically, because that starts opening things up, right? There's all these conspiracies with Sandy Hook, which really aren't conspiracies, they're all hoaxes. But people still refuse to believe that. But when it came to the child trafficking, like I've said since day one on this channel, that would be the thing. And you can go back and watch my old videos. That would be the one thing that would create a mass awakening, because nobody would sit back and allow these kids to get abused and molested. So when that stuff came out, this is really, they got panicked. And that's my belief. That's my take on it, that they panicked. And now this is why this is going forward, because they want to make sure that they have everyone under control. And they're realizing that quote unquote alternative media is actually teaching people about them, about Zionism, about the Jesuits, about the Vatican, the corruption, about Satanism, about Crowley, all this stuff. This is a sophistication in how this false information is disguised and spread can make it very difficult for someone, particularly young people, to determine fact from fiction. So pretty much they're saying is, we don't want you to make an opinion on any of these stories, because pretty much what I do, and a lot of people do, in addition to teaching about the symbols, the signs, the Masons, and all that stuff, is look at these news stories and look how fake they are. So it's pretty much an opposite opinion, right? When you have Fox News and you have NBC, you're getting an opposite opinion based on the false paradigm. You're getting the liberal perspective and the Republican perspective, right? Or conservative perspective. But when it comes to stuff like this, they don't want anyone ever questioning the story. That's why in the news you'll never hear September 11th was an inside job. Santa was a hoax. You won't hear that on mainstream news. What you'll hear is, here, we'll let you have a difference of opinion based on being a liberal or a conservative, because they want to create the illusion of freedom, the illusion that you can still make a decision and you can pick a side, because that's part of human instinct. They know that naturally humans are going to pick a side, right? That not everyone's going to get along or agree on everything. So they give you that false paradigm. But when it comes to these stories, They'll never, ever have a channel on mainstream TV that starts questioning if it's a hoax or if it's real. They just tell you, well, that is real. And then they say, but let's get back to the the Republican Democrat thing and all the bad stuff Trump's doing or all the bad stuff Obama's doing. And that's how they keep everybody locked inside this matrix. It goes on to say kids are web savvy, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're media savvy. A survey by Common Sense Media released earlier this month really brought home that point. In it, 44% of tweens and teens said they can tell the difference between fake news stories and real ones, but more than 30% admitted they shared a news story online only to find out later it was wrong or inaccurate. Right, and they tell you it's wrong or inaccurate on TV in the mainstream news. And I'll tell you what, if you're somebody who's listening, obviously you're awake if you're listening to this channel. But pretty much 99.9% of the stuff you'll hear on TV is fake news. Doesn't mean that, all right, if they have a story about a bill that's going through or something like that, that it's not real in a sense. But, any of these events are the CIA, the world governments are behind all of this stuff. It is a gigantic, it's colluding is really what it is. It says there was sort of a filter on what was available for kids, says Bob Thomas, a middle school education technology specialist. Boy, that's a nice title. He's referring to the traditional gatekeepers of old media. And now those filters are all off. Anyone can publish anything on the web in a way. It's a sad thing, right? Because it's formulated. They want everything to be the way they want it to be without question. So this is where it gets funny. It's just fighting against fiction. How do you prepare against that? For educators, it means equipping themselves with some new weapons. One of them is a course created by a nonprofit, the News Literacy Project, that teachers from California to Virginia are adding to their classrooms. It includes a 10-question checklist for identifying fake news. Now, this is funny. If you click on the News Literacy Project, and you can see some of the people who fund it. Oh, what a coincidence. Look right there, the Rockefeller Foundation funding it. The Rockefellers who own and control the media. Because they don't want you questioning any of the fake crap that they're pushing out in the mainstream. So, of course, they fund it. I mean, how funny is that? That the News Literacy Project, which is pretty much going to make this mandatory at some point. Because, listen, it's not just going to be, we're going to shut your YouTube channel down. We're going to censor you. Because that will wake people up, too. Because people will say, why are all these channels getting shut down? Why can't they have a different opinion? What they're trying to do is smoke us out. Okay, that's why I said, I added a Patreon account. And I'll leave that linked up below. Because they're smoking us out. They're trying to take, for those of us who are trying to, do this full-time, make 3, 4, 5 videos, as many videos as we can make at a time, many videos a week, they're trying to smoke us out by taking the monetization away. They're saying, okay, well, that's why you have to be careful with how you name the videos. They aren't just going to, allow monetization on videos that are talking about the race word. There's trigger words that they block. So that's why I'm trying to be very careful when I name the titles of my videos, because I know that it just goes through an algorithm and immediately they'll say, no, you can't monetize it if you're talking about the race war agenda, because they know it's real. That's how it works. So they're trying to, and for the most part, smoke everybody off of YouTube into, saying, okay, well, I can't do this anymore. And that's why it's important, for people out there to cut your connection then to the mainstream media and help out channels out there. I'm not saying help me out, whatever channels that you like, because it is going to continue to be the smoke out process. That's what they're going to use to try to get people off. And then what they're going to do is they're going to continue to groom kids and, poison their minds. Like all the things going on, it's important for them to be able to detect what's real news and fake news. They're pretty much saying you can't have an opinion and you can't question anything that we tell you. That's what they're saying. It's about conforming. It's complete crap. And it's absolutely hilarious that the News Literacy Project, if you look at some of the foundations on there, they're both Zionist connections, but you get the Rockefeller Foundation, who controls all the media. So, of course, they don't want you, listening to or reading or following channels like this and many others out there that expose the crap that these people are all about. Some of the red flags are easy to spot. In the story, is the story missing a byline? Is the headline in all caps? Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. I guess they're talking about me because I do use all caps. Yep, that's a good way to label me. Is there excessive punctuation? Are they promising you something the media doesn't want you to know? So if a title says something along the lines what they don't want you to know, they're saying immediately they want you, it's a trigger something in your mind to say it's fake news. If it's all caps, like I use, to instantly say it's fake news. Because they're going to trigger it. They're going to program these kids and go, look, when you see this, that's what it is. Just like look, when you look up in the sky, right, and you see clouds, well, it might rain, right? You don't look up at the clouds and go, oh, it's going to be, clouds for miles and miles. It's going to be a beautiful day today. Because you've been programmed, you understand that. You see it, you process it, you know. That's what they're going to do with this stuff. Oh, if you see all caps, it's fake news. If it's missing a byline, it's fake news, right? Excessive punctuation, fake news. Are you promising something like the world's ending or whatever these headlines are that they consider to be promising something? You know, what the government doesn't want you to know. Click here, kind of a thing. They go on to say, figure out who published it. Is the tone a little sensational? Is the content generally trying to inform you or just trying to say, or just trying to get you to see ads? I mean, you see how they twist it, they're going to twist it into a money-making. I mean, it's unbelievable that this is something they're focusing on teaching kids. And like I constantly say, they don't teach kids how to farm. They don't teach kids how to live off the land. They don't teach kids about herbal medicine, about how, you can use nature to heal your body. I mean, all these things that none of them, how to build with your hands, how to build a home, build a shelter, none of this stuff. That's why people look at us now, and they go, oh, we're so advanced. Look at those people back in the 1700s, 1800s, living out in the woods. And if those people were here now, they would think we were the stupidest race of humans to ever exist because we don't know how to do anything with our hands. We don't know how to properly farm. We don't know this stuff. You know why? Because we allow the school systems to raise us, and they raise us on nothing but lies and programmed us to believe in nothing but lies. It goes on to say that teachers are saying it's working. Part of the reason kids, particularly middle schoolers, are inherently cynical. Patricia Hunt, who teaches government at a high school in Arlington, Virginia, says her students were already learning how to evaluate sources academically, so doing the same for news sources was a natural next step. Question what you hear, she says. Question authority, she tells them. Question the perspective. Question the sources. Okay, so then why are you why can't you tell the kids that to question the news on the television set? Oh, because we're supposed to believe that the source, like CNN, is a credible source because it's on TV, and we're told what? Oh, the people who went there are all journalists who got their master's degrees at Harvard. They're all part of secret societies. I mean, give me a break. Yeah, the kids should question what they hear from that teacher specifically and anything on the television set. All people like myself are trying to do is wake people up to the lies of this world. It says at Atlanta's Midtown International School, 6 boys and a girl sit around one big table. They're assigned, find a story that interests them, find what's false within it, debunk it, and then create a public service announcement to fight back against its lies. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. This is what they're teaching kids now. What more do you need? Do I even need to continue reading? Teaching the kids how to debunk a story and find out it's false. Why? So what do? They go, well, let me cross-check with something that's completely bought and paid for, like Snoops or whatever that's called, Snopes. Let me go to the TV on the CNN and see Sandy Hook coverage and see the crisis actors who have IMDb pages who are playing multiple roles in Sandy Hook. No, they want the cross-checking and the debunking it is just going against anything that's not in the mainstream. And then they want them to fight back against the lie. So they're trying to brainwash these people to go, oh, it's fake news, that's fake news. And we're seeing that happen. We're seeing people go crazy over anybody who is questioning, the system, and they're calling it fake news. Right? We have Trump every day going fake news, fake news. And is he right? Yeah, CNN is fake news. But that's part of the plan. Because if you think about it in the perspective of mind control, by Trump calling everything fake news and looking like a maniac and then lumping to people like us who are quote unquote supposed to be conspiracy theorists, it's doing the plan that they want. It says the students work independently, but they can't help but pass their computers around, sharing the articles they find too ridiculous not to laugh at it together. So look at the seeds they're planting here. So they find stuff and then they laugh at it. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Go through some of my videos about, the trafficking of children. Oh, that's real funny, right? What, the Illuminati symbols, I guess they're finding funny because they aren't trained to look for symbols and signs. I mean, this is the next wave of how they're going to brainwash these kids. They don't have a choice because people are waking up. There's a lot of teens that listen to this channel, and I'm very grateful for that. And I try to, target and go towards them because I know how important they are. I know that they're the ones, that they really want to completely go after. People in their 20s and 30s and 40s, where a lot of us are already deeply down the rabbit hole, very much awake. But it's hard to get someone who's 10, 12 years old to start waking up. You can't just immediately talk about something like, CERN or, anything that's like really deep in detail. That's why it's important, I think, to go after the movies, the entertainment, as well as these other things, because they immediately start seeing this stuff. They go, wait a minute, okay, I watched these music videos, now I start seeing the message. And then they start going down the rabbit hole, but you can't just dive down the rabbit hole. Your head will explode. I mean, all of us, when we woke up, it took steps, it took time. We needed to step away. I still need to step away sometimes, but it's almost impossible for me to. But it's just important to keep focused on, whatever methods we can use to make sure kids out there aren't falling into this fake news paradigm that they're trying to create, where they're trying to decide what's fake and what's not, because the school systems are going to be brainwashing them with this crap. And that's how nervous that all of us have made them. Not me specifically. You, the listener who's talking about this, sharing it with your friends. All of us, we're all on the same team. We're all doing this together. We're all trying to help and wake people up. That's why it's important to continue this battle. I'll leave the article linked up from CNN, and you can see them talking about the people who are behind the News Literacy Project, which apparently is going to be the next wave of public schools making it mandatory to teach the fake news. So they'll take away a class or they'll add a class. It's about fake news. Meanwhile, they're sitting in a building that's giving you nothing but lies after lie upon lie, which never mentions anything about any of these elite bloodline families to control, never mentions anything about Satan. I mean, it's a world of lies, and they are nervous and rattled, so we got to keep our foot on the pedal. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I've touched on this before in other videos, and now I'm going to explain why you always hear and see references to 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, you might not realize that you're seeing these references, but as I show you the repetition and you start understanding why 3 o'clock in the morning is used in song lyrics, song titles, as well as many other things on YouTube and in the mainstream media, you'll start to understand why they're indoctrinating you with 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, some of you might wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning often. People message me that all the time. That is because you're under spiritual attack. If you aren't aware, it is believed that Jesus died at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, all of us are aware, or should be, who listen to this channel, the significance of the number 33, right? Jesus died at 33. 1/3 of the fallen angels here on earth, 33. 33rd degree Freemasonry is based off of those numbers. It is to mock. Jesus dying at 3 p.m., what they do is they flip things. 3 o'clock in the morning is known as Satan's hour. This is when the occult practices and performs these rituals. They will stay up into the midnight hours, and trust me, you can read about this. You can interview yourself and speak with ex-occultists who have actually come forward and talk about these things, who are lucky to be alive and not be killed at this point. And they all tell you the same thing. If the ritual involves, most of the time it will involve children, or an abortion blood sacrifice ritual, they will wait to perform the ritual until 3 o'clock in the morning. It is believed that at this time, this is when most paranormal-like activity happens. A lot of Christians are noted to wake up around this time because they're under spiritual attack. That is because Satanists are performing and witches performing these rituals at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you search on YouTube 3 a.m., and I've covered this clown before, this guy who's, I want to say this poor guy, but this guy's doing nothing but indoctrinate people with these rituals. All of his videos, he's all tattooed up with it, and he claims he's not a devil worshiper because, like I said, they claim to believe in God, not the devil, because they believe that Lucifer is God. So they're not going to come out and say, well, I worship the devil, because they believe, this is what Masons are taught as well, that Lucifer is God. You'll see that this channel has over 2 million subscribers, which is insane. And this guy is clearly on massive amounts of drugs, under massive amounts of demonic possession. There's no doubt about it. I mean, even if you're not a believer in the stuff I say in this channel, you just watch this guy. This guy is sick in the head. And if you Google 3 a.m., you'll see all of this stuff about paranormal activity, right? Or YouTube it, I should say. At 3 o'clock in the morning, right? 3 a.m. Ouija board challenge, 3 a.m. Jesus phone call. All of this stuff about 3 a.m. and the occult. This is an indoctrination that's been going on for quite some time. And you'll also know, I'll play this video, how this guy is doing, he has this video, which I've already covered before. I'm going to show a clip, which I didn't show last time, about how at 3 o'clock in the morning, he sells his soul because he follows the teachings of Aleister Crowley. He even promotes Aleister Crowley's book, talks about how it's filled with black magic and Egyptian worship and all that nonsense. Of course, doesn't cover the pedophilia aspect of it or the blood rituals that Aleister Crowley talks about, because none of these guys will talk about that. They just go, oh, that's not in the book, because they don't expect you to pick up the book and read it. And even if you do, just like picking up a Talmud and reading it, people will just say you're crazy because they don't want to hear it. Okay? But he has video after video about 3M. And this one, he talks about how to actually sell your soul for fame and fortune at 3 o'clock in the morning, and goes through the book of Aleister Crowley.
I got the real deal how to do it, and it's all in this book right here, guys. It's called Gems from the Equinox by Aleister Crowley, guys. This is like the book, all right, guys? Like, I really had to order this book and read it. Like, look how thick this is. It could be like Harry Potter Part 5, how thick this thing is. So in this book, you can tell right away it's real just because of the Egyptian stuff all over the place, guys. So basically, this book has a lot of things to do with selling your soul, guys. Also, it has a lot to do with black magic and all that kind of stuff, guys. So right there, it says Baphomet. Okay, guys, Baphomet is the devil. All right, if you didn't know, what I'm trying to tell you is we got the real deal. All right, we got the real info on how to do this, guys. If you're looking to sell your soul for fame and money and stuff like that, you came to the right place, all right, from the light. But before we start this, guys, I just want to let you know that in no way am I condoning people to do this. Like, do not do this. I don't know if it works, guys. I don't know if it works. I've been sort of like a test dummy for like demonic rituals on my channel for a while now. So if anybody's gonna understand, it's gonna be you guys. All right, so please don't hate on the video, guys. It's just for entertainment purposes only. All right, guys. So let's do this. Another thing, I believe in God. All right, I don't believe in Satan. I don't worship Satan. All right, no matter what kind of tattoos I got. For real, I believe in God. All right, so I don't want to hear all this devil worshiping stuff, guys. It's just a video, man. I'm just trying it out, bro. Let's see if it works, dude. Like, literally, I want to be a YouTuber more than anything. Why not sell my soul? Why not? Like, that's what I want to do. If I can't do this, I just want to die, okay? Like, literally, I want to do this more than anything. Alright, so let's just keep that understood. Alright, and if it don't work, look, I'm still trying YouTube anyways. Alright, let's keep it moving. So like I said, guys, this video took 3 days in the making, guys. Like 3 days of solid preparation. Let me show you why. See my bedroom window right here, guys? Let's open these blinds. Alright, what do we got here, guys? What do we got here? So as you guys see, my window is completely blocked out from the sun, guys. And this is for a definite reason. That's black crystal board, guys. No sun comes through that at all. This comes straight from the book, guys. It says that in order to perform this ritual, to make a pact with the devil and sell your soul, you need to have a room that has not touched sunlight in 3 solid days. No sun at all has touched my room in 3 solid days, guys. I blocked out the window for 3 days, guys. Now you understand why I spent 3 days preparing for this video. I want to give it a legitimate try, guys. Another thing was, guys, you need to have this special kind of paper right here, all right? Now, it's really hard to see on the camera, but you see how it's like textured and stuff like that? You need this special kind of paper, guys. It's like a solid day.
Now, let's talk about repetition and let's talk about mind control and how it works, right? I've done videos talking about magic and how there's so many songs called magic, so many songs, right? Albums, Bruce Springsteen, Magic, Magic Carpet Ride, Do You Believe in Magic, right? Referencing magic, but it goes right over everybody's head because they're not trained to think like that. It's just getting filtered into their mind and it's getting deposited in there because they're indoctrinating you with this stuff. The same can be said for 3 o'clock in the morning. There are many, many musicians who have songs called 3 a.m. or albums called 3 a.m. Simon and Garfunkel's first album was entitled Wednesday Morning, 3 a.m. And of course, you know about Eminem and 3 a.m., right? He has the song 3 a.m. Matchbox 20, 3 a.m. All you have to do is scroll through and you'll see all of this all of these songs about 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And the amount of views that they have, they're all very popular songs. I don't even know who have 14 million views. NF, 3 a.m., 8 million views. Finding Hope, again, 3 a.m. Mr. Suicide Sheet, 4 million. Eminem, Megan Trainor, 3 a.m., couple million views. Jesse and Joy, 3 a.m. Okay? This isn't because all these people just happen to love 3 o'clock in the morning. Right? I mean, I don't hear any songs about, I don't know, 4:17 p.m., 9:28 p.m. a.m., right? Why do you think they're constantly talking about 3 a.m.? You think that all these songs which are referencing, oh, they just happen to wake up at 3 a.m., right? The song's not about, hey, it's 2:20 in the morning and I'm thinking about you and I'm in love with you, right? Because they try to take the song about 3 a.m. and they'll talk about love and I'm up at 3 a.m. and I'm thinking about you and I love you and oh, it's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep and oh, it's 3 a.m. and these thoughts are going through my mind. They're indoctrinating people with 3 a.m. because when all this stuff goes down, remember, and it is already going down, the massive indoctrination is occurring right now. But everybody's going to be on board with everything, right? And if I told you 20 years ago that people would be on board with 5-year-olds going to transgender camps, you would have probably shot me in the head. Now look what we're at, right? You question a 5-year-old going to a transgender camp or a 5-year-old questioning their gender, you're a hater. It's hate speech. Let them do what they want, right? Because they've been indoctrinated with, they've been brainwashed into thinking it's okay. That's what the media does. All of the things that the occult does and practices is going to be normal. Everyone's going to be on board. Like I said, this is all psychological. You know, the people out there who push the constant fear-mongering, like the military is going to show up in your backyard with shotguns and blow you in the head, or blow you away in the head. That stuff's all nonsense. Everybody is going to be on board with this stuff. And those of us who aren't, that's when the FEMA camps and stuff come into play. Because they're going to show us off to the rest of the world and say, these are the people who are haters. These are the people who are causing problems and want war. And it's going to be the Christians who are persecuted. The Bible tells us this. Okay? This is all psychological. So they're preparing people because the rituals that people are eventually going to be performing with these Satanists, because these people are being led into, they're already Satanists. They don't know it yet because they're living the do without will tolerance mindset, right? And it's under the umbrella of love, like I constantly say. Then you have Christians who just don't get it, who constantly put up videos and they're like, love, Jesus is love. Yes, Jesus is love, but don't you understand what they're doing? And they don't. And these people who have channels are irresponsible. And they're extremely stupid and shouldn't have channels because they're doing nothing but pushing New Age by pushing love. They're pushing what they want because love and tolerance is blurring the lines into acceptance, and the acceptance is of this satanic regime that is being put in place. That's what's happening, right? Blurring the lines between love, right? Listen to how many people tell me I'm such a hateful person, I don't sound like a Christian. Meanwhile, I would give the shirt off my back to someone who needed it. I would. But just because I have a bit of a viperous tongue, which I'm not saying is a good thing, it makes people say, oh, he's not filled with love. Because to them, what love is tolerance and accepting. And that's the do without will mindset. And that's how this is all happening. So everybody's going to be on board with everything, right? And that includes pedophilia, right? Like I said, they're normalizing children, like, looking at kids as, oh, they're not really kids anymore. They're smarter than adults, right? That's why they have shows, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? The kids on the TV shows act smarter than the parents. That's all to normalize a younger age of pedophilia and children and adults being together. And this all is heading towards everybody being on board with these rituals and performing these rituals. And this all happens, these rituals, they occur at 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's why these songs about 3 o'clock in the morning, these lyrics, and I could go through, if you look up 3 a.m. in lyrics, you'll find hundreds of songs by popular artists who talk about the time 3 o'clock in the morning, right? But common people won't question this. They'll just go, oh, okay. But why is it then? Why are we seeing repetition between all these videos on YouTube about 3 a.m.? Don't listen to this song at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. challenge, 3 a.m. this, 3 a.m. that. And then you get Eminem, 3 o'clock in the morning, where he murders people. The follow-up video he just did, another video, right, that we saw. I covered it, framed, talking about how, the murders at 3 o'clock in the morning. And people just don't get it. They go, oh, it's artistic. It's repetition is what it is. Because at 3 o'clock in the morning, It is Christians who are under spiritual attack because these rituals are occurring. And remember, it's 3 a.m. to mock the death of Jesus at 3 p.m. That is why they use it. You get your 33, which is their number, 33. So again, this is why you see these songs. And you could just look them up yourself. You can go through the list. You can look at the lyrics from Eminem to Meghan Trainor to people you might not know, to Matchbox 20, to people who are irrelevant now, to smaller bands like Leak Jack, Heartbreaker, 3 a.m., Krillic, 3 a.m., right? But you don't hear songs about 1:20 in the morning or, anything else, because it's repetition. All of this stuff is to prepare everybody to be on board with this. And I brought the word love into this because that's all I see Christian YouTubers talk about is love. And they don't, not only are a lot of these people who have come from the New Age into Christianity not understanding of Scripture. Personally, I don't believe a lot of them have the Holy Spirit with them, but that's not for me to decide because I don't listen to these people and care what they say. I read the Bible on my own, and when I have questions about things, I reach out to people, and I seek fellowship with them. Okay? I seek fellowship a lot with my father on a lot of questions that I have when I have questions about the Bible or understanding something in it, right? Because nobody understand, we all will always have questions about certain things. But love is one of those things, do not be deceived by it, because it's a pacifist, it's not just a pacifist thing, I shouldn't say. It is a tolerance thing. And they take it and they go, Jesus, the heart of the Lord is mercy. Love thy neighbor as thyself, right? But don't fall into the trap of tolerance. Okay? Don't fall into the trap of being tolerant of our enemies. And when people go, well, you're supposed to love your enemy. You're supposed to love the pedophile. No, you're supposed to love the Satanist who's killing babies. You're supposed to turn the other cheek. Those are people who don't understand and can't comprehend Scripture, and they're very dangerous. And there's a lot of people on here, specifically females, who have ministries on here. And I just say to myself, do they read the Bible where women aren't supposed to minister? But they seem to ignore that because they want to preach stuff that they learned in their New Age past that they've been on. Okay? So be very careful with this stuff, but understand that this repetition that from things such as 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Such as songs about magic, love, universal love, and New Ageism, all of this stuff. This is all in a massive indoctrination, which is leading to people eventually being fully on board with this stuff, which they will be through psychological operations, which are occurring on a minute-to-minute, second-by-second basis. Okay, so all these people, just like we always see the all-seeing eye, right? I always say, well, what do they all want to be, optometrists? Never seen so many people love an eyeball. I mean, I'm not a big fan of eyes. I mean, sure, some people have really pretty eyes. Girls have pretty eyes, I should say. But, I mean, are you obsessed with eyes? You're painting eyes on you, putting tattoos of eyeballs on your back, pictures in your home. These people love eyeballs more than optometrists do. And at the same time, what can you say about 3 o'clock in the morning? All these musicians just happen to love 3 o'clock in the morning. They all want to talk about 3 o'clock in the morning. It just so happens to be the well-known hour where occultists will tell you that is the hour they stay up chanting, going through rituals to become demonically possessed, to perform these rituals, these blood rituals at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you want to tell me it's a coincidence that Matchbox 20 and Eminem and whoever, any of these other, Simon and Garfunkel, all these massive musicians, and other musicians too who mention it in their lyrics, and all these people on YouTube who have all these videos about a Ouija board. They have these videos on YouTube that are pushed, these 3 a.m. challenges, because they want to indoctrinate children to try it. Oh, stay up till 3 a.m. and try this Ouija board challenge so you can become demonically possessed and you can start to get indoctrinated with the dark side. That's why they're there. That's why YouTube pushes it. Those videos don't get flagged. Of course they don't. And you got junkies that have 2 million subscribers who don't even know what they're doing or saying because they're under demonic possession and heroin at the same time, because they want children to be indoctrinated with this stuff. So that is why, if you're someone who's woken up at 3 in the morning or always, feel something at a time if you're up, that is why. And the Satanists and the occultists, they all know that. They know it very well. And now you know, to be forewarned. And that's why you're going to see 3 a.m. constantly pushed. I'm sure another musician will have a 3 a.m. song coming out pretty soon. Obviously, the Eminem one is the most well-known. But it could be 3 a.m. with something else mixed in, 3 o'clock in the love time, or some ridiculous name. But that's why it's there. The repetition is always there when it comes to the occult. And all these things always connect back to these losers. Because that's what they are. They're losers. And it's our job to make sure people are awake. Don't let your kids get involved in any of this 3 a.m. challenge crap. You be aware yourself. If you wake up, something feels wrong, you have a panic attack or anxiety, get into prayer. Because you're under spiritual attack. This is spiritual warfare. It's always going on. And they're always coming after us. That's why it's important for Christians not to get distracted by the nonsense distractions of this world. Because they're always focused on coming after us. They want this new world order in place. This is their job as Satanists, Luciferians, whatever you want to call them. Their job is to put this in place. Okay? And to lead everyone astray to worshiping Lucifer. Now, most of these people won't realize it until it's too late because, I mean, that's the pathetic thing I always say about Lucifer, right? Even his own followers won't openly admit it. But they think that they are because they're calling him God, because they all know the big secret that they refer to him as God, that he's really God is their perception that they have. But if I was Lucifer, I'd be pretty pissed off, All these people that follow him and won't even mention his name because everyone would be too embarrassed to mention his name. And the same goes for, these other things that they do. They're tricking everybody, right? They're tricking everybody into this through all of these deceptions. That's why, the Bible speaks of the great deception. And people always say, well, what is the great deception? Well, you're pretty much living in the great deception. The entire world is a lie. Everything going on is a lie. And all they're doing day after day, minute after minute, is indoctrinating everybody with the occult. And nobody realizes it, that they're being deceived. And people are just inadvertently becoming atheists, not realizing that, by being an atheist, they're pretty much technically, they're Luciferian in a sense because it's the same doctrine. The evolution and all this stuff, even though, the real Luciferians know that God exists and they hate him, but they know they had to concoct this gigantic deception to get people to lead him, to worshiping Lucifer. Otherwise, if things were the way they were 200 years ago, these people would be getting, they'd be getting hung. I mean, what do you think would be happening? They're getting burned at the stake. Now look, you even say stuff like that. It's like, oh my gosh, what kind of Christian are you for saying something like that? Well, why don't you go back 300 years ago and tell that to Christians who were, living by the word fully, not distracted by the nonsense of the world, didn't care about, they weren't narcissists, caring about how they looked and all this stuff. They cared about God. And when they saw people performing witchcraft and stuff like that, that's how they're handling it. But now instead of it, it's like, even as a Christian as myself, Christians hate me or call me out, even for saying that these people should be locked up. They're like, that's not right. I mean, look how soft they've made society and how weak they've made them. And that's what they want. 1984 talks about it, right? I mean, we live at the society we're in now is so weak, so watered down. That is how they get all of this stuff to come across and to be pushed in and to be accepted. So again, 3 o'clock in the morning, that's why you always hear about it. I wanted to just do a video so if you weren't aware, this is why it's being pushed, and it's going to be pushed more and more in the future. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Look at some of these headlines. This is just from the last few days here in March 2018. I'm showing you this to show you just how much every single day this stuff is just ramping up, right? You get Vogue, which is a magazine which influences so many women out there who are under this mind control of the fashion industry and how they look. They don't even realize what kind of programming they're being put under. But Vogue has an article out from March 12th entitled Celebrating Witches and Wild Women, right? The article goes on to praise witches and how witches are making a comeback, talking about January's Women's March, how there were signs that said, we are the granddaughters of the witches that you couldn't burn. It said then a movement began to bind Trump through spell casting, using an ancient spell intended to impede the president. Over the summer, Vogue celebrated Witchy Week for the summer solstice. This is all coming into the mainstream. All of it, from every direction possible. And that's not all that's out there in the mainstream, and this isn't like, some random blog that some girl just wrote. This is Vogue. You know how many people read this? I don't know why they read it, but you know how many people do? Women read Cosmopolitan, Vogue. It's all poison, but it's influencing people. Then you get this other stuff about how there's going to be wizard summer camps. Camps for wizards, for children to become and learn how to be wizards, and for young girls to learn how to become witches. We'll start with this one. Wizard summer camp coming to Beaumont, right? They got the dates on there. Camp will take place every day from 9 to 1. Wizard activities include a sorting ceremony, wand making, potions class, butterbeer, herbology, Harry Potter games, making dragon eggs. Can't make this stuff up. Now, the problem is that the masses out there hear this and they go, oh, come on, kids are being kids. Let them do this. Let them do that. They don't have a clue about this stuff because they don't think it's really going on, despite the fact that it's right in front of their faces 24/7. And one of the main reasons is that the parents love this stuff. The parents grew up on Disney. The parents grew up on Harry Potter. So, of course, they're going to raise their kids on. They're going to go, look at me. I didn't turn out so bad. And you're going to go, huh? You didn't? You're dressing up like a wizard in your 30s. Playing with magic cards, for crying out loud. Playing hocus pocus on the weekends. But these people are clueless. But the problem is that the children are the ones who are being targeted, right? Wizards age 5 to 12 are welcome to this camp. 5 to 12, right? Then you get other camps about wizards and witches and summer schools, and how a 15-year-old Harry Potter fanatic is organizing a summer camp for teens and tweens that strive to bring the magical world of Hogwarts to life. More like a Hogwarts on your rear end. That's the only thing you're going to get out of this. Campers can dress up like just like the dorks that these characters are, because I don't know what a Dumbledore is or a Snape, but it sounds like something that like Pansy would want to be. Help dwarfs find their lost wands. Maybe even play a game or two of Quidditch. I'm good. I'd rather play a game of get lost in the woods and never be found. It goes on to say a grade 10 student in the Pacific School in Victoria describes the camp as a 3-day immersive experience involving live action and role-playing. Role-playing being teaching people how to become wizards and witches. Now, this isn't on the level of becoming a wizard and a witch in the occult. I understand that. I understand kids dressing up at the age of 5 years old with wands and all that stuff. Doesn't mean that they're Satanists. But what it is it's a gateway into the occult. Just like Dungeons and Dragons, just like magic cards, just like all the Disney movies that talk about magic, which is almost every single one. I mean, how much more do people need to see? You know, you get other articles out there from the past week. More applications being accepted for Harry Potter themed camps around the country. This one in Salt Lake City. Classes are going to be taught by instructors from the History Museum of Utah. Send in your applications. And these are the things you can teach your children. Potions, astronomy. This is all gateway stuff, right? Astronomy. What's your sign? Tarot card readings. Talking about caring of magical creatures. Defense against the dark arts and Quidditch. Again, more of this nerd stuff. But still, it holds value because people are going to participate. And this is going to eventually be this indoctrination for them to want to get into this stuff. Then you get some of these other things like wizard schools. If you look this up, this is going on around the country this October. Of course, it's October. You get the College of Wizardry, right? I mean, they sell it as like, look, everybody gets to dress up and play as their favorite characters. Look, when the website loads, it says loading spell in progress. I mean, give me a break. The College of Wizardry, an immersive wizard school experience, right? So you see how they use this stuff based off of all these shows and all these movies, right? Just to make it seem like, oh, it's not a big deal. Oh, they're not really learning witchcraft or wizardry. Well, they've already pushed this stuff through the mainstream to make it seem like it's cool, to make it seem like it's safe, to make it seem like it's not something dangerous. It's geared towards kids, right?
150 years ago, these witches are getting run into cages, and much worse, they're getting burnt at the stake. Now, everything is flipped. Everything's the opposite, right? So when people like me talk about this stuff, if I was walking the streets 150 years ago talking about this, people would be like, where are they? Where are the witches? Let's go. Okay? Now, me talking about it, people will go, oh, that's insane. You're out of your mind. Harry Potter, real? It's make-believe. People are just having fun. It shows you the perception and how they flip the perception upside down. It also shows you how stupid a society we live in. These parents are allowing their children to go to wizard camp and witch camp and be indoctrinated with this filth. Okay? This geekazoid nonsense of learning this, they're just having a good time. Don't be such a bully. Yeah, the next thing you know, the 7-year-old is suddenly 15. He's had enough of playing Dungeons and Dragons. Now he's a full-blown wannabe Satanist. And he ventures into the cult, which starts with, I'm going to take one of those blood brother oaths where I cut my wrist and he cuts his and we merge our blood together. Bloodletting rituals. These things that they've made common in today's society where it's like, oh, come on. The kid cuts his wrist with a can, the other kid does, and now they're blood brothers. These are all witchcraft things that indoctrinate people with bloodletting rituals, indoctrinate people with a brotherhood, with a cult-like, friendship and bond. It's so obvious. It's amazing to me that no one sees it. So as these, camps grow, and Harry Potter's not even a thing right now, not that I'm aware, but more and more camps are popping up, right? So instead of a kid going to a camp and playing basketball or whatever, playing soccer, playing something, playing with water balloons for crying out loud, running around outside just getting exercise. Instead, those things are, quietly going away, and they're being flipped upside down with stuff like this, right? Last summer, I talked about how they have transgender camps for 5-year-olds, to 12-year-olds to go to camp together, kids who believe that they're the opposite sex, and then the counselors enable it. Now we've got Harry Potter camps, which I'm sure have been around, but the fact that they're trending and there's a bunch of them popping up, it's not like one location's having a Harry Potter camp. It's a bunch of them. A bunch of wizard camps, right? And people go, oh, cool. The kids are like, hey, Mom, I want to go to this camp this summer. And the parents are just like, okay, great. You're out of my hair for the summer. Go to wizard camp. Next thing you know, the kid's playing with wands. He's making potions. There's such thing as real potions. All you got to do is go to a Wiccan's website or some witch's website. Now, they'll tell you that the potions are good. And, oh, the potion will help you find love. Because these losers can't find it without a potion. Right? Oh, I'm going to mix together some grass and seaweed, and I'm going to spit on it, and suddenly I'm going to find my frog's going to turn to a prince. I mean, real pathetic stuff. The people that join this. Cowards is what they are. Can't deal with the everyday real life, and they don't even realize a lot of these witches and Satanists that this whole thing is run by their own. They're like, oh, these Christians are crazy. Witches are oppressed. Wiccans are oppressed. There's so many delusional witches out there. Or just they'll comment. You can see their comments. We're pagan. We don't do that stuff. Why do you have to be such a bully? Why do you have to be such a bully? Why do you have to be such a freak? Making potions out of tree branches. All right? Why don't you do something productive with your day? It's a joke. It's an absolute abomination to God. It's an abomination to me. It's an abomination to you, the listener, I'm sure. And it's just more crap that's targeting kids. So we have Harry Potter camps popping up this summer. You want to be a wizard? You want to be a witch? You want to be a geek? It's the place for you. Then you get, you get all these other wizard universities, and you get Vogue telling us how we need to be celebrating witches, and how they're having witch weeks, and they're celebrating. You notice how they're all celebrating? These magazines like Vogue are celebrating the solstice, the equinoxes. You'll see them celebrate the Beltane when it comes up. I'm sure it'll be more mainstream this year. It's getting more and more mainstream every year. They're not talking about the human sacrifice that's involved. They just go, oh, it's just made up stuff. We all just get together and dress up like weirdos and run around and light fire torches. And we're all supposed to believe it and go, oh, that makes perfect sense. Because we all want to do that. These people are liars and deceivers, and they continue to target our kids. And we need to make sure that they don't. Protect your kids. Keep them away from crap like Harry Potter. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
We are not professing tell you the complete story of these activities. We are professing to tell you the complete story that we know, but these records that we've uncovered don't tell the story. They tell pieces of it. This is a story that has been told in bits and pieces. This is an attempt to pull most of it together. We know we don't have the full story. We do, however, have some striking new revelations and insights. The story begins here, just off the nation's front yard, the mall. The buildings behind me were the headquarters for the World War II Office of Strategic Services. It was here that the first halting steps toward mind control began. The shaper and molder of OSS was General Wild Bill Donovan. He said of his group's work, "We may have made mistakes, but we were not afraid to try things that were never done before." In this anything-goes atmosphere, Donovan appointed this man, Stanley Lovell, a Boston industrialist, to break new ground in many scientific and technical fields. Donovan called Lovell his Dr. Moriarty, after the fiendish professor in Sherlock Holmes. Lovell liked the name and posed for the Saturday Evening Post photo. He later wrote of his OSS job that it was, quote, "to stimulate the pet's bad boy beneath the surface of every American scientist, and to say to him, throw all of your normal law-abiding concepts out of the window. Here's a chance to raise merry hell." It was in this atmosphere that the search for mind control began. This bizarre man would be an active participant in that search over the next 2 decades. His name is George White, an OSS captain who had formerly been with the Bureau of Narcotics. In his diary, seen here publicly for the first time, White left a legacy of the darker side of American intelligence work. He received his early OSS training at the British-run school in Oshawa, Canada, the same school where Ian Fleming, the creator of James Bond, was trained. White referred to the school in his diaries as the Oshawa School of Mayhem and Murder. Mike Burke, former OSS colleague of White's and now president of Madison Square Garden Center.
Very compelling fellow, mysterious fellow, almost mystical fellow. He was fascinating because you knew something about him, but not enough about him to really get a fix on him. He also knew a great deal about the swifter elements of society, the gamier side of life, and he was very impressive in his technical knowledge of the underworld, so to speak. He said one of our men could speed up. He says you have to act real fast and teach these guys a lesson.
Charles Siragusa, a former narcotics officer and friend of White's.
You know, come down, he says, and break their kneecaps. And with that, one guy laughed. And George went with that little Billy with him. And this one guy saw a snake hit George right came down and whacked him across the neck with it. Then he picked up a pull stake and started beating everybody up.
He made his point.
And he made his point.
George White was not a man of understatement or subtleties. His boss at OSS, Stanley Lovell, referred to him as deadly and dedicated. In this note from White's diaries, it says, "Call Lovell regarding TD." TD was a rather transparent cover for Truth Drug. George White worked with the Truth Drug Committee here at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in the nation's capital. They experimented with mescaline, scopolamine, and marijuana on unwitting victims. The committee soon learned there was no easy panacea, no truth drug at this stage. But White and later colleagues would not stop trying. The goal remained the same. As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation. But it was a discovery here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz Laboratories by Dr. Albert Hoffman, that led the intelligence agencies of America to believe that they had found the panacea. The discovery was lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. The film that you see is considered by many experts to be the closest illustration of the effects of a hallucinogenic.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
John Ginninger, recently retired chief psychologist for the CIA. This is the first time Ginninger has been interviewed publicly.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on our water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
CIA's interest in LSD was intense. The worry was that the Russians would get hold of it.
Were the Soviets into LSD?
I don't have to say I'm sure they were, but if you ask me to prove it, I've never seen any direct proof of it.
But at one point, intelligence information received from Switzerland said that Sandoz Laboratories was about to put 100 million doses of LSD on the open market. And it caused enough concern within the agency that the United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. However, a slight mistake had been made. The mistake is made public for the first time.
I just found out by a new CIA document that there were no such large quantities of LSD on the market.
John Marks has filed numerous freedom of information suits against the CIA and has unearthed much new material. He is the author of The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, a history of intelligence agency work with mind control. He is a consultant for this report.
What happened is that there was a military attaché in Switzerland, an American officer, who got milligrams and kilograms mixed up. In other words, he made a mistake of thinking 1/1000th of a gram was the same as 1,000 grams, which is a mistake of 1,000,000 times. So when the CIA got the intelligence that there were 100 million doses on the market, in fact, there were 100 doses.
The man who would oversee the CIA's research into drugs and most of the agency's behavior programs is this man, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, a chemist. Dr. Gottlieb declined ABC News' request for an interview. In their never-ending search for the miracle weapon, CIA operatives searched here in the remote mountain areas of southern Mexico for what up to then had been considered a myth, magic mushrooms. They used this man, a part-time chemist for the CIA, to dupe this man, a vice president of a bank and an amateur mycologist or mushroom expert, to try to get to the magic mushrooms and turn them into a drug. But it would be the amateur, R. Gordon Wasson and his colleagues, who would win the race and develop the drug psilocybin from the magic mushrooms.
We went into the Mazatec area, far from the highways, remote from Mexico City. There we found that rotten bagasse, as it's called, bagasso, covered with mushrooms. These mushrooms, I didn't know, I'd never seen. They were the sacred mushrooms.
Wasson would also discover and record the ancient mystical rites of the mushrooms from the local shaman or magical priestess, Maria Sabina.
And we were seeing incredible sights. They would go slowly or they would go fast as I ordained. All your senses are rendered acute. We say that you see visions, you see hallucinations, but that doesn't begin to tell this story. The hallucinations are only part of it. You hear sounds, you smell things. The night was thrilling.
Word of Wasson's discovery reached the CIA quickly. Dr. James Moore, a University of Delaware chemist, secretly served the CIA preparing deadly chemicals on short notice. Moore was instructed to get close to Wasson and accompany him on another trip to Mexico to get the magic mushrooms. Internal documents show the CIA felt a drug derived from the mushrooms could remain an agency secret. What in the world were they looking for with the magic mushrooms?
I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior, changes in mental attitude.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
Oh, I don't remember having considered that specifically.
What if you, I trust perhaps you've thought about it,
Oh, I haven't worried about it. Your question again, what would I have thought had I known that any of these substances would have been given to unwitting persons? You mean a hostile agent of another government?
No, I mean
that was probably
I mean testing it out on an American citizen.
All right. I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded about this, but I don't recall ever having been very much preoccupied with that issue.
But many drugs were tested in this way. A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans. As one CIA document says, such testing would be operationally realistic. A former CIA official who worked on these programs describes for the first time how the decision was made. He did not wish to be filmed or recorded. Thus, his remarks were read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line. Every decent kid knows he shouldn't steal, but he does it sometimes. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
And other small timers would be forced to seek any kind of revenge in case they found out.
And as their predecessors had a decade earlier, the CIA turned to George White for help. White was now a high-ranking narcotics official, and by this time, the stories about George White were legendary.
So the waiter says, "You may help me, monsieur?" And George White was busy talking to Blade. I paid no attention to him, so the waiter tapped him on his shoulder and says, "You may help you, monsieur?" George White turned around, whipped his gun out, and stuck it in the guy's face like this. It was a crowded restaurant.
George White did not mind bending the law, and he knew the street well. He was the ideal choice for what the CIA had in mind.
We were Ivy League, white, middle class. We were naive, totally naive about this, and he felt pretty expert. He knew the whores, the pimps, the people who brought in the drugs.
White set up so-called safe houses for the CIA in New York, here in Greenwich Village. And later in San Francisco, in this hotel, and in an apartment atop Telegraph Hill with a commanding view of San Francisco Bay. While the existence of these safe houses was disclosed last year, details of what took place within them has not been told. A former CIA official who worked in the safe houses reveals that they were used not only for drug testing, but to study sexual behavior and how it could be used to manipulate people.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets? We learned the nature of the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this, but as the agency knew, they couldn't fight back. Some entries from George White's diaries. Clarice gets horrors. Janet, sky high. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question. The safe houses were not the only testing grounds. Millions of dollars were spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug. And suddenly, it was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded, supported, and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing consciousness-raising experience.
I know that some of the studies in which the CIA had supported used as subjects people who later became
strong proselytizers of LSD. So in a macro sense, yes, I think that did sustain the perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it? The counter case that I would make in relationship to that is to remember that the people who were doing the research were people who would be doing the research regardless of who was the sponsor. I don't think anybody working in that time in the reports ever thought that it would go up into the kind of thing that it did.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s for their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius. Covering a span of history such as we are in this report, one can get sidetracked by the so-called glamour and mystery of espionage work, or by the exotic qualities of some drugs. But what you can't lose sight of is what all of this would mean in terms of individual human beings. There would be deaths. There would be long-lasting and harmful effects. The best-known case is that of this man, Frank Olson, a chemist employed by the Army Chemical Corps, who in 1953 was slipped LSD unknowingly at a meeting with CIA officials. Shortly after that, Olson went into severe depression. He ended his life at this New York hotel by diving through a shaded closed window in his 10th floor room. Frank Olson was the first known fatality in the CIA's LSD program. Olson left behind a widow Alice and 3 children, but it would be years before they learned the real story of his death. Shortly after his suicide, Alice Olson was visited by Dr. Sidney Gutley, the man who had administered the drug, and by Robert Lashbrook, his deputy, who was the last person with Frank Olson the night of his death.
It was probably to check me out and see whether I was handling myself and handling the situation, whether I was hysterical. And I'm sure they left the house feeling ever so much better because I had been gracious and hospitable to them, so that I must have played right into their hand and made them feel fine.
23 years later, how did you feel about that meeting?
My anger was unbelievable at how I had been duped for this length of time, and the anguish which was unnecessary.
Anyone who knew during all of those years never told Alice Olson the real story of her husband's death. She would discover it by accident more than 2 decades later. In essence, it was a 22-year-long cover-up. Lyman Kirkpatrick was Inspector General of the CIA at the time of Frank Olson's death.
But had not the Olson case occurred within the secret confines of the CIA, would not this case have been a prosecutable case? Perhaps I would think very definitely prosecutable, and certainly from the point of view of Mr. Olson, why it should probably have been actionable.
Frank Olson's suicide slowed down the CIA's testing of LSD and other drugs, but only momentarily. The CIA was not the only government agency interested in the possibilities LSD and other drugs presented for mind control. The Army Chemical Corps first started working with the CIA and then branched off on its own. It too tested drugs on unwitting victims, and a death would result. The case of this man, Harold Blower, a tennis pro, seen here with his daughter Elizabeth, is well known. In 1953, Blower was a private patient at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. He was given 5 injections of a mescaline derivative that was being tested secretly for the Army Chemical Corps. With the 5th injection, Harold Blower died. As with the Olson case, a 22-year cover-up followed, until finally the Army admitted the real details of Blower's death. Since the initial news stories of Harold Blower's death, close to 5,000 documents, previously classified, have been released by the Army and obtained by ABC News. They provide valuable insight into Army activities at the time of Blower's death and where the Army went from there with their own drug testing program. From a previously classified deposition of Dr. James Cattell, who administered the mescaline derivative. On the purpose of the drug testing, to produce symptoms similar to those that you see in schizophrenia. On how much the patient knew about all this. We didn't delineate all the possibilities of what might happen because then you contaminate your experiment. Cattell then relates that he never even knew what drug he had given Harold Blauer because of the secrecy of the Army experiments. We didn't know whether it was dog piss. This was secret. This was a secret. We weren't in on it. We asked Blauer's daughter Elizabeth for her reaction.
What? How can anybody react to that? I mean, it's so far from what you'd expect from a human being, never mind a doctor, never mind a professional specialist who's supposed to care about people's minds. It's unbelievable.
A suit filed by Elizabeth Barrett against the Army Chemical Corps is now pending in federal court. Other Army experiments continued on mental patients around the country. Work done at the Tulane Medical Center in New Orleans involved several drugs, hallucinogenics, and electrodes implanted in the brain. The chief researcher was Dr. Russell Monroe, now head of the psychiatry department at the University of Maryland. These are various progress reports written by Dr. Monroe and recently obtained by ABC News. From one of the progress reports, a report of a woman who had electrodes implanted in the brain and was then given LSD and other drugs. She became agitated, cried, lapsed into a trance-like state. Felt as if she were about to have a convulsion, experienced waves of darkness and light, and bizarre sensations in her neck and legs, said somebody was trying to manipulate her body. At this point, Dr. Monroe wrote that the woman was obviously having paranoid ideas.
As a layperson, perhaps you can enlighten me. What therapeutic effect would the type of experiment that I just described have on a patient?
Well, the therapeutic effect would be indirect.
Was this patient aware that she was being given LSD?
Yes, I mean, they were told that they would be given some medication, and this was
Specifically LSD?
Well, we told them, I don't think that they would have even known what LSD was then at the time. They were told that they would be given some medications which might make them feel worse.
Dr. Monroe, what do you think the Army Chemical Corps was looking for in all of this testing?
They were looking for an incapacitating agent, an agent that would not harm the person permanently, but would incapacitate them temporarily. That seemed like a humanistic way to wage a war, if war is necessary.
When James Thornwell was given LSD by Army intelligence in 1961, this time it was no experiment. This time, the express purpose was to peel back Thornwell's brain, to bear any secret within it. This time, the Army had gone operational. Thornwell, as reported on ABC last January, was an Army private stationed in Orléans, France. Classified documents were missing from his unit. Thornwell became a suspect. His 2.5-month interrogation included administration of sodium pentothal, hypnosis, isolation, and deprivation of sleep. Army documents obtained by ABC News refer to this interrogation as conventional. Despite this severe questioning, Army intelligence was getting nowhere with Thornwell, and it was decided to slip him LSD. For 16 years, Thornwell never knew what had hit him.
Tell me about the acid.
I'd rather not. It's a bad trip.
Bad trip.
That was a bad trip. The pain was so excruciating. Felt like somebody was sticking me with a million pins. You know, just everywhere. Oh, it just.
Lost out to me.
charges were ever brought by the Army against Thornwell. He was discharged for psychological disorders. But an Army psychiatric evaluation of Thornwell obtained by ABC News, one which was done prior to Thornwell having been given LSD, says of him, fairly cooperative, oriented, alert, and gave no evidence of psychosis or depression. From the Army's point of view, this type of LSD interrogation was a success. Other documents refer to the exploitability of interrogation subjects, cracking, keeping them off balance mentally, and providing an economical, speedy, and productive aid to interrogation. From James Thornwell's point of view, it was no success. Thornwell still has serious problems. He's run through 2 marriages, he maintains he can't hold a job, can't concentrate, has nightmares, and feels socially and emotionally isolated. Last fall, Thornwell filed suit against the government in federal court. In a moment, we will examine the closest experimentation to brainwashing that we have uncovered. By far, the most chilling experiments we have uncovered took place at this Gothic estate called Raven's Crag, halfway up Mount Royal in Montreal. It houses the Allen Memorial Institute's series of experiments, severe experiments. The work was done by the Institute's then director, Dr. Ewan Cameron. It is the closest experimentation to brainwashing yet disclosed. His work, unprecedented in psychiatry, consisted of 3 areas which he called sleep therapy, psychic driving, and the ultimate depatterning. Dr. Maurice Dongier, current head of the Allen Memorial Institute.
In his psychic driving, so-called type of therapy, he would give the patient intensive electric treatment in order to make the patient regress deeply, become forgetful, and then he would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
That's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes.
Val Orlico of Winnipeg, Canada, the wife of a member of the Canadian Parliament, was a patient of Dr. Cameron's. She entered the Allen Memorial Institute because of severe depression. She describes for the first time publicly the LSD therapy and psychic driving treatment that she was given by Dr. Cameron.
And then the drug began to take hold very rapidly because it was an IV injection, and things became very furry and very frightening, and had a lot of sensations that it's very difficult to recall. Nobody explained it to me. Nobody ever asked me if I was willing to do it or anything.
She had this feeling that she would be able to get through the resistance of illness and to reach deep changes very quickly.
Did he?
I don't think that when you look at that in retrospect, the hopes that he had have been in any way fulfilled.
But Cameron would plunge on. The next step was what he called psychic driving. This involved almost endless tape-recorded messages and more drugs for the patient. Cameron wrote that this was the way to make direct control changes in personality.
I thought this was the coldest and most impersonal treatment that anybody could give to anybody in the world. And I became more and more despondent and more angry. I just became so despondent that I thought I can't live like this any longer. And I thought I would just go out and throw myself underneath the cars on McGregor. I stood on the curb of that street and I stood there and I thought, okay, go. And then I thought, what if you're not killed? What if you're just maimed? What if you don't die and you live and you can't even talk anymore? And I couldn't do it.
The most severe technique Cameron used was depatterning. He described it as breaking up the existing patterns of behavior by means of intensive electroshock therapy with prolonged periods of sleep. He carried out these experiments in something he called the sleep rooms.
People in there were like babies. They cried and they were very disoriented. And we were very afraid of the sleep room. We used to walk very carefully against the side of the corridor that was opposite the sleep room with our backs to the wall when we'd go by.
Cameron used this combined sleep electroshock treatment on patients as long as 30 days. One patient he kept asleep for 65 days. Cameron retired, and his successor, Dr. Robert Clayborn, ordered a follow-up study on the patients treated with Cameron's de-patterning method.
It showed that it was no more beneficial in its result than the use of more conservative methods.
But the follow-up study showed that 60% of those who had been de-patterned still had amnesia for periods of anywhere from 6 months to 10 years. That's quite a memory loss, isn't it?
That is a memory loss, indeed it is. It's I think, more than desirable.
In retrospect, does Dr. Cameron's experimentation and his treatment appear harsh?
I would say yes. This forceful type of approach that was describing to you is definitely, it can be said that it's harsh.
I wouldn't call it harsh. I would say it was harder on the staff than was on the patients, because these people had to be fed and they had to be cared for and they had to be given sufficient fluid and food and toileted and so on and so forth. It was a very difficult thing for the staff to follow these patients properly and see that they did well.
Well, I'm glad he was concerned for the staff. But damn it all, I wouldn't. I could have maybe had a different kind of life, and that makes me angry and sad, and I don't know how to explain how I feel. Really, I'm just.
How did you feel when you learned that Dr. Cameron's experimentation was financed by the CIA?
Well, I thought, oh, I can't even use the word that I thought, because I thought that bastard, and he was too smart. He knew who he was working for, and excuse me, but I just can't. Sometimes I can't believe it, and yet I know it's true.
If you had the opportunity to say something to the people at the Central Intelligence Agency who financed the study, what would you say?
I realize the CIA is a very important organization and they have a very important job to do. But God, it surely doesn't have to be done on people who are totally incapable of knowing what's happening or having any defense against it. And I can't imagine the mentality of people who would do this. I just can't.
As for Dr. Cameron, he died in 1966 while mountain climbing. A colleague wrote of Cameron, for him the ends justified the means, and when one is dealing with a waste of human potential, it is easy to adopt this stance. Dr. Cameron seemed ideally suited for what the CIA had in mind. It was the Cold War, and especially the trial of Joseph Cardinal Manzetti, who was forced to testify in a Hungarian court that he was a spy. And then later, the Korean War, with the coerced and mainly fraudulent confessions of American servicemen.
My groundbreaking took place on
that would spark intense interest in intelligence circles about brainwashing. The CIA secretly commissioned a study of communist brainwashing methods at the Cornell University Medical Center. A leader of that study was Dr. Lawrence Hickey. He explains first the Russian method of controlling and breaking a person.
Absolutely isolated from everyone else, with one man whose job it is to get you to write the extent to which you are a criminal. In this setting, you can get people to do most anything decent, because you don't have to lay a hand. And by the time you get through and you go before the judge, the fellow says, "Were you a spy?" He says, "Yes, I was a spy." The Chinese never really had this kind of a state police system. They were getting in, and all this fella does is ask you to write, rewrite, and talk to me about your whole life.
Graduated from college training in 1949.
While the purpose of the study was to find out about communist brainwashing techniques, CIA documents show that the agency was interested in developing mind control methods of its own to precondition and control Chinese living in this country to be sent back to their homeland as CIA agents.
What do you think they were looking for?
Well, I think they weren't looking for agents or anything like that.
Yet the agency's perception of the work you were doing in CIA documents we have examined, it says that the project that was being done here, they intended to use everything learned about the new agents to induce them to, quote, to perform acts of a complex, purposeful nature.
Yeah, but that was
the
never
effects
done.
of which may be out of keeping with the individual's
That
previous
sort of
behavior.
thing was never done. Those people were not. That was when they first came here. The first people were sent up to cities were operational kind of people from the CIA with some sort of wild ideas.
Okay, this is their perception of it. If I could
No,
just
it wasn't
continue.
their perception. No, it wasn't.
Dangerous to his being, contrary
Yeah,
to
I
these
understand
consciously
that,
expressed
but you see,
intentions and interests, contrary to the good of the individual, and subversive to the goals to which he is
I understand all this talk. But the situation was, you see, those things were never done because of wise people on both sides. We didn't do this, not interested.
They were.
Some of the low-level people were, but the high-level people were not.
But documents clearly show that the CIA was attempting to develop agents over whom they had as much control as possible. Agents who would perform tasks contrary to their own good.
Normally conditioned Americans have been trained to kill, then to have no memory of having killed. The brain is not only being washed, as they say, it is being dry cleaned.
Is a Manchurian candidate, controlled by others to do things against his will, possible?
It was a remarkable film, because as far as I'm concerned, it made something totally impossible seem absolutely incredible. I would say the answer is yes, but there are many qualifications to that.
Dr. Milton Klein, a psychologist, a clinical and experimental hypnotist, and unpaid consultant to the CIA.
Qualifications would be the subject selected to produce the kind of behavior that you wish, the amount of time, the procedures that are utilized, and the motivations of the people who are designing, executing, and administering the procedures. You're asking whether an individual can be, under hypnosis, influenced, coerced, persuaded, shaped to perform an antisocial act, or a destructive act, or an act of violence. My answer would be yes. Captain Marco, you'd be good enough to land grade in your pistol, please. Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Greg. Sure, yeah. Who's your body, lady? Through the foot. Yes, ma'am.
How valuable a tool can hypnosis be in the intelligence field?
None whatsoever. It has absolutely no use because nobody's ever been able to do that I know of, do it in an operational, feasible way. I'm not in any way saying that hypnosis doesn't take place. I'm not saying there's nothing to it. I would say that most government agencies concerned with intelligence operations have been looking to hypnosis as a tool for a variety of purposes, one of which is to carry out and to execute certain intelligence operations on a basis where they would not have to rely completely on some of their own emotional reactions.
Put that until later.
It could, if you consider that an act of killing someone under circumstances of war is murder. I think one has to define what that means.
Under circumstances of peace.
Under circumstances of peace, it would be murder.
Another former CIA agent says that Fidel Castro at one time was considered as a possible target for a Manchurian candidate.
Castro was naturally our discussion point. Could you get somebody gung-ho enough that they would go in and get him? But if you have 100% control of a guy, you have 100% dependency. If something happens and you haven't programmed it in, you've got a problem.
So in the end, it was decided that a Manchurian candidate was not feasible. But the search for mind control continued. But could the mind be controlled? Perhaps not. But is human behavior predictable? In this area, the CIA did make a significant breakthrough. A personality assessment system designed by the agency's chief psychologist, John Gidding. It comes close to being able to predict how humans will behave.
It's really a descriptive system, an attempt to try to describe personality in a relatively systematic way, so that hopefully you can get some kind of an idea to predict what the behavior between different kinds of individuals.
Gittinger's system had many uses in intelligence work. One was to draw personality portraits of world leaders. Using Gittinger's system, the agency concluded the Shah of Iran is a brilliant but dangerous megalomaniac whose basic problems resulted from an overbearing father. And there were other applications.
Your assessment staff played a key role in helping other governments pick their police intelligence agencies, including Legal and Korean CIA, Uruguayan National Police. Can you tell us about this?
No.
Author John Marks,
the former number 2 CIA man in Uruguay, told me how in 1966 John Gittinger and an assistant traveled down to Uruguay and gave the test in order to select members of the Uruguayan intelligence service. A psychologist who used to work for the CIA told me in 1961 he personally traveled to South Korea as part of an American CIA effort to set up the Korean CIA and to give the personality tests to candidates for the Korean CIA to choose the best man for their secret police.
But one of the basic functions of Gittinger's system was finding the vulnerabilities of an agent, a double agent, or a potential agent.
In its applicability to intelligence work, isn't the PAS system looking for personal soft spot?
Well, of course, the answer to that is yes, but I hasten to say soft spot. This is what I consider a negative word.
Of the hundreds of behavioral projects undertaken by the CIA, Gittinger's appears to have been one of the more successful and more conventional. Other experiments were not as conventional. Neurophysicist Dr. Jose Delgado was financed by the Office of Naval Research. In this experiment, the bull is sedated. Electrodes are implanted in its brain. Delgado transmits an electronic impulse to the center of the bull's brain. Delgado has remote control of the animal. Recently released CIA documents refer to the feasibility of remote control of animals, and that special investigations will be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man. Other areas were examined through the 60s and 70s. Brain surgery, psychosurgery, creation of amnesia, parapsychology, manipulation of genes. Even though past and present CIA officials have indicated this kind of work ended in 1963. And one of those who took part in these programs. In 1977, a Senate subcommittee heard testimony from many of them, but the testimony was not that revealing. According to one of them, they agreed amongst themselves to keep the inquiry within bounds that would satisfy the committee. Former narcotics officer Charles Siragusa says that he was asked to limit his testimony by the man he reported to at the CIA.
He wanted me not to say it.
To perjure yourself.
That's right. Well, even that, I'd have to perjure myself and take the Fifth Amendment. And I'm not about to take the Fifth Amendment for anybody.
Okay. Former CIA chemist Robert Lashbrook testified he had no first-hand knowledge of the agency-run safe houses, when in fact he supervised one of them. And according to George White's diaries, was at a safe house when White conducted what he called an LSD surprise experiment. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, whom we recently filmed near his California home, oversaw many of the CIA behavioral programs. He retired in 1973 and destroyed the records of this work. In sort of a valedictory letter, Dr. Gottlieb wrote that he and his colleagues had been able to maintain contact with the leading edge of developments in the field of biological and chemical control of human behavior. Dr. Gottlieb also testified before the Senate subcommittee, but from an anteroom where he could not be filmed because of what his lawyer termed health and cardiac problems. Dr. Gottlieb declined ABC News' request for an interview. And what of George White, the man who helped the agency in so many of its programs? He would retire here to Stinson Beach, California. And shortly before his death, he wrote to his boss at the CIA, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, and summed up his career by saying, "It was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, and cheat, steal, deceive, rape, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?" Has mind control been achieved? From all of the available evidence, it appears doubtful. The human will has prevailed up to this point. But as we have seen, work is continuing in this field, work that we still don't know very much about. How deeply are the Russians and other dictators fixed into all of this? We really can't say. The CIA is reluctant to give information about it. But the basic question remains, what place does all of this have within a democracy? One final point should be made. As one of the persons who worked on these programs told us, we are very capable, conscientious, and very dedicated scientists working for our country. Their work speaks for itself. This is Paul Altmaier for ABC News. Good night.
Years ago, we started to wonder, want, and just go. What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store, so you never have to wait in line? No lines. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatic. Just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual card automatically. So, how does it work? We used computer deep learning algorithms and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual card and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to you, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. As you saw, we are one step closer to the chip. This is how they transition people mentally through psychological operations like this, through these types of technologies to get people prepared for a cashless society where you don't need cash, you don't need credit cards, and instead of holding up the phone, when you go into the Amazon Go store, you'll be swiping your wrist as you enter the store. Now, I know there's people who love to debate what the mark of the beast is. I know some believe it's transhumanism. I believe it's transhumanism as well as the chip. It's all going to kind of work together, right? But there's people out there who talk about Sunday law and things like that, and I don't like to get in arguments with Christians. Christians argue enough over things that are non-salvation based. But I don't see how people can't see that this is the mark. Revelation 13:17, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name, able to buy or sell unless you have this. And we're already heading towards what? A cashless society. Cash is becoming obsolete. Cryptocurrency is on the rise. Now, I'm not getting in a debate about if cryptocurrency is good or not. Let's be realistic about it. Cryptocurrency is the electronic currency. It is the microchip currency. And I believe it is the mark currency. That doesn't mean if you're somebody who's invested in Bitcoin and doubled your profit that you're a Satanist or an occultist, because any way you look at it, that's where it's going. But don't think for 1 second that this is something that's going to go against the Federal Reserve. This is their plan. It's been their plan. They're the ones who want a cashless society, because once everything's electronic and it's inside of you, they have total control of you. They have a currency, a one world currency, where you don't need a euro or a dollar, because it's in you. The currency's inside of you. It's all equal, right? Just like a one world religion. So the Amazon Go store, now I know it's not new to a lot of people because they've been trying to launch this and roll this out for a couple of years, I believe, and there's been issues with it. Today marks the first day they're actually opening the store to the public in Seattle. So you have one of these stores where you can go in, you hold your phone up, you want to go grab a sandwich, you grab it, and you walk right out. Okay? Now, one of the things they're also going to push too with this type of technology, once it's inside your body, is that there's no more stealing, there's no more theft, right? Nobody can steal your identity. Nobody can go into a store and really rob it, in a sense, because they're going to be tracked and monitored. But think about how lazy of a society we have. And trust me, I hate waiting in lines more than anybody. If there's one thing that I am absolutely awful at, it's at the grocery store anywhere. Picking the right line to get in. I always pick the line that looks like it's going to be the shortest and the quickest, and then I end up getting behind somebody who's paying with a cashier's check or paying with a different currency. Okay, so lines drive me crazy. I don't have the patience for it, but you know what? It's a part of life, but not for long, apparently. Because they're going to use those types of things to get people to go on board with this. Listen, you don't have to wait in line. Everything's go, go, go. Remember, that's part of the mentality they've created. Go, go, go. Everything quick. Everyone's in a rush to get nowhere, right? We need the 5G technology because we need everything faster, 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 faster. That's all part of this gigantic psychological operation that we're living in. So you can see this store, and it says the first clue that there's something unusual about Amazon's store of the future hits you right at the front door. It feels as if you're entering a subway station. A row of gates guard the entrance to the store known as Amazon Go, allowing in only people with the store's smartphone app. Now, I don't know how they're going to prevent somebody from walking in if they don't have the app. Maybe they have gates in between that flip like in a subway station, I guess. That would be how it would work. Inside is an 1,800 square foot mini market packed with shelves of food, soda, potato chips, ketchup, all that stuff. But the technology that is also inside, mostly tucked away out of sight, enables a shopping experience like no other. There's no cashiers, no registers anywhere. Shoppers leave the store through those same gates without pausing to pull out a credit card. Their Amazon account automatically gets charged for what they take out the door. Okay? Now, listen to this, because, if you're looking at this, you're going, how in the world are they even doing this? What kind of technology are they using? It says every time customers grab an item off a shelf, Amazon says the product is automatically put into a shopping cart in their online account. If customers put them back on the shelf, Amazon removes it from their virtual basket. The only sign of the technology that makes this possible floats above the store shelves. Arrays of small cameras, so we got Big Brother, hundreds of Big Brother cameras, probably pointing at every single product, hundreds of them throughout the store. Amazon won't say much about how the system works, other than it says it involves sophisticated computer vision and machine learning software. Translation: Amazon's technology can see and identify every item in the store without attaching a special chip to every can of soup and bag of trail mix. Now think about that. That's because the chip isn't going to be on the food. The barcode's not going to be on the food. The barcode's going to be inside of you. So there's the transition we're seeing. I covered this last month. You're seeing all these commercials now with NFL players going at checkout lines, and they're tapping their credit card. So we're going from swiping to putting it in with the chip, right? Because they have to get people conditioned with the word chip and the microchip. Now they're tapping the card. Now we have the Amazon Go store where they're just scanning their cell phones. And soon it's going to be, listen, wouldn't it be easier if we just had this inside of our body so we don't have to open the app and do all this stuff? This is how they're going to get people on board for transhumanism. Oh, you could, is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. And guess what, too? You'll be able to, fight off diseases like cancer because you'll have a computer technology inside of you. I mean, it's going to be unbelievable. It's unbelievable we're at this point and we're alive during this. That people don't see what's going on. People are like, oh man, don't Christians realize that they're not awake either? How many people out there claim to be truthers do these videos and stuff, and they're like, oh man, the Christians are they're the worst of them all. They think they're awake, but they believe in this man-created religion. Huh? I mean, everything that's going on is prophecy being fulfilled, and we're the only ones who are seeing that and fighting that and telling people about it. Meanwhile, they're going on board with being microchipped. They're on board with the 5G technology. They're on board with all this crap because they think that they're just doing this to troll Christians for some reason. I mean, it's amazing to me. So you can see this now. This is the transition. This is how they transition people into this, right? You go from card, you go to phone, you go to inside your body. No cashiers. And don't forget, this also eliminates a lot of jobs for people out there. It's kind of funny, right? It's like you go to the bank and they go, you go up to the teller and they go, you could just do this at the ATM. What's the point of you? You're going to be obsolete. Probably shouldn't be telling people that, right? I mean, these people are so dumbed down, they don't even realize that they're taking their jobs away through technology, through robots and science and all this stuff, through the craft, as I like to say. And no humans are fighting against it. They're going, oh, great. Oh, we don't need people at checkout counters anymore. They don't serve a purpose. This person does. Sooner or later, it's just going to be like this. Listen, humans don't serve a purpose. Robots are better. And we got to become one. You got to get this artificial, AI transhumanism crap put inside you. This microchip. It's unbelievable. So this is Amazon now pushing this. This is getting people prepared for the next step. You'll see more and more stores open up doing this. It'll become commonplace. It'll become normal, right? And then people like us who are going to the store paying with cash or with a credit card, they'll say, listen, we don't take that anymore. You got to download our app for the store, right? And you could be like, well, I don't have a smartphone. They'll either force you to get one, because I don't have one, force you to get one, or they'll say, well, then you don't eat, right? Can't buy or sell goods, remember. That's what Scripture tells us. And we're seeing that happen now. They're going to force you to get it. Then after that, they're going to go, well, we don't want to use the phone anymore. Everyone's just going to have to get this chip. They're going to create all these false flag events with cyber hackings, and they're going to go, everyone should get it. We don't have to worry about identity theft. That's why you see all these small stories that constantly come out. Oh, Yahoo hacked. Oh, Google hacked. Hacked. Experian hacked. Or Equifax, or whatever that tax, the credit report thing. Right? Getting people prepared to go, I don't need that. I'm afraid I'm going to get hacked. I'll take the chip. And then they'll sell the chip to you through false idols like Kim Kardashian, go into the store. Oh, it's so easy. Looks effortless. They don't even have to mention it. It's so easy. Oh, and now people are getting cured for cancer who have the chip because their body has the technology to fight off disease. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous. So don't fall for it. Amazon Go, give me a break. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
We cannot, we will not vote to keep on footing the bill. You will be held responsible for shutting down the federal government. Then shut it down.
That's right. We don't submit to terror. We make the terror.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. What does the government shutdown mean for you? Well, it means absolutely nothing because it has really no effect on anyone, but they're going to pretend like it's a big to-do, Like chaos is coming and fear is coming. You could see things such as Donald Trump's tweets that he's putting out about this shutdown, saying things like Democrats are holding our military hostage over their desire to have unchecked illegal immigration. Can't let that happen. So they're even giving the sense that the military is currently shut down, which couldn't be more untrue. Even people, some sectors of federal, government, federal employees are even working today with the government shutdown. Now, does this mean that they're opening up the possibility of a false flag taking place? Possibly. Am I saying that's going to happen? No, I'm not predicting that. I'm saying you have to look at these things and say, well, what are they going to get out of it? Now, you saw the predictive programming from The West Wing. We've seen it with House of Cards. These shows that they have about politics, which are just so brutally fake and dishonest, even though they'll show you some remnants of truth, such as House of Cards showing you Bohemian Grove, showing you how these people are members of secret societies, because they reveal themselves in these shows, and then people think it's fiction and it's not real because it's on a show. So we've seen this teased before, but this isn't the first government shutdown. And if you look at the long list, this has been going on since 1980, and it's almost like every 5 years it goes on, except for the span from 95 to 2013. But yes, we had a government shutdown in 2013, from October 1st to the 16th. We had it in 95. We had it in 90 over Columbus Day weekend, 86, 84, 81, 80. So clearly they have been conditioning everyone since 1980, not before that, but from 1980 on, to be prepared for a government shutdown. Now, they can use this for whatever they want. They can use this to continue to just push fear and make people nervous. They can push this to say, look how unbalanced Donald Trump is and his presidency, and nobody's getting along, and we need a dictatorship, or we need somebody else in power. That's kind of the narrative that they're pushing. But really, it's just funny because all the stuff out there, the whole day yesterday, CNN literally had a government shutdown clock on their news channel, counting down like it was the New Year's ball, right? Counting down to New Year's 12 hours from now. They were counting it down. And again, these things are distractions for other things to happen. Like I said, this whole thing was the talk of the week. Meanwhile, they passed another NSA, just continuing the NSA privacy spying on us laws that they have. Quietly got passed. Nobody talked about it. And who knows what's going to come before this. But obviously, it's still running. The government's running. But people just hear, they're like, the government shut down. Do I not have to pay my taxes? You still have to pay your taxes. So clearly the government's not shut down. Are people still going to collect Social Security who are on Social Security? Yes, they are. Are employees of the government, is the mail still going to come? Yes, it is. So really, what does it mean? Well, it just means fear and propaganda. But the funniest thing I've seen about this is an article from CNN, because they're just pumping out article after article. And this one came out at 3:32, right? You get your 33. It says 5 ways the government shutdown could be bad for your health. Listen to these. That this is the fear they push. Number 1, flu fighters may be stopped here. Emergency rooms across the country are filing up with flu cases. Doctors say it's one of the worst flu seasons in recent years, but despite the demand, the flu fighters who monitor the outbreak and help the testing at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention might not stay on the job because of the government shutdown. So be afraid that, oh my gosh, I don't have my flu shot. I might die of the flu. Maybe I should run to CVS right now before they go away and get my free flu shot. Pushing the vaccinations, right? Number 2, food safety concerns. If CDC workers are sent home, it also means they're no longer going to be able to help state and local agencies track any other unusual outbreak, including problems that might impact the nation's food supply. Well, I think we already have a real problem with the nation's food supply. How about you look at the label on anything you buy at the store that comes in a box, right? That's a good start. Can you pronounce those words? No. Are they chemicals? Yeah. Now, should you be putting chemicals into your body? No, but the FDA tells us it's safe, so everybody does it. They're too busy distracted by work and working out and, posting pictures of themselves taking selfies on Instagram to actually care that they're actually poisoning themselves. So they're creating this fear of, look, number one, not going to be able to get vaccinated, and you need it. You got to get it. Number two, food safety concerns. You might get mad cow disease this week because a lot of these people aren't going to be working. Number three, drug discovery. Discovery. So you're saying, what does drug discovery mean? Get a load of this. Patients hoping for life-saving drugs may have to wait longer to get help. This means hundreds of patients will not be allowed to enroll in vital clinical trials conducted through the National Institutes of Health. Oh, boy. I guess we're going to have to wait longer for that cancer cure, right? Oh, wait, you already have that cure, but you're just not releasing it. So I guess we'll have to wait even longer. This is how they play with people's minds. Number four, vets must wait longer for help. Of course, they always push that with the veterans. And I'm not saying that that's not true, but it gets under people's skin when they hear stuff like this. Veterans hoping to get disability help will have to wait longer, right? So why should those people have to wait longer? Well, other people, they pick other people in the government who are still getting paid, right? So the vets get the shaft. And then your environment and devices. During the 2013 shutdown, inspections at about 1,200 drinking water systems, chemical facilities, and hazardous waste sites were put on hold. Oh, really? Does that mean they weren't putting fluoride in the water during that 15, 16-day shutdown? The agency that looks at the health impact of new industrial chemicals shut down. Pesticide reviews were halted. I mean, give me a break. Look at all the time. This is the topics that they're pushing. The common person is going, government shut down. Do I have to pay taxes on anything? And the answer is yes. So then how is the government shut down? How? It's not shut down. This is part of the show. And this happens all the time. You see the predictive programming. They're always preparing people for this stuff. Government shutdown for when it really happens. But it'll never really happen because these people are actors. They'll pretend that it's happening. And the question is this the one, or is this just another one of their little test projects for a couple of weeks to go by with a government shutdown, and then suddenly there's a false flag event, and they get their order out of chaos, they usher in martial law and all that stuff? Who knows, right? Who knows what their plan is? But a lot of times we've seen they've already tested this out. 2013, 95, 80, 82. So this isn't something that's new. If you're someone who's young hearing this and you're going gasping about the fear of a government shutdown, okay? The shadow government who's in control is not shutting down anything. They're creating this play because the people in Congress are nothing but puppets, nothing but actors, nothing but frauds, there to distract you, to play on your emotions, to push you into a left and right paradigm, to cause division amongst us. When in reality, there's more of us than there are of them, and we should be able to run them out of here. We should be able to rise against it. But that's not going to happen. And that's why I constantly talk about the most important thing, in my opinion, because I'm so sick of everybody who talks about this stuff going, talk about the most important thing, the flat earth, or talk about the most important thing, that this is going on, or CERN, right? Everything is important. But you know what the one thing that keeps everybody under control? It's not knowing about CERN or talking about flat earth. It's mind control. That's all that it is. PSYOP stands for psychological operation. And as long as people are under mind control, they can continue to rule over the people and control what they're thinking, what they're doing, how they're acting, right? Look what they're doing with Time's Up. Look at all these women that are all of a sudden hating on men, and men and women are fighting over, you can't even hit on a girl anymore. I mean, it's insane. They don't realize this is all a psychological test, that you're a mouse, or I should say a rat, in a cage. That's what you are. That's what we are to them. This is a test. This is an experiment being run on us. So again, they predict this stuff. They through predictive programs, they predict it. They control this stuff for a reason. We'll see if this is just another one of these short tests. If something happens and they'll say, oh, America's in chaos. The government shut down. There was a false flag, or the government shut down and mad cow disease broke out, or the water contamination broke out. You never know, right? Or there's some type of HARP, or some controlled weather thing goes on where, they can't get the FEMA, all this stuff. Oh, man, oh. That's how it works. It's how control works. So don't think for 1 second that what you should do is read between the lines of what's Trump saying, what are, these news outlets saying, because what are they trying to prepare you for subliminally, right? You see Trump talking about holding our military hostage as if the military is not operating today. Oh, the post office is operating, but the military is not operating. Not that the post office isn't important, but you get my point, right? This illusion, this creation of fear in the mind that the government shut down and the boogeyman's going to come over here now. That ISIS now is a free path in America, right? I mean, who can't see the signs of something like that happening? Remember, it's been a while since the last false flag. Well, there's false flags almost every day, but I mean, a big one. And they can easily do something like that, and they can blame it on Trump, and then the Democrats can blame it on the Republicans, and vice versa, and continue the division amongst us. Remember, order comes out of chaos. That's what they believe. So this is just a charade, an absolute charade. It's funny listening to people talking about this, and they're going, oh, these darn Democrats, and they're not voting, and the Republicans are trying to get the vote, and we got to get the Republicans in the Senate. I mean, have fun living in la-la land thinking that that's all real. Have fun wasting your energy and time being distracted by something that doesn't even exist. These people are selected. How many times does it need to be said? You really think that these, people believe in the shadow government? They understand the Rothschilds and the bankers control money flow and own and, control the resources, yet they're going to leave it to chance and let us vote on something. Oh, but the liberals or the Republicans rigged the election. Oh, the liberals rigged Russia rigged the election. Meanwhile, they're just dumping chemicals on you. You're eating chemicals. You're drinking water that's filled with fluoride. I mean, people would just think for 5 seconds, but unfortunately, this is the dumbest time period to be alive. We live amongst the stupidest people in the history of the world. That is true. That's funny because people look back on time and they're like, oh man, back in the let's just say like the 800s, the 1200s, people are like, oh man, this is how they live because they didn't have, such advanced technology. So they think we're so smart because they have this magic advanced technology, this demonic crap that they're pushing all the time. People don't realize that this is the stupidest generation of people. They can't fend for themselves. People don't even know how to defend themselves verbally. I get told all the time I'm not a Christian because someone bashes me and I bash them back. It's not Christian. Like, people don't know how to stand up for themselves. People don't know how to farm. People don't know how to take care of their bodies. It's a joke. Absolute joke. So the government shutdown, just another psyop, just another waste of time, distraction. We'll see what comes of it if they plant a false flag with this, or if they're just testing the waters again for the massive shutdown. That will come when everything goes on. There will be, this fake government shutdown and martial law and all this stuff. This is all part of the show. Divide and conquer. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I want to cover this because it's important, but not for the reasons that you might think. People are hearing the story about Kodak Black. Apparently he's some rapper, and he was live streaming on Instagram or some social media site, and there was guns in the background, there was drugs, and there was a child, and the police came to his home and arrested him, during the live stream. And all people are saying is, oh my goodness, can you believe Kodak Black? And oh, it's child abuse with this kid. Yeah. But let's look at the underlying theme here, because Kodak Black is just like Woody Allen or any of these other celebrities who are taking bullets, taking the fall for the betterment of the brotherhood to get across their agendas. So we see what's going on with the feminist movement. Time's up. All these men are being accused of this and that. Now all these women all of a sudden won't work with Woody Allen. All these men won't work with Woody Allen. All of these guys are taking a fall. This is part of the brotherhood. They take an oath. They do not care about what they're perceived as to you or me. We are cattle to them. Okay? If it's for the betterment to get the New World Order established, they will do it. They have an oath of secrecy and loyalty to one another. You think Weinstein is now castrated from society? I don't think he's still hanging out with Oprah and all his best buddies. Or what is he, just living somewhere in a garage? I'll tell you, he's in therapy and he's an emotional wreck. It's all part of the show. So look at this with Kodak Black. Now, this is about one thing and one thing only. I talked about the abuse case with the children, the 13 kids, and how they want to get into the homes and, you know, make sure that there's, you know, they can see what's going on inside these homeschooled homes to get the children into the school system. I talked about NSA yesterday, continuing with this spying, you know, passing these treaties, just continuing to spy on us and all this. This is the next step. This is free speech online. That's what this is. That's what it's preparing people for. People are going to go, this is good. The child in the house shouldn't be around guns, shouldn't be around drugs. I completely agree. But this isn't real. This is a psyop. This guy is one of them. You can look at the photographs of him, flashing devil horns, 666, symbolism in his videos, or how about just look at the necklaces that he's wearing here? If that doesn't sum it up, I don't know what does. Right? These necklaces should tell you all you need to know about who he's working for. So how this works is these mainstream celebrities who have become false gods to the sheep of the world are the ones who are taking the bullets here. They're acting out actual fake scenarios, like, you know, in the movies they act, right? They're supposedly act, even though they're really telling you what's going on. But these scenarios that we're seeing in the news are all acts. It's the same thing. They're just putting it in the news. And this guy, Kodak Black, is now going to be the poster child for the beginning of, listen, if you post this on YouTube, if you post this on Facebook, if you post this there, the police can come to your home if they see an opportunity that something bad is going on. And listen, people are going to fall for this because they're going to use child abuse in this, just like they're doing with the homeschooling case. Right? Oh, but it's about the children. Yeah, it is about the children. Trust me, I care about the children. Check my channel out, my videos. But they're not focusing on what's really happening to the abused children. These children of these celebrities and all this stuff, or these, you know, parents who are homeschooling, they're all just role play. They're all victims too of SRA and other things, and they're going along with it. Just like these kids who grow up in the Disney mind control program, then they become the handlers and the abusers themselves. So this rapper, Kodak Black, who people are just looking at the story and they're going, oh, you know, and then some people will look and they'll go, but he's got crosses tattooed on his face. He's got to be a Christian, right? I mean, Lil Wayne has a cross up where the quote-unquote third eye is, and then he has an all-seeing eye right under it. Okay, remember, the cross, while Christians look at it one way, the occult also uses the cross, not just the upside-down cross in Satanism. The cross itself is Wiccan and pagan symbol. Now, I'm not saying that Christians who have a cross that you're Wiccan or you're pagan. Obviously, you're doing it to honor our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But remember, there are two meanings to most every symbol, and they mainstream me. So just if you see a guy with crosses on his face, don't go, well, he's a Christian. Okay, all you need to see is all of these photos of him with the devil horns, with the 666 doing the all-seeing eye, with the star of Bagelville on his chest. All of this stuff should be enough to tell you who he's working for. So this right here is important, this story, because this is going to be the beginning of censorship online, where they're going to be able to do this. They're going to be able to convince people it's the right thing to do, right? Because people are going to see this and they're just going to go, yeah, I mean, he shouldn't be smoking weed and surrounding his son with guns. Guns are dangerous. What if the son shoots himself? He does deserve to get arrested. None of these guys do time, right? Look at all these guys with the Time's Up movement. Not one of them is going to jail. You don't see Kevin Spacey going to prison for apparently sexually abusing a kid. It just gets dropped. There's no court case. There's no trial. These guys aren't even trying to clear their own name. They're just going along with it, going, I guess I might have. I'm so sorry. And they're taking the fall. Because they know right now that they are needed to push these agendas across. The elite are looking to them. And remember, when they were given all this stuff, all this money, and the fame which they lust and crave for, that's what they want more than anything, because they can print money. These celebrities are obsessed with people taking photos of them and signing autographs and all this crap. What comes with that deal is eventually you might have to take a bullet. And I don't mean a bullet to the head, but sometimes in these deals, people do get sacrificed when they're, when the time comes, if they don't meet the proper protocol or they aren't doing the things they're supposed to do. These people are asked upon to do this. We gave you all this. You did all this. Now for the brotherhood, you're going to take the fall to help us establish these things that we need to bring in a new world order. You will have money the rest of your life. You might not be popular anymore, but you had your time, and that's how it works. So Kevin Spacey will go away, and Woody Allen will go away, and Weinstein and all this stuff. But what comes out of it are these agendas that are getting pushed in. So Kodak Black doing this is just the beginning of more censorship with what you can and can't say online, what you can and can't do, right? Because remember, they're going to start using hate speech. They do it to me, right? My channel got shut down. Hate speech, bullying. They're going to say, listen, we don't agree with what you're saying. It's hateful. It's bad. And it's going to be a crime soon to speak. I mean, this is 1984 playing out in front of us. That's what's happening. And guys like Kodak Black here aren't getting arrested. They're not, oh my goodness, poor Kodak Black, or oh, thank goodness somebody went there and arrested Kodak. It's about the agenda. It's not about the surface layer of this story, which is, oh, the rapper got arrested for having drugs in the house, because that's how the common people think. They're just immediately going to go, whoa, he had 94.9 grams of marijuana in his bedroom closet. Oh, he had guns loaded with a child in there. People are just going to hear that. They go, what a bad father, what a bad person. And then they're going to come out and they're going to go, we need to make sure that parents are doing a better job raising their kids. Maybe we need cameras in every house. Now, we know that they already have that in our computers, our phones, our devices, whatever you might have. But soon they'll say, listen, everyone's got to have one up in the corner of their house. Know that you're being watched. Know you're under surveillance. That's what it's going to get to, right? I mean, people are fine with it now. You don't think they'll be fine with it when it's up in the corner of their room? They'll get used to it because they'll condition and indoctrinate people with it with stories like this. Oh, that house across the street, there could be 13 kids shackled to the bed. What? Yeah, and they're crazy Christian parents, and they're homeschooling. Oh my goodness. What if this is happening to someone I know, or my other neighbor could be doing it? Well, we need to get in there. We need to have surveillance in your home. We need to, Big Brother needs to be able to go in there and say, this is right and this is wrong. We'll tell you how to raise your child. We'll tell you that it needs to be vaccinated. The child needs to be vaccinated. We'll tell you that the Bible shouldn't be in the house. This is all what's coming. And stories like this, it's only about agendas. That's what it's about. They create the news. They make it, just like they make Hollywood productions. Does that mean that some stories don't happen? No. Your local news, you might hear about a burglary up the street. You might hear about a domestic violence case or a domestic murder or something like that. Yeah, they do happen. Yes. These stories here, they do not happen. All you got to do is look at Time's Up. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to say, how come there's actually no charges here? Like, there's no court, there's no police reports, nothing. And all these actors are getting slammed in the press, and then they're just fading away. They're not fighting for themselves, fighting for saying they didn't do it. They're just going, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Because it's working for the agenda, that's why. Just like stuff like this will work for the agenda. He'll come out and he'll say, oh, I was wrong or whatever. All the people who listen to this garbage music this guy makes will go back to saying, oh, whatever, he's got a new song, yay. They don't care, really. And they don't realize that this stuff's getting pushed for more surveillance and more censorship on all of us. So keep that in mind when you hear stories like this. Don't fall. They're going to wave the carrot in front of your face. And they're going to use kids. Don't forget that. Because they play off the emotions of people. They pretend they care for kids. They pretend that, oh, they do these charities for kids. Look at all these celebrities helping kids in third world countries. It's all for the show. It's all for the show. They could care less about kids. They take kids. They abuse kids. They make these children mind-controlled slaves. And eventually these children become handlers. It's a vicious cycle that goes on. They don't care about it. But they will put kids in these stories. because they know they can play off the emotion of regular people, and they'll go, "Oh man, that's awful. We need to do something about it. We got this story. We got the 13 people tied to a bed, right? People are going, we got to do something about the homeschool. We got to do something about, maybe we need stricter security in homes, so parents can, we can see what parents are doing, because they're ruining a kid's life. Meanwhile, it's okay to tell your 3-year-old that they're the opposite gender, or let your 3-year-old tell you that. That's not child abuse in their eyes. Might be the extremest form of child abuse. So here's the story. Here's a guy who's flaunting all the symbols. Obviously, he's famous. He's buddies with Drake and all these other sellout guys who are really, they're puppets for the New World Order. They don't have much power inside of the pyramid, but they have more power than the people behind everything. These people do, because the power of influence, right? You gonna care? Are people gonna care if Lord Rothschild comes out and makes a statement, or he gets, something? No, because the people don't worship him. They just go, "Oh, look at this old rich fart." These are the people they worship: Kardashian, Drake, Eminem, Lil Wayne, Katy Perry, Madonna, Justin Timberlake. These people, they have power through influence, and they're using that now like they've never used it before. They're using it to push these agendas across. So always when you're reading this stuff and seeing this stuff, think of the underlying narrative and what they're trying to do, because that is the only reason these things happen, or these events / staged psyops happen. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. There's a reason that I re-uploaded the video on the circle. That video was on my old deleted channel. I had it archived. I decided to re-upload it because it's a video that everybody needs to see. And there's a reason I re-uploaded it today. Because while everybody was sleeping, and I say that in the sense not overnight, but while everybody's going through all this stuff yesterday, or the stuff they talk about the day before, it's all the same media distraction crap, right? About Trump, about the government shutdown, which I covered, talking about how they're just trying to scare everybody into the government shutdown. The government will never really shut down. It's run by the shadow government. The people in power are all just part of the show, folks. But the reason that I bring this up is because yesterday, quietly, very quietly, the Senate passed a bill renewing internet surveillance. In other words, the NSA has had its spying powers renewed for another 6 years. So for those of you who continue to think, for I have no idea why or how you could buy it at this point, especially people who claim to be awake and aware of the New World Order, they might be just as stupid as people who are sound asleep and not aware, that continue to think that Donald Trump is here to stop the New World Order. Yet he will be passing this bill to renew NSA spying powers. Now they'll spin this, and this is how, people just go along with stuff like this, because the narrative is it's for our national security, right? These articles are talking about, interviewing some of these people, and I'll read it to you, but just pretty much to sum it up, are saying how so many American lives were saved thanks to the NSA spying on us, especially with overseas phone calls and things like that. And oh, by the way, we do track and pick up some information from Americans accidentally. I mean, really? Is anyone buying this? Big Brother has not only been spying on us for a long time, but the fact that our government continues to push this stuff along, and it's not mainstream on CNN, not front page, not on NBC, not on CBS. It's just quietly, oh, by the way, because that's how it works. They always do this quietly. The Patriot Act, right, quietly passed through. Didn't make a huge deal about it. The U.S. Senate passed a bill to renew the National Security Agency's warrantless internet surveillance program for 6 years with minimal changes, overcoming objections from civil liberty advocates that it is undermining the privacy of Americans. The legislation, which easily passed the House of Representatives, is expected to be signed into law by President Trump today. Thursday's 65-34 passage in the Senate was largely a foregone conclusion after senators earlier this week cleared a 60-vote hurdle which split party lines and came within one vote of failing. Passage of the legislation marked a disappointing end to a years-long effort by a coalition of liberal Democrats and libertarian-leaning Republicans to redefine the scope of U.S. intelligence collection following the 2013 disclosures of classified surveillance secrets by former NSA contractor Edward Snowden. Now, look how they have to word that. You don't have to be a quote-unquote liberal or conservative. Remember, these are fake. The left and right is fake. To want privacy, why do you have to get put into a class and say, "Oh, the liberals want this taken away"? Huh? Shouldn't everybody want this taken away? Why would you want your government spying on you? I mean, listen, people are willingly giving this information up now. I mean, they're willingly showing everyone what they're doing around the clock, right? People are painting their nails and uploading it to Facebook. People are taking a crap and they're taking pictures of it and uploading it to Facebook. I mean, seriously, this stuff is happening. Somebody makes a bowl of cereal, they're filming themselves eating it on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, this Instagram, right? Giving away their privacy, showing people, making it almost like they're celebrities themselves or wannabe celebrities, putting this stuff out there for everybody to see, but submitting your information to Facebook, submitting your information to Twitter, putting all this stuff out there for them to have, because that's really what it is. Facebook is, really a covert CIA operation. The bill reauthorizes what is known as Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which gathers information from foreigners overseas, and this part is great, but incidentally collects an unknown amount of communication belonging to Americans. I mean, oops, right? You can watch, football, you can watch TV shows on your phone, in the woods, in the bathroom, in the shower, and you're telling me that, they're accidentally, because, they can't really control and monitor this stuff, they're just accidentally collecting the communications belonging to Americans, but they're doing it to really collect the information from foreigners overseas to protect us all. Give me a break. Under Section 702, the NSA is empowered to eavesdrop on vast amounts of digital communications via American companies like Facebook, Verizon Communications, and Alphabet Inc.'s Google. So no big deal. They're empowered and allowed to eavesdrop on you. And people this is the common response to say, "Oh, I'm not doing anything." Right? All they're doing is sending pictures of their private parts to one another. Like, who cares? What's going to happen? Right? Because they're not talking about anything really of relevance. This is for people like us. We're trying to get the word out there. But they also use this stuff to blackmail people, right? Like mobsters would do. That's really what they are. The government really is a mob. This is what the program also incidentally scoops up Americans' communications, including when they communicate with a foreign target living overseas. Intelligence analysts can then search those messages without a warrant. Oh, right. I'm sure they're not collecting any data between Americans and Americans and if they do, it's a complete accident. I mean, these people are just unbelievable. They lie, and nobody questions. That's how naive of a society we live in. The White House, U.S. intelligence agencies, and congressional Republican leaders said the program is indispensable to national security. Opponents of the program said it allows the NSA and other intelligence agencies to grab data belonging to Americans in a way that represents an affront to the U.S. Constitution. The bill passed by Congress does add a narrow warrant requirement for cases where the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, seeks emails related to an existing criminal investigation that has no relevance to national security. Privacy advocates said that essentially gives more protections to criminal suspects than ordinary Americans caught up in the program's surveillance. Now, this is where it's just laughable. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell urged his colleagues to back extending the program ahead of Thursday's vote, calling it one of the most important tools for national security officials. Quote, the men and women we trust to protect this country say this capability is essential to their missions. They tell us that it has saved American lives. That is why we cannot let this capability lapse. The world remains dangerous. End quote. Give me an absolute break. Right? Well, this is how we protect you from the boogeyman. This is how we're going to protect you from ISIS and protect you from, all these other things happening, right? Remember, all this stuff really got put in place after September 11th. Obviously, nobody ever looked at who really was responsible. But for those of us who are aware, obviously we know. But the Patriot Act, this stuff is just all pushed in quietly. These bills get pushed. You always have to look for this stuff and search for it, like what bills get passed, what laws get passed. Because they're going to get swept under the rug. They're not going to be the talking points. Hey, do we need this? Do we not? It's just, this is what's in your best interest. We're quietly going to pass it. We'll put out a few quiet articles about it, and there's nothing you can do about it. But this government is supposed to be set up for the people, right? Isn't that what the Constitution says? Our government's for us. They're working for us. I mean, talk about a mirage. Where are the people questioning this stuff? Where are the people going crazy over this stuff? Instead, they care more about Donald Trump tweets. They care more about what Rihanna's wearing, the name of Beyonce's children. I mean, all this ridiculous, pointless crap. And that's how this matrix works. They distract you with nothing but garbage. They pass these laws, these rules. They tell you, oh, what's the big deal? We're not going to do anything to you. And even if we do, what are you going to do about it? Right? It's your word versus ours. No one's going to believe you over the government, this trusted government. Boy, the fluoride, the chemtrailing, all this stuff is not just dumbed down society. It's made it weak. It's made people accept everything and just go, whatever, I don't care, I'm too tired, I'm too busy working 50 hours a week. And then they just get away with pushing this stuff. There is no reason whatsoever that they should have this power, that they should be able to spy on us and then go, well, it's to protect you, and, we're not really spying on you, but if you call someone overseas, we listen in, and, oh, by the way, some of your other messages or emails or phone calls might get filtered in to us, and, we can't really stop that from happening. Huh? Oh, you can't? Really? Unbelievable. So this is passed, of course, like I said, Donald Trump supporters who are, he's going to stop the New World Order. Oh, right. Looks to me like he's continuing to enable it, whether it's stuff with Israel, whether it's, pushing NSA crap, playing the role of the divider, right? Playing the role of the villain for this divide and conquer crap that we see going on, for this, the feminist movement. I mean, it's all just going on so rapidly right now. But these are things people need to know. Because these people who are supposedly elected, but selected and put in place, all Masons and members of secret societies, are supposed to be working for us. So shouldn't the people have a choice to vote in this? Oh, no, they don't, because we supposedly voted for these old dudes who are in office. And they're supposedly, if we voted for them, then we have to support whatever decision they make, right? But people just continue to think that they're free and they're making decisions themselves and the government's set up to protect them. And you don't get a say in the matter. But guess what? You don't actually vote these people into power. These secret societies, these Freemasons, these secret orders select who's going to be promoted to these positions. And it's based on a lot of things. Bloodlines, based on quote-unquote sacrifice, their ranking within the secret societies. Yeah, that's how they get put in these positions. Are they trustworthy? Do they have stuff on them? In case they do flip and turn and try to turn a good leaf or try to turn into a better person and call it out, that they can just slander their name through the mud. Of course, they have all that stuff on one another. You know why? Because they all practice the same stuff. They're involved in these rings. They're involved in these black magic rituals, these oaths they take. It's a complete and utter joke. But I'm going off on a little bit of a rant off topic. But again, here it is. Here's Trump. He's okay with it. Here, the only people apparently against it, according to these articles, are liberals. How about every citizen should be against it? There are no liberals. There are no Republicans. It's a joke, a complete and utter joke. I thank you for listening to today's show. Big Brother's watching, folks. God bless all of you and your families.
You may have heard that at the family home in Paris was a registered homeschool called the Sandcastle Day School. The supposed principal, David Turpin, the father, but inside it was a nightmare for the children supposedly attending any kind of class there.
This whole situation is bringing attention to California's lack of homeschooling regulation. NBC7 investigates reporter Mark Payton tells us more about whether those regulations, possibly what the efforts could be done to perhaps change them, Mari, in the future. Mark Catherine, according to the Department of Education school directory, Turpin was running the Sandcastle Day School out of his Paris home since 2011. The State Department of Education registered the alleged school, but had never been inside. No one from law enforcement or any agency ever visited the Turpin residence.
Again, we had no call history at that residence to indicate that this type of activity was occurring there.
Authorities say if the Turpin children had been in public school, seen teachers or counselors, someone may have noticed their physical condition and told police, but instead they were hidden by a state-approved homeschool. In California, you can open a private school by simply filling out this online affidavit. David Turpin would have been required to give basic information, such as address and type of school, but nothing about the curriculum or children attending. There are more than 3,000 private schools registered with the California Department of Education. A spokesperson from the state agency stated they, quote, do not approve, monitor, inspect, or oversee private schools. In fact, no one is legally responsible for doing so in California. According to the Coalition for Responsible Home Education, a nonprofit that's for more oversight of homeschooled children, California is one of 15 states that ask parents only to register to start a homeschool. Now lawmakers say the system needs to change. Assemblyman Jose Medina represents Paris. He says in the next 2 weeks, he will propose legislation for more oversight when it comes to homeschools.
We would designate some government authority to have the power to physically visit the sites. We look at restaurants and we make sure that restaurants that serve food to the public, their food that they provide is healthy and that the environment where the food is prepared is clean. And if we can do that for restaurants, I think that we can do that for schools.
A spokesperson from the Department of Education told me they will gladly work with legislatures to, quote, consider ways to change the law so we can prevent this type of tragedy. It is unknown whether these proposed in-person inspections
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. As most of you probably saw, I did a video a few days ago about the 13 children who were supposedly slaves, who were tormented, trapped in their home by their Christian parents. I talked about how this story was likely fabricated and fake news to push an agenda. That agenda being one, homeschooling, right? Because the story is that they homeschooled their kids. They were strict on making them read the Bible. Almost, the grandparents are claiming they were making them memorize the Bible, right? And you can read between the lines if you have discernment, if you have sense, and you realize that there's always an underlining theme and agenda of these stories. Now, YouTube pulled the video. They blocked it and pulled it. Nothing controversial was said. All I did was point out that those were the agendas that I saw there. I didn't buy the initial story because it didn't seem like it was real. You can look at the parents because they fit the stereotype of what child abusers are supposed to look like. White trash, right? The guy has a bull mullet cut, for crying out loud. Now you're seeing the aftermath of what happened. You're seeing article after article. Look at this. This won't be the first time or the last. The Turpins won't be the last. The Turpin child abuse story fits a widespread and disturbing homeschooling pattern. California abuse case sparks call for homeschooling oversight. That is the narrative, that is the theme, and that's why this story was put out there. If you look at the neighborhood, the homes are almost on top of one another. It would be nearly impossible for somebody not to be suspicious of these people doing this for 20 plus years. Okay, they had just taken the kids to Las Vegas. I think they might have run away if something was wrong. Some of the kids are in their 20s. There's always agendas behind this stuff. And remember, they always want Christians to look like the crazy ones, and they add homeschooling into that because that is a huge, huge problem for the elites. More and more people are homeschooling their kids. They're realizing that they're being taught nothing that is useful in this world in the school system. Nothing but propaganda about fake history, bogus science. They're giving them a fake viewpoint of the world. So people are homeschooling. This is a dangerous thing for them because remember, the importance of the feminist movement and women's rights, for them, it's not about giving women rights, and it's not just about division. It's about breaking up the home. So the child is essentially ruled by the school. It's raised by the school. That's who it's disciplined by. That's where it learns this stuff. And what is not in the schools, what is removed from schools? God. And that's the common theme and what they want to do with these younger generations. They want to raise them in a godless world in their mind. To block God, to block the Bible, to say that that's all bigots and hateful stuff, and you should be indoctrinated with all this other sense of false hope and lies. All the stuff you see going on in the news, the Me Too, nothing but lies. It's nothing but fake news to push across an agenda. That's why all of these women come out at the same time. Are the stories 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? They're just all coming out together. Right? Everybody's just got the courage all of a sudden. They all happen to be rich, famous people who are celebrities you see married to each other. Obviously, as most of you know, some of the women are actually men and vice versa. But for the most part, a lot of these people are also related to one another. That's why Hollywood celebrities date. It's like royal bloodlines, right? You've all heard of kings and queens and dating their daughters and all sorts of disturbing stuff. It still goes on now. Because homeschooling for them is the worst thing. It's one of, at least, I should say, the worst things that can happen. Because what happens is the child who is homeschooled learns more about the world. That child is likely being raised by Christian parents because in most cases they are Christian parents who are homeschooled. And they're raising them on what? On Scripture. So after the Paris nightmare, it's time to monitor homeschools more closely, according to the LA Times. And listen, all the mainstream outlets are pumping this. Homeschooled children grabs the public's attention. I mean, I'm sorry, can you give me a few? Oh, you mean some fabricated story about grabbing the public's attention? Most recently, a Paris couple allegedly kept their 13 sons and daughters chained and malnourished while filing the proper paperwork each year to tell the state that they were running a small home-based private school for the kids. So there's your narrative. Most tales of homeschooling are, of course, nothing like this. But the Paris case serves as a reminder that California plays too loosey-goosey when it comes to the welfare and education of homeschooled children. Now, you'll remember in that video, which if you haven't seen it, it's actually up on the Fire Rises, my backup channel. It got taken off this one. I put it up over there for whatever reason. Hasn't gotten flagged. And I mean, I'm sure it's been flagged. You know, it's just bizarre how YouTube's algorithm works. But maybe because I named it differently, I don't know. But it's still there right now. Who knows how long it'll be there. But if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's on my Fire Rises channel. I believe it's the most recent video that was uploaded over there. So they're scaring people out there into thinking that people who homeschool are weirdos, just like people who don't get their kids vaccinated are weirdos, right? That's why you see celebrities out there talking and pushing vaccination. Oh, these parents who don't get their kids vaccinated are bad parents. They're abusive parents. That's what they say, right? The same with parents who don't allow their child to pick what gender they are at 3 years old. Oh, they're bad parents. It's abusive. They don't let the kid pick. It's insanity is what it is. It says not that lawmakers should go all nanny state on parents who choose to educate their own children. New York State, for example, takes it too far by requiring homeschool students to take the state's annual standardized tests. Similarly, a court ruled 10 years ago that California homeschoolers must have a teaching credential. That ruling was quickly reversed after an outcry from homeschooling supporters. So what does that tell you? People outcried about it, they pushed back, and they had to stop. Now they're going to come out with more fake news stories like this. Just like the stories for gun grabs, just like the stories for feminism, just like the stories for racism, just like the story of the incompetent cops to push martial law. It's the same thing. They don't want children being schooled. And they're going to push this narrative as hard as they can. And there's going to be more false flag things where they're going to come out and they're going to go, you know what? It's not fair to the kids. These parents are abusive. They're taking away college from the kid and a chance at a good future. That's all the crap that they're going to spew. And this is all about control, because this is a system of control. Indoctrination, control through repetition, to control the masses into believing in nothing but lies. And that's why they walk around like zombies. It says some parents choose homeschooling because they believe that in regular public schools, important educational priorities have been subordinated to standardized test scores. In fact, the reasons for homeschooling run the gauntlet: a desire for more religious instruction or an educational enriched with hands-on experiences, frequent family moves that would disrupt education, a child's serious medical issues, resistance to having children vaccinated. See, some of these reasons are laudable, others less so. But in the end, California's easygoing rules of homeschool, which mandate only that the schools provide very limited information to the state, make a wide variety of educational experiences possible. Now, we're seeing this stuff ramped up beyond belief right now in 2018. I mean, with all the agendas, I've never, personally, as long as I've been awake, I've never seen so many things going on at once as far as agendas that they want pushed across. I've never seen this many. I've never seen so many people on board with it. I've never seen such limited amount of pushback from citizens, even in regards to free speech, right? It's like people are like, oh, shut down my channel and stuff like that, and others shouldn't be allowed to do this stuff, right? Just because we have opposite opinions. It's like, well, what about when you have an opinion? I don't care about free speech anymore, which is one of the things that everybody should believe in. Because once they remove free speech, what do you have left? You can't even have an opinion that's different from somebody else's? But this right now, this is huge. This homeschooling thing is going to take off. I'm telling you, there's going to be more stories that come out. Only this time, the stories that come out, they're going to be way worse. They're going to have, the children were raped, the children were killed, there's dead bodies, all sorts of stuff. And of course, remember, the characters involved will likely be Christian parents, because that's part of the narrative to get people to, like I said in the video, when people saw that story about this Lake Paris family, okay, you might look at it surface and go, oh, that's horrible, 13 people. But the underlining theme was that there were Christian homeschoolers. So when people hear of Christian, if they heard somebody up the road, oh, they homeschool their kid and they're Christian, they're instantly, their brain, because this is how the brain works, it's going to tag the two things together like a computer. And it's going to go, oh, I wonder if the kids there are safe. I wonder if they're weirdos like that other family. That's how mind control works. So these articles are just going on and on about the dangers of homeschooling. And they're telling you flat out, it's not going to be the last. Right? It says the Turpins are shocking, but they are not without precedent. All families, of course, can mask horror underneath, but the Turpins' horror was likely kept hidden by a very specific tool. We know now that the parents homeschool their children that's all you need to know, under the fake name of Sandcastle Day School, which is simply the name they used when they filed a private school affidavit with the state of California. Understanding how the Turpins got away with what they did for so long is also partly a matter of understanding homeschooling law. The fact that there's homeschooling law should be another one of those things. I know I always say it, enough to wake someone up, right? What's the problem if you want to homeschool your child? Because the zombie out there, their mindset would be, oh, homeschool, okay. So they don't want their kid to go to college. He's not going to have a good job. Oh, okay, right? But why is the government then? Why are they so obsessed with it? Why do you have to have these laws? Why do you have to fill out all this paperwork? Why do you have to follow regulations for homeschool? Think about it, right? 100 years ago, didn't make it. Kids at 5 years old were running farms, 10 years old, taking care of their families, learning how to take care of themselves, live off the land. Kidding me? Those people, not only did they have it better then, because they did, but the children at 10 years old were smarter than people now who are 30, 40, 50 years old in today's society. Everyone's an idiot, because all they learn is nothing but crap and lies. And they're all what? Narcissistic, egotistical, prideful. It's all about how you look, what you wear. Look at this. And people don't see it. So, again, I'm not going to keep going through the article, but there's a bunch of articles out there today that came out. Fox News, LA Times, New Republic. You name the outlet, they talked about it, and they said we need to relook into homeschooling. Boom. And this is how it works. This is why this stuff happens, why you need to be able to spot these types of stories, because you've got to look under the surface and see what's the narrative that they're pushing. Because when you see the narrative they're pushing, you could point it out. You could make sure you don't fall into the trap, or others around you don't fall into the trap of believing this stuff. Because this is how they get people to willingly go along with giving up their rights and then joining into this absolute cancer that is the New World Order. I thank you for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families. This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. This is a show you should watch. I know some people out there don't like to see the music videos when I cover them, but it's a good way to wake people up who are sound asleep to see this repetition being used and the plans that the elites have. They show all their agendas in these videos, all their signs, all their symbols, and this one is absolutely loaded. Potentially, maybe, of all the music videos I've seen, this one is up there with just absolutely them not caring, them showing you all this stuff, what the future holds, how the propaganda and the mind control works. And it's not a surprise, it's Justin Timberlake once again. Now, remember, I just covered Justin Timberlake's last song where he was pushing transhumanism. He had the AI robot on stage mounting and having sex with a regular person, with a woman. The crowd was applauding, the crowd was aroused and turned on by it. Just really sick stuff. Timberlake now rolling this one out just a few weeks later, right back at it with the same propaganda. And it's not a surprise, not just because it's Justin Timberlake who went through the Mickey Mouse Club, the Disney mind control programming, and is now programming and conditioning children out there with his crap, but also because Timberlake's going to be performing at the Super Bowl. So they're going to use these themes during his, halftime show. It's going to be, quote unquote, people will just say it's political, but they'll be pushing the gun grabbing. They'll be pushing the feminism. That's the stuff we're seeing, pushing the race war. And you'll see all of that in this music video. So let's start. The video starts with flashing images. Now, the only way you could see what they're really doing is just to slow it down frame by frame. But people who are watching this in real time, they don't realize that these flashing images work. It's a form of mind control on people. And you'll see in flashing images usually all the time, the all-seeing eye. So they're showing eyes. They're showing police cars burning, and they're showing guns. And then they cut to Justin Timberlake sitting in a room. You can see a pyramid out the window. He's sitting there watching all of these televisions. And what you see on all of these screens are all the agendas that the New World Order is currently pushing. For instance, you'll see in the bottom corner that they just show an image of a head and a brain, right? Representing mind control, showing you that this is exactly what we're doing to you. This is what's going on. They show Harvey Weinstein, right? Have to show him, one of the agendas going on. They show women's empowerment all over the screen. A woman with a shirt. The future is females. They're pushing the race war propaganda. Remember, divide and conquer is the name of the game. Divide whites versus blacks versus Hispanics. Divide men versus women. That's exactly what they're doing. Order out of chaos. And they're causing division among us. Well, they laugh in their $1 billion palaces that they live in as they just continue to put mind control on the masses. So you see that. Then you'll see gun control. You'll see pawn shops with guns. You'll see guns. You'll see messages about gun control and how it's needed. You'll see the Me Too message, of course, showing Trump, Muslim ban, white supremacy. These are all the themes that we're seeing right now. Of course, the American flag in the background. And they constantly are zooming in on him with his eyes. You can see the reflection off of his eyes, showing you that this is what they're doing to people. This is how they're programming people into all of this. We go from there, and we get the black and white duality symbolism right off the bat. Everybody's colored up in white, except for a few people dressed in black. So it's the white and black, the esoteric nonsense. And you'll see that these people, a few of them, have their eyes covered. I've covered this in the past. This is symbolic. Rihanna has done this over and over in her videos. We've seen Katy Perry, all of them covering their eyes. They're referencing scripture. They're referencing Corinthians. In their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. They are referencing that because these people are spiritually blind. So you'll see these people all done up in white powder. Now, above Justin Timberlake, you'll see all these floating umbrellas. Okay? The umbrella symbolism is deep, and I can't actually talk too deep about it because it's perverted. It has to do with phallus worship, right? We know that the obelisk represents Baal's shaft. Well, the umbrella represents a female's power over a man, and that's what we're seeing now, right, with this feminist movement. Well, I'm sure most of you have heard Rihanna's song, Umbrella. right? And what are the lyrics that talks about being underneath the umbrella? Well, in Crowley's sex magic book, this is really what they're referencing. It's called the goddess position. And they use subliminal programming like this, not to so much brainwash people out there, because they're not going to get it when they see it, but this is how they communicate with each other. So those who are indoctrinated see this stuff and they understand what they're referencing. And that's why Rihanna would talk about standing under the umbrella. Okay, this has to do with this female goddess position. And the occult believe that the sublime posture for sex magic is to have the female on top of the male. But people will see this and they'll just say, wow, it must be raining. Look at all the floating umbrellas in the sky. It is an occultic symbol. And yes, it does not mean if you own an umbrella and it's raining and you go outside with the umbrella that you're a Satanist or an occultist. I mean, there's just people out there that are just absolutely insane. When they hear this stuff getting pointed out, they're like, should I throw out my umbrella? Oh my goodness, we have white and black checkered bathroom tiles. Am I a Satanist? Is my mom? I mean, listen, there's such a thing as coincidence, or there's such a thing as using an umbrella for the rain, and then when it's projected like this, it's deliberately done. The Timberlake didn't go, let's have the umbrellas flying over my head, and we'll have these weird people completely covered in white going at it with the person covered in black, the duality stuff. He didn't come up with this and wreck it, and you'll see, because this gets worse as it goes on. We get after this, which is just unbelievable. You can see the pyramid with the capstone, right? What a surprise. You'll see a gigantic circle surrounding the pyramid, right? Almost a ritual-like circle. And these people are bowing down to the pyramid. What do you think this is representing? Bowing down to the New World Order, the worshiping of Lucifer. You can see the capstone at the top. Not hard to see. Justin Timberlake didn't go, wouldn't it be cool if we had the big pyramid there and then people bow to it? I mean, how many times you need to see the same stuff over and over and over? Now, while they're all bowing down to it, the female in the video with Justin Timberlake, because remember, this is pushing feminism as well. And in completing this New World Order, the feminist movement is going to be dominant. So she runs up and she burns the pyramid, right? And some people go, oh yeah, she's taking down the New World Order. This is referencing the completion of it. The completion of everything that they've worked for to create and build this New World Order. Now, while the pyramid starts to burn, you'll see what appears to be cash coming out of it, right? Because people are going to go, well, the pyramid is on the back of the dollar bill. And you'll see money flying out of it, burning. Now, this is also symbolic because we know that cryptocurrency, which is being pushed now, even though there's a lot of people that believe cryptocurrency is going to stop the Federal Reserve and stuff like that. And listen, people are going to have their own opinion on it. I'm not interested in debating and arguing. I have my own belief on it. I'm not saying if you invest in cryptocurrency or anything like that, that you're a bad person. But we all know that the future is electronic currency. It has to be with the microchip. It's going to be a cashless society. We know that. Okay? So whether it's cryptocurrency or something else, because others believe, well, they're going to take cryptocurrency, they're going to hijack it, fine. Maybe they're right. But the point being is that the dollar at some point is not going to exist. There's going to be an electronic world currency at the completion of all of this. Remember, one everything, one currency, one religion, one gender, all of it, like the Baphomet, the goat breast and the penis, right? Will be one. So you can see the cash burning. This is representing what is going to happen at the completion of this. And again, the people are going to bow down to Lucifer. That's what they're doing right there by bowing at it. Now, after this, we get people floating in the air upside down, right? Remember, everything is flipped and inverted. That's how they work. It's Satanist belief. Good deeds outweigh your bad. They flip stuff. You see the Christmas trees upside down now, for crying out loud, that they're pushing. Everything inverted. And around their necks are what appear to be, almost like halos, right? He takes it off, and then suddenly you're seeing the transformation occur as he's inside of the Ouroboros, which is yet another one of their symbols, right? The snake biting its own tail. They don't have to have the snake head on it to show you what they're meaning. Okay? This is the Ouroboros. They're showing you how they're infinite. They believe that they're constantly going to be here. They're never going to go away. And you can see Timberlake and her, making out and all this stuff. Suddenly the televisions with all the propaganda on it begin to burn. The TVs are exploding. They're going bye-bye. And suddenly Justin Timberlake is reborn. He grows and comes out of the ground. And suddenly you see the world around him, which is just a common theme you always see, right? The destruction of the world. The cities are burned down. It looks like Judgment Day. And they've survived. They're there. And all these children are around them. And people see this and they're just like, wow, this is really original, kooky writing. Cool. Good job, Justin. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is a lot of symbolism to take in. But you can bet your bottom dollar that you'll see this at the Super Bowl when 100 million people are watching the halftime show. Because that is a spot that they use to brainwash people. And he's telling you right here, look, here's all the propaganda that we're pushing. They even show the mind on the TV screens. Women's empowerment, racism, gun grab, you name it. All the themes that we constantly see. The police, screw the police, all this stuff, right? For martial law. You're seeing it. They're showing it to you. And as the video goes on, whether it's the umbrellas, which is, occultic as it gets, it's a symbol that's commonly referred to. Okay, it's not just floating umbrellas. The black and white coloring, the covering of the eyes, and the bowing down to the pyramid with the money burning, the woman setting it on fire, the completion of this new world order, which will end, when this currency is gone, when the dollar is gone and the euro is gone, this electronic currency is in, that'll be a good time for you to say, well, the new world order is complete and it's in play. People already think, well, it's in place, but it's not fully in play yet. They haven't gotten these things, but they're getting close because everybody's going gaga over electronic currency. Everybody's going gaga over PayPal and, oh man, microchip me so I don't have to have a wall. We see all this stuff, the progression that they're making and the mind control to get people on board. So this is Timberlake pushing all of this stuff right in everyone's face. Then you go over to the video and people will be like, awesome, whoa, blowing my mind, Justin Timberlake. You'll get a few people that go, how dumb can you be and not see the symbols? So go check the video out for yourself if you want to see absolute propaganda at its finest and how mind control works, because it's all right there. The flashing of the eyeball, right? The duality, it's all the same stuff used in repetition. So he goes from his last video showing an AI robot, transhumanism, having sex with somebody, and he goes to the next video. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's just like Taylor Swift. It's all of them. It needs to be covered because this is what they're indoctrinating children with who aren't aware and aren't awake. They're getting them prepared for it subliminally. This is all getting stored and processed in their brain, whether they know it or not. Whether they're watching the video going, cool. They don't realize why they're showing them all this stuff and what they're preparing them for. So Timberlake, again, the song is called Supplies. I'll tell you one thing. This guy's going to... This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I wanted to talk a little bit more about Oprah, because this is a story that, for whatever reason, you don't hear in the mainstream. Even when it went down about a decade ago, it didn't get a lot of press. Not as much press as it would if it was a Catholic priest or some type of Christian or supposed follower of Jesus Christ. No. That, of course, is the allegations that her school in South Africa of child abuse and child molestation. And what a surprise, right? Because what follows these people around all over the place? Death and links to child abuse. Now, one of the things that's important to remember, and I've said this many times, but if you're new to the channel, I will re-emphasize this. What's important to remember about these people is that philanthropy is one of the main things that all of these Freemasons, it doesn't matter which or what secret society they're in, whether they're in some witch coven, whether they're a cult, they're flat out Satanists, they are taught to be philanthropists, which means to play the role of a philanthropist. For those of you that don't know, somebody who is a philanthropist is somebody who